Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics on a Friday. We got a lot of stuff to get to. We had some breaking news happen right before I hopped on stream here. We'll be getting to that in just a moment. We also have some other stuff going on. We got some news on Ghislaine Maxwell having some blackmail. Obviously, we have the Trump tariff situation. Probably should have led with that one. But we also have the Hassan and Adam Mockler interview I want to cover. And then we have a few Piers Morgan things, because apparently Piers Morgan had a heated panel where they were discussing racism. And I guess it broke down. So we're going to be getting into that today. So I hope you guys are ready for a fun show. Also, how is everybody? Hope you're doing well. What up, Natch? How you doing? What up, James? Good to see you, dude. Happy to have you here. If you guys can do me the solid, hit the like button on your way in. And if you're not already subbed to the channel, please consider doing so. Really helps me out. So, how's it going, Hermit? Good to see you. Oh, look at that. Maintaining your streak over there. Which also, if you guys did not know, I am broadcasting over on Twitch as well. So if you guys can do me a solid and follow over on Twitch, it's more of a just in case type of thing. It's like if you prefer Twitch, cool, but I will just say this, yeah, just in case. It's always good to have some good backup. Hi, best buddy. Start panting like a dog. For what? My dog's behind me. Bandit, what's up? Viva Horizontal. Yes, we're back. We're back to the horizontal. I'm ecstatic because tariffs are my life, and I'm really interested to see what they'll end up doing with it. Because, to be honest, or by the way, from what I understood, not all of Trump's tariffs have been struck down. It's the most important ones, the ones that were affecting farmers and commerce as far as just like small items. So yeah, it's gonna help us, but it's going to hurt Trump in the long run, which I love it. I love it. Things that help us and hurt Trump, always, I always like that. But oh yeah, Serena, actually, now that I have you here, did you hear about the event that Cap blew off? There was apparently a little bit of a hubbub around it because they were waiting for her to show up to speak, and she just decided, I guess, to blow them off. So I don't know, man. I do have my plan to vote for her coming up here. So hola. So what's going on with the Bears? Oh man, I gotta talk about this. All right, fuck it. I'll make it quick. So apparently the Bears are not going to end up in Arlington Heights, which is a suburb of Chicago, which would have been not ideal, but it would have been okay. It's not like I go to a lot of games, I'm going to be honest. But there is something about them going to Hammond, Indiana. Like, listen, the Giants being in New Jersey, come on. Like, what are we? It's kind of the same vibe. And you got some people that are very, very happy about this in Indiana, of course, but if they're counting on, the state of Indiana to show up, especially when they already have a fucking football team in Indianapolis, I'm all for it, though. Like, goodbye, Colts, then. They're going to have to pick or choose. Like, what is it, northern Indiana and the middle of Indiana? Like, I'm sorry. Like, that's just, you're flooding the market at that point, which is ridiculous, because they talked about, like, moving the Rams from fucking St. Louis because they're just like, oh, we have too many Midwest teams. It's like, so we're going to have two in the same state now? A state that honestly has nothing in it. It has nothing. It has Notre Dame. It has a few fucking schools like Purdue. And then what? Indianapolis. That's it. Then the rest of the state is a bunch of fucking wind farms and data centers. God damn. Yeah, let's focus on middle America where there's 9 people as opposed to the fucking, 9 million or whatever the fuck in this city. Sorry, I'm already, yeah, I shouldn't have talked about that. I really shouldn't have talked about that because I am upset about it. But whatever. If they do it, then great. That just gives me one more thing to be upset about. But, yeah, and then we also have, okay, well, bye. I'm not going to tolerate fucking just blatant racism in my chat. I'm done with that shit. Rowdy, get your side to do better, man. Like, what the fuck? You do understand that, like, the most annoying leftist, you don't have to deal with this shit, where these people are just being overtly fucking racist. And unfortunately, you caucus with these assholes. Like, this is where I actually do, like, get mad at my side when they start doing, like, dumb shit or, like, they start turning people off with, bad politics or bad, explanations or anything. Explanations, that's not the term I'm looking for. Woke scolding, that kind of shit. But yeah, we're starting this already where this guy just, no, you gotta be a racist asshole. Just, you can take yourself elsewheres. I still don't get it though, man. I do not understand why that's what people, like, want to do with their fucking day. They want to go to leftist streams and just be the worst version of themselves. But my bad. Oh, it's all right. Macho Man call out. Oh man, you guys did that one early here. Meta the cat. Yeah. Meta the cat, are they even real? Yeah. Or is it just the meta? I don't know, but I'll tell you who the meta is in the wrestling community. Yeah. Macho Man. I need to get pop in circumstance, like, on my soundboard so I could just hit that and then do my Macho Man. Speaking of my Macho Man impression, I did just see that they released a collection at ProWrestlingTees.com. Not sponsored by Pep Talks, but or they do not sponsor this program, but I will just give them a little shout out. Yeah, they have a whole Macho Man sunglasses collection that I have been looking into. Might have to get a few for the show because they got the classic Macho ones, which, come on, way better than these, even though these are official Macho Man glasses. Then they have my favorite ones. They have the ones with the American flag, but it's technically Puerto Rico because it's 1 star. I always loved that. Puerto Rican Macho Man. God, that was how I found out what the Puerto Rican flag looked like. Because somebody made that joke. I was just like, oh, wow. Double tap that screen, folks. Hell yeah, double tap the screen. Let's get that vertical going, because, yes, I got the horizontal up today. Yeah, all right, so from my research, and yes, it is my research, it looks like the vertical stream maintains higher view count if I just go with that one throughout the entire stream, but it doesn't hit the same amount of people, so I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime. Yeah. Fucking Bonesaw is ready. Do you know how happy I was when I saw that movie and I didn't know he was gonna be there? And, like, I sat there for a hot minute just being like, is that Macho Man? That's fucking Macho Man. That was cool. Yeah, being a 90s wrestling fan really was, like, it was a thing. It was awesome. I feel bad for people that didn't get into, that kind of stuff in the 90s or even late 80s. It was peak entertainment. Speaking of peak entertainment, you know what? Let's go into this breaking news, because I really should not let this sit too long, because it's a big one. That was my That was your introduction to Macho Man? Was Bonesaw McGraw? Really? No kidding. Yes, that was peak WWF. Ah, yes, the World Wildlife Foundation. Dude, when they lost that lawsuit, That was hilarious, but it gave them one of the coolest what's the word I'm looking for? Oh crap. Not a promo. Um fuck. It was a campaign. It was the coolest promotional campaign. Get the F out, dude. Where it was just the WW like for Attitude Era too, because they took away like the square. That was so cool, I have to say. And then also it has led to some pretty funny shirts. I have to find this. It might not even fit me anymore because I bought it so many years ago. But it was the one with the pandas. One of them's got a steel chair and the other one's laying on the ground. It's literally WWF. Love it. Anyway, like I said, I should probably get to the news today, even though I do want to chill. But there is a lot to get to with this one, so we might as well just do it. Whoa, I doubled up my camera there. Alrighty. Actually, before I do that real quick, I will just say welcome to the show, everybody. If you are new here, please consider hitting the like and subscribe button. Really helps me out immensely. And also, just stick around, have a good time. I like to have conversations in chat. If you guys are not necessarily left-leaning, I welcome you here. Just keep it respectful. Try to not be a tool bag. Let's just keep it at that. And yeah, I like to not sit in an echo chamber. Oh, Hearts, Pep, and Uni, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. And also, yeah, a quick update on the wife. She has been in chat a little bit more often. Right now, I believe she is in the middle of a nap, so she will not be here for a little bit. But yeah, she's doing well, man. The news really set in where it's just like, oh wow, we're moving on and we're doing great. So that movie scared me as a kid. Little 7-year-old me watching Aunt May get her booty blown up by Green Goblin. Dad, that scene is legitimately kind of scary. And you know why? Sam Raimi. Sam Raimi knows how to really do those quick jump scares and like do them in a way that, yeah, it could be in a kid's movie and it still hits where like every adult in the theater, what the fuck? The biggest one was Spider-Man 2, where they do like a quick cut to the mask, and like it's in Harry's brain. Oh god, it was actually pretty cool. Sad I can't bug you for longer, but I'll be back. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Hell yeah, Rowdy. Appreciate you stopping by, dude. Thank you for that. Awesome to hear that she's doing better. Yeah, no, she's doing really, really well. I cannot be freaking happier as far. Well, okay. As far as the news went and the situation that we're in, I should probably preface with that because, yes, cancer, it's hard to be happy in any regard. But also, I will say this. I'm going to be adjusting the cancer fund here to kind of match what we actually owe in medical bills coming up here. It's a lot more, but I appreciate everybody that has donated to the goal. Thank you for supporting this channel. Thank you for supporting me, but most of all, thank you for supporting my wife through this. You guys do not understand how much that matters or like means to me and how much it matters to her. She definitely has felt the love. So thank you guys. Got to take every win you can when you're dealing with cancer. Yeah, that's how it feels. And that's why like we've been taking this day by day. So it is awesome to just be able to have good days. Like I haven't, let's see. I don't think I've had a good day since before September, because all of September we were dealing with even getting the diagnosis because we thought she just had really bad diverticulitis. But yes, we take every win that we can. But like I was saying, guys, I do truly appreciate all the support and thank you. I feel like I don't say it enough. I really do. Alrighty. Like I said, we should probably get to the news, even though I do want to hang out a little bit longer. But, yeah, we got Supreme Court shit that we got to fucking talk about here. So, let's do that. All right.
Collected by the government. Pamela This is one of the most significant cases that the justices have decided in recent years. Here, the Supreme Court ruling that President Trump's use of these emergency tariffs that he has implemented are illegal. It's the most significant economic case to reach the high court in years, sweeping implications for the economy and, of course, for presidential power. And at stake here are billions of dollars in revenue.
Dude, thank you. Do you American healthcare system? Yeah.
At Godzilla God King $10. Do you American healthcare system?
Yeah, unfortunately we do. And even with insurance, it's... Is that what you meant by do you American healthcare system, or did you mean F you? Because, yeah. F the American healthcare system. Well, this will change my Harper College class yet again.
Revenue that have all.
Well, I can tell you right now. I think that some of you guys might know, especially like the OGs on the channel. Y'all remember Kat, right? My friend Kat. So my friend Kat, she actually does like shipping and receiving. Where this is what she does. Like this is like she works with putting adding the tariffs to any goods that are coming into the country. That is literally her fucking job. So I texted her after this and just asked her like, hey, how you feeling about this? She was just like, freedom!
Already been
funny.
And collected by the government. Pamela Wolf, the other significance here is...
Hey, what's up, Kat? Another Kat. Happy Friday, and that's awesome about Uni's healing.
This is the first time that the
my friend Kat.
conservative court has ruled against President Trump in one of these major cases that have gone before the court since he returned to power in January. Now, we are still going through this case, but this is something we have been waiting for. The court said that it would take up this case on an expedited basis. So they're deciding, even though it's a significant case now, because of course this has enormous implications. So as we go through this opinion now with our team, another outstanding question is what now happens to all that revenue that had been collected. This is something that really wasn't clear from the
Yeah, I get that. I've done that function in my career at points too. Yeah, she hates it.
What they would say about that if they're going to
absolutely
lay out
hates
a
it.
plan. So we will continue to go through this. But
She's very good at her job,
this
though.
is an enormous decision and a rare loss for President Trump before this conservative court.
This is, Paula, a major slap at the President of the United States, who has made a major effort over these many, many months to impose all of these tariffs. And just to look at some of the background I have here, over these many months, the administration has collected $150 billion in these tariffs. So what happens to that money? Do they have to refund that money to the firms, to the people who paid for those tariffs?
That's one of the big questions that came up at arguments, and it's something that we're looking through now in this opinion. The top line is that these are illegal, that the president cannot rely on this 1977 emergency law to impose tariffs without authorization from Congress, because this question is really about the extent of presidential power. And we know in both his terms in office, President
Hey, Andrew, how's it going?
Trump has really worked at the edges of what has largely been recognized.
My dad has diverticulitis, no seeds or nuts. Yeah, that's how my wife is.
As
she can't eat strawberries.
Executive authority.
She used to love strawberries, and she's very upset about that.
But
because, oh yeah, by the way, I think that I brought this up. When they diagnosed her with her cancer, they did also diagnose her with diverticulitis.
Arguments back in November.
She was not happy about that.
It was clear that the justices were skeptical that President Trump could rely on this vague federal law to impose global tariffs. Now, they did appear to likely be willing to decide that these were illegal.
I smoked in spirit with y'all, but this thing is not working.
The opinion is what happens to all that revenue that has been collected by the government. And President Trump has said himself.
It goes back. It has to be refunded.
That this is, this is a massive decision for him. So we're waiting for reaction, both from the Justice Department that argued this on his behalf and also from the White House. But we're going to keep going through this, Wolf, to try to see if the justices laid out any plan for what happens to that revenue.
All right, Paula, stand by. I know you're going to be reading all these the opinions and everything. I want to get back to you, but I want to bring in our senior legal analyst, Ellie Honig, right now. Ellie, as I said, this is a huge setback for the President of the United States, and this has been a traditionally conservative Supreme Court.
It's not this that's clogged. For some reason, this is not working.
Ruled that all of these tariffs that Trump has imposed over these many months are illegal. It's a big deal.
Well, Wolf, it's a monumental ruling, and the bottom line is that the tariffs Donald Trump announced back in April on Liberation Day are gone. They have been ruled illegal by this U.S. Supreme Court. An interesting array of justices here. In the majority, ruling that the tariffs are illegal is Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Gorsuch, and Justice Amy Coney Barrett, three conservatives who teamed up with the three liberal justices, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson, to rule these tariffs unconstitutional. The dissenters are Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh. And the basis for the ruling is this: Congress, not the president, Congress typically holds the tariff power. Now, Congress passed this law back in 1977 called the International Economic Emergencies Act. And Donald Trump tried to use that law to say, well, I'm declaring an international economic emergency, therefore I'm imposing tariffs. But the majority here said, no, that law does not authorize you to impose tariffs, and no, there is not a valid international economic emergency here. So the end result, and we are still going through this, but the end result is that Donald Trump's tariffs have been struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court. But really important point I want to make, Donald Trump has said, various White House officials have said, if he loses on this basis, he will try to re-implement other tariffs through other laws, which he can try to do. However, those other laws are much more restrictive. They would not allow him to apply the type of sweeping, massive, across the globe tariffs that he tried to impose here.
So it takes away his leverage.
But have now been struck down. Look, Donald Trump said these tariffs are the single most important.
17 viewers, 10 likes. We need more. Got to go for a bit. Hey, you know what? I started early today. We'll let the show grow.
He has done in his presidency. He said that, and now they've been struck down by the court.
So you're right. The administration has made clear that if the court strikes this down, that they'll look at other tariff authorities to use. But bottom line here, Ellie, how big of a mess does this ruling create, given the fact that the administration says it has already received $150 billion in revenue, largely paid for by American businesses? Do they get a refund? What happens now?
Yeah, so it's hard to think of a case that has broader implications politically and legally and economically than this one. I know a lot of people are watching for this one. We don't yet have the answer. This was a question that came up during the oral argument. Amy Coney Barrett in particular asked the lawyers, well, what do we do with the $100+ billion that have already been paid by American importers, by American manufacturers? We're going to look carefully at this. I know Paul is reading this very carefully, but that's a huge question.
Dude, C-SPAN, or not C-SPAN's, CNBC has to be having freaking heart attacks today.
Will there be some sort of mass refund program? Will the court rule that the tariffs are dead from here on out, but there are no repayments? We will let you know as soon as we get an answer to that one.
All right, as you noted, Paula has been reading through the opinion. I want to go back to Paula Reed because we know that 3 conservatives sided with the liberals on the court, and you have a quote from one of those conservatives, right, Paula?
That's right. Well, this is Chief Justice John Roberts, who wrote the majority opinion where the court agreed 6-3 that President Trump's tariffs exceed his power under the law. He wrote, quote, "The president asserts the extraordinary power to unilaterally impose tariffs of unlimited amount, duration, and scope. In light of the breadth,
Dude, yeah, this is gonna take a few months to even get through.
And constitutional context.
Oh my God, dude.
Of that asserted.
So, if they pay the businesses back, do you think that there's an actual real chance that we might get refunded? Because I know that they said that, like, on just a rough estimate, that American taxpayers paid roughly $1,000 last year just for those tariffs.
Authority.
Each.
He must identify clear congressional authorization to exercise it. And we knew that the Chief Justice would be a key vote after what we saw at arguments. Now, we are still going through the
Hermit, I appreciate your candor. Just no.
I want to show you, this is about a third of the opinion. It's 170 pages long. This is just a fraction of it. Wow. So we're going through it very carefully to try to understand what, if anything, the court said about what happens to all that revenue the government has already collected. I know that's a big question. Right now, the
companies will get the money back, not the Americans.
Carefully go.
Do you think that they're even going to get the money back?
Going through this to see if
Professor Oak, I love your avatar.
They laid out a plan. If this goes back to the lower courts, that's what we're working to figure out right now.
And
that is a great use of a Pokeball, by the way.
A question from me, Paula. Do the tariffs immediately go away as of right now?
Favorite Pokemon?
Now, or does it take a few days or at least maybe a few weeks for them to be removed?
Well, they've been
Then I'll go.
declared by the Supreme Court to be illegal. So we're going through to see if they laid out some sort of plan. But as of right now, people should not have to pay a tariff today or tomorrow, one would think. But we're looking to see, because the logistics of this are so complicated, to see if the justices waded into that, or if all of that is going to be something that's now going to be tossed down to lower courts now that the justices have ruled on the larger constitution.
There's really no way for specific American to request can request refunds because specific Americans mostly get charged tariffs directly.
Here, the separation sort of powers and who.
Yeah, but so think of it this way, because they were talking about giving us a tariff rebate check as it was. I mean, at one point. So why not kind of look into doing that anyway?
Who has the authority to do this, right? Because while this has enormous economic implications, really this was a question about the extent of executive power. We know President Trump really plays at the edges of that. And again, this is a rare loss for President Trump since he's returned to office before this conservative court. So we're going to keep waiting through what they said to work out the details. And
the Doge checks too. Yep. You still didn't answer who your favorite Pokemon is. I'm genuinely interested. Mine is Charmander. As far as the starters, but come on, Charizard is just, he's so cool. He's so cool. I know, lame. But my second one, Pancham. Love me some Pancham.
Now, legal affairs reporter Fallon Gallagher from outside the Supreme Court. Jake Traylor is covering the White House. Henrietta Trays is co-founder and director
fucking Botox
of
lips there.
economic policy at Vita Partners. Jeffrey Rosen is a law professor at George Washington University. And with me in studio,
Turtle dude,
MS Now
Squirtle.
Senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin. Fallon, just run through this for us. What does this ruling say?
Yeah, Laura, this is a massive blow to the president for his signature agenda item from a conservative-leaning court that has typically been very sympathetic to the president and his agenda. In this ruling, this Supreme Court has found that IEEPA, that law that the president used to enact 5 categories of his sweeping tariffs, is unconstitutional for tariffs. That is, that the Congress has not given the president this authority to use that law, IEEPA, to invoke tariffs. And I want to read very briefly from Justice Roberts' majority opinion. He writes, IEEPA's grant of authority to, quote, regulate importation falls short. IEEPA contains no reference to tariffs or duties. The government points to no statute in which Congress used the word regulate to authorize taxation. And until now, no president has read IEEPA to confer such power. And I was inside court for oral argument.
Okay, so we claim no special competence in matters of economics or foreign affairs. We claim only, as we must, the limited role assigned to us by Article 3 of the Constitution. Fulfilling that role, we hold the IEEPA does not authorize the president.
And much of the discussion and debate surrounded on
IEEPA.
That word regulate and whether regulate meant tariff. Now, the justices here have found that it does not, that is a power that is reserved for Congress, and that the president does not have the authority to use this specific statute to impose his tariffs. But notably also in this decision, it's written by Justice Roberts. That's not entirely surprising because the Chief Justice, when he sides with the majority, will typically write the opinion for these consequential cases. But notably, 3 of the typically conservative-leaning justices are in the majority here. You see Roberts.
Yeah.
You also
the
see
fact that it was Justice Roberts, that was a actual surprise for me. I thought that he was going to fucking dissent and it was going to be a 3-3 split decision.
Gorsuch and Justice Barrett, who are here siding against the president in this very significant case. Laura?
Or wait, 6-3.
Fallon, thank you for that. And we just have some news from the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, who said that
this guy's lips.
President Trump will hold a press briefing on the Supreme Court's tariffs decision at 12:45 p.m. Eastern today. Jake, what are we hearing from the president so far from the White House?
First, damn it all.
Yeah, Laura, she dropped that
Good to see you, brother.
at noon on the dot. She was teeing it up for your show, I guess. So we will hear from the president for the first time at 12:45, unless we get a Truth Social post first. This is sometimes how it goes, but it was a bit notable that when this decision came down, the president was actively in a meeting.
His lips are insane.
A bipartisan meeting with governors at the White House. And
Holy
a White House
shit.
official that was in the room tells me that a note was brought in, given to the president. This is when the press had already been escorted out, so there were no cameras capturing this in the moment. The president read that the SCOTUS decision
dude, he got pissed.
had been made, not in his favor. He then addressed the governors.
He's fucking judges
directly and said,
these fucking justices.
quote, it's disgraceful what the courts
Oh no, he said these fucking courts
have done.
These fucking courts, god damn it.
That was according again to a White House official who was in the room for that moment. In terms of other things that are happening internally at the White House right now, another White House official tells me that obviously at this point the West Wing is very aware. For a long time now, the president...
Which means that Trump may receive another fun one, which is the quota system. Yay, where imports get limited to only a certain number unless they're paid at a higher rate.
As well as others.
Is that what he was talking about? Because I'm going to play his full speech.
Have been teeing up that they have some way to counteract a decision of this sort happening. Another White House official told me that they are unsurprised by this decision and that this is something they've planned for a long time. What we lack at the moment are actual substance.
Oh, yeah, you would have... Dude, the fact that he found out right before he went and talked to the governors, like, that's why he kicked the press out, so he could just kind of
details
pontificate away
how they intend to counteract this SCOTUS ruling. The president, as early as last night, railed against the Supreme Court, saying he had been waiting time after time for a ruling to come down. Take a listen to that.
I've been waiting forever. And the language is clear that I have the right to do it as president. I have the right.
Turns out you didn't know.
to put tariffs on.
I love seeing him get shot down, especially when he's doing shit like this.
For national security.
This is cathartic.
Purposes.
Schadenfreude.
Countries that have been ripping us off for years, you know what they were doing? Using tariffs. What a country.
What a country.
Sad.
Laura, as you can tell, the president pretty fired up right there in that moment. A couple of big questions, of course, right now are, one, what happens to all of the money that companies have already paid due to the current tariff ruling that exists before the ruling came down today? And then secondly, of course, as the White House keeps saying they have a plan, which we know they say a lot of times, they've been working on something to counteract. What are the specific details of that?
Oh, I meant by the Supreme Court, yes.
Hopefully this press conference in just the hour.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Give us some new detail there.
Yes, I meant when the Supreme Court strikes down his rulings.
Yeah,
there
we
we
have
go.
a lot of questions about that.
Yes. Thank you, Serena, for good looking out.
That Jeffrey, I'm going to go to you in just a moment. But first, Lisa, I want to come to you here. What stuck out to you about this decision?
There are a bunch of things that stuck out to me. Let's start with the thing that struck both Fallon and I alike. Across 170 pages, Laura, there are 7 different opinions written by the 9 members of the court. That means that while 6 justices got to the result that IEEPA, the statute on which the president was relying, doesn't authorize him to impose the tariffs at issue, they got there in different ways. Think about it as like a choose-your-own-adventure book. It all has the same ending, but what happens in the middle for some of these justices is quite different. The other thing that struck me about it is it's a victory not only for the plaintiffs who brought the case, but for Congress as a whole, even if some Republican members of Congress don't see it that way. If you read Justice Roberts' opinion for the court, you read Justice Gorsuch's concurrence, you see them basically say the power to regulate importation, which was the phrase at issue here, isn't one where we know exactly what it means. But here's what it doesn't mean. It doesn't mean the power to tax. That is a power that is reserved constitutionally to Congress. When it wants to give it to the president, it knows how to do it and how to choose the right words in terms of how to do it. And in Justice Gorsuch's concurrence, he even has sort of a overture to the importance of the legislative process, that it is messy, that it is long, but that in the structure of our constitutional system, Congress's role is one that includes not only the power to tax, but the power to make laws, and that we as a country need to respect that even if it takes time. There is a value in that. So I see this court really vindicating Congress here, even at a time where Congress isn't doing much legislating on its own. Laura.
Right. We saw Congress push back here and there on specific tariffs that the president imposed, but the justices were saying essentially that if Congress wanted to expressly give this power to the president, they would have said so explicitly.
Lutnick's sons apparently made billions by betting on the Supreme Court ruling, insane insider trading.
And
yep.
Just so for the folks at home, when we say IEEPA, we're talking about the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, which was passed in the 1970s. But Jeffrey, on what happens next, those questions that Jake laid out, what does happen now? Are these tariffs gone? Can the president impose other tariffs that he wants to? And what happens to the money?
Well, that's the central question, and the answer isn't clear. for the tariffs that have already been paid, which is up to billions of dollars. Individual importers have to.
Tony, that's a great. I like that. I only know of Costco that ate the tariffs and didn't pass them on to consumers. Companies that should get back their companies like that should get back their money. Those that paid passed on. Those that paid but passed the costs on to consumers should get nothing.
To sue,
Man, I
one by
cannot
one
read today.
to get
What
them
the
back.
fuck?
And some have already filed lawsuits. Others will file them in the future, but that's going to be a messy and complicated process. The administration has said that it's going to try to reimpose tariffs under other authorities, other statutes, but they don't give the president as much flexibility as the emergency law does. So some of them may go forward and others may not. This is going to create tremendous uncertainty for investors, for consumers, and for international trade partners. Canada, for example, already says that most of its goods are not.
Trump thinks the Constitution is just an inconvenient impediment to his power.
Under, tariffs, but it doesn't think that this decision will have a huge impact on the trade war with Canada. So although it's extraordinarily important and historic that the Supreme Court has asserted the separation of powers, has made clear that the president can't exercise authority that's granted to Congress, this will not by any means stop tariffs globally, nor will it definitively resolve how people can be reimbursed for tariffs that they've already paid.
So I guess
All right.
we have former acting Solicitor General Neil Katyal joining us. He argued
This is one of those rare times that the talking heads are kind of valuable right now.
against the tariffs in this case before the Supreme Court and lead plaintiff Sarah Albrecht. Neil, thank you so much for joining us. Sarah, thank you for joining us. Let me get both of your reactions. Neil, I'll start with you.
Yeah, so we have a couple of statements. We won't be able to take questions. These are our first remarks. We've just seen the decision, just heard it in the Supreme Court. But today, the United States Supreme Court stood up for the rule of law, stood up for Americans everywhere. Its message was simple. Presidents are powerful.
Again, the stock market did great on this news.
But our Constitution
I called that.
is more powerful still. In America, only Congress, the Chief Justice, writing for 6 justices, said only Congress can impose taxes on the American people, and that's what tariffs are. Tariffs are taxes. I am so grateful for the leadership of the Liberty Justice Center, and in particular, the brilliant woman standing next to me, Sarah Albrecht, who masterminded this case, who took this case when so many others were afraid to stand up for the rule of law, who was dauntless in our defense of the Constitution. I'm also grateful to the 5 small business owners who stood up against these unjust, unconstitutional taxes. By taking a stand, they have paved the way for relief to tens of thousands of American businesses and hundreds of millions of Americans across the country. Finally, I lack the words to properly thank my incredible legal team at Milbank, led by Colleen Rose-Sinstack and Sammy Illigan, who worked with me day and night for many months to craft this argument. This case, in the end, has always been about the presidency.
Why does she not look too happy?
It's not about any one president. It's always been about the separation of powers and not the politics of the moment. I'm so gratified to see our Supreme Court, which has been the bedrock of our constitutional guarantees, protect our most fundamental values as they did today. Sarah.
Thanks, Neil. The Liberty Justice Center is so proud to have led the fight to this challenge and stood alongside Neil, fighting these unconstitutional tariffs that have devastated small businesses, not just our clients, but small businesses around the country. Federal courts now at every level have
I wonder when grocery prices will go down.
recognized these unilateral
Anytime
tariffs
soon.
imposed without congressional authorization are unlawful and cannot stand. We thank the justices for their careful consideration of our arguments, and I can't thank Neil and his team at Milbank enough for standing with us and standing on behalf of the Constitution and its separation of powers. The Liberty Justice Center work is just beginning. We intend to help small businesses navigate the next steps.
Yeah, I was about to say, man.
And
yeah, the small bit. Oh my God, dude, All right, the comic shop I used to go to went out of business because of the tariffs.
Process of refunds.
Seriously.
By providing help and assistance and
Yeah, what the
centralized
fuck,
databases
dude?
and
They better get some mass. Like, if your business folded because of this shit,
information and portals, and you can visit our website to find more information. And thank you again.
Oh yeah, now he doesn't have to pay us the $2K. Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
All right.
We appreciate both of you taking the time with us to react. Thank you so much. Again, Sarah Albrecht and the former acting.
All right, guys, settle in. Let's listen to this orange idiot.
For being here. The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed.
Yes, I'm going to speed it up a little.
Ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed for not having the courage.
Comics are not made in the U.S. Actually, they're made in Canada.
To do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices. When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue.
Oh, look, it's butt stick.
Against them. There's no way.
Nutlick.
Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And
they're so happy.
They're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long. That I can assure you.
God, it pisses him off so much that he's just like, yeah, these little fuckers are so happy.
The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices.
I mean, he could just turn to fucking buttstick there. I like that. And just be like, hey, so I heard your son's made a couple $2 billion. We're taking that money.
They're an automatic no, no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. But you can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing you can do with some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often.
Trump, you exceeded your authority.
With certain members of this court, and it's happened so often with this court. What a shame.
What a shame.
Having to do with voting in particular.
Dude, it's your justices, motherfucker. Like, you have the majority. Like, this guy is such a bitch that he's literally like, we need more justices that agree with me, which I was watching a news report before I jumped on here. They really are trying to, like, placate to him by trying to give him those ideas where they're just like, hey, well, maybe you could do this instead next time.
When in fact, they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats. And
damn, you were right on the comics, except Marvel, they were made in Canada and Ohio. Yep.
That this should have anything at all to do with it.
Yeah, the other problem was because of not just the tariffs, but there was a bunch of shipping issues as well. So, like, for instance, he wasn't. There was 1 week where we just didn't get the comics until like 2 weeks later, and that, if you don't know, if you don't have something that's weekly periodicals like coming out on the day they're supposed to, yeah, it's gonna hurt a business.
Very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution. It's my opinion that the court...
Gilberticus, I appreciate your candor, and I appreciate you what you're saying. Can you just do me this solid and use the 3 where the E should be when you're using the P word, please?
Has been swayed by foreign
YouTube's being a little finicky with that stuff lately.
Interests in a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement. I won by millions of votes. We won in a landslide.
No, you didn't. You won in a if you're use the term landslide, at least try to be partially honest. You won in a landslide in the battleground states, but you didn't win in a landslide.
With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it, but we still won in a landslide.
He really wants to just use these terms, but it's like, no, dude, you're wrong.
Landslide, too big to rig. But these people are obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud.
You can't speak past the statutes anymore.
And I think certain justices are afraid of that.
Certain justices.
They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security and also I would say, just for our country itself, so important, because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. The good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes.
At least the accept. Oh my God, the for items under $800 won't be dogging importers and consumers anymore. Great point. And lumber's going to come down because of this.
And authorities, as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs available to me as President of the United States. And in
These are, dude, it was under IEEPA that they fucking said no.
actuality, I was very modest in my ask of other countries and businesses because I wanted to do, and it's very important, I wanted to be very well behaved because I wanted to do anything, I didn't want to do anything that would affect the decision of the court, because I understand the court. I understand how they're very easily swayed. I want to be a good boy.
I want to be a good boy. He just said that.
Very effectively utilized tariffs over the past year to make America great again.
Hi, I'm a U.S. licensed customs broker.
Our stock.
Oh, yeah. Okay, then Serena, you literally, man, you
market is.
I need to ask. I'm gonna ask you something in
just
Discord.
Recently broken 50,000 on the Dow, and
'Cause you might know my friend.
And even more amazingly, broken 7,000 on the S&P. Two numbers that everybody thought upon our landslide election victory could not be attained. Think of that. Nobody thought it was possible to do it within 4 years, and we did it in 1 year. They said you'll never be able, you'll go back and you read the geniuses, read their statements, all of the Nobel Prize winners in economics. They said, no, you couldn't do it in 4 years. Well, we didn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. We broke every record in the book, and we're continuing to do so. Tariffs have likewise been used to end 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8 wars, whether you like it or not, including India, Pakistan, big ones, nuclear, could have been nuclear. Prime Minister of Pakistan said yesterday at the great meeting that we had, the Peace Board, he said yesterday that President Trump could have saved 35 million lives by getting us to stop fighting. They were getting ready to do some bad things. But they've given us great national security, these tariffs have. And together with our strong borders, reduced fentanyl coming into our country by 30%. When I use them as a penalty against countries illegally sending this poison.
Blah, 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 blah. What a rambling moron. Oh, yeah. By the way, just so you guys know, I am joining the boycott of his State of the Union speech, so do not expect me to react to that.
Into our country to poison our youth.
I'll react to highlights after the fact, but I will not give that motherfucker any ratings.
All of those tariffs remain. They all remain. I don't know if you know that or not. They all remain. We're still getting them.
What the fuck is he on about? I don't know, but the thing is, you can tell that he's not even into what he's reading. He's just mad.
And we will after the decision. I guess there's nobody left to appeal to. But again, those 3 people.
There's no one left to appeal to. Like, he's coping. This is cope. This is Trump cope. Oh, enjoy it.
Such respect.
Oh, you know what? I'm changing the title. Trump copes.
But other alternatives will now be used to replace the ones that the court incorrectly rejected. We have alternatives. Great alternatives. Could be more money. We'll take in more money, and we'll be a lot stronger for it. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We'll continue to do so. To show you how ridiculous the opinion is, however.
Where's the cope? Just listen to him for like even 10 seconds here. He's like, dude, he's so like, look at him. He's so sad.
The court said that I'm not allowed.
You know what? The court said I can't have the tariffs. Well, I'm going to put the tariffs on anyway.
To charge even $1. I can't charge $1.
I can't even charge $1.
Can't charge $1.
Can't even charge $1. It's a travesty.
I would have used 1 penny, but we don't make the pennies anymore. We save money. Can't charge $1 to any country under IEEPA. Not $1. I assume to protect other countries. This must have been done to protect those other countries, certainly not the United States of America.
LOL, like Canadians don't want fentanyl coming in either. Like, he sucks so bad.
Which they should be interested in protecting. That's what they're supposed to be protecting. But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1.
I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1. He is coping hard.
Because that's not what it says.
God, he's so mad. I love this. Guys, can we just appreciate this for what it is? I might have to come back to this as like the stream progresses because I'm loving how upset he is.
And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them, but I can't charge any money. So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little.
He's repeating himself. This is how I know. Like I can't even charge $10. I can't even charge $1.
2-cent fee. But I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't do business in the United States anymore. We want you out of here. But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that. It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives that have been approved by this decision. You know, they've been approved by the decision.
You know his diaper's completely full.
For those that thought they had us.
They thought they had us, but we're gonna come back stronger and faster.
They're saying that I
worth $6 million.
Have the absolute right to license.
I always thought that they could get that to a B. The $6 billion man. That's what they call me.
But not the right to charge a license fee. So think of that. I have the right to license, which is a very
Sweeney Kubak, Trump for prison.
powerful word.
Also, welcome to the show. If you guys are enjoying the show, please hit that like and subscribe.
License is more powerful than tariffs. In fact, I was thinking about using it. But they came up with the idea that I can license, just like the people that were opposing me told them to do, but not the right to charge a license fee. Think of that. Whoever heard of such a thing? What
Whoever heard of such a thing?
license has ever been issued without the right to charge a fee? You get a license, you charge a fee. It's automatic, but not with this court. But now the court has given me the unquestioned right to ban all sorts of things from coming into our country, to destroy foreign countries. But a much more powerful right than
we know you meant funnel.
many people ever thought we even had.
Hey, good call out.
Right to charge.
You're gonna funnel
How crazy is that?
money into
Our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And it was a dead country 1.5 years ago under an incompetent president.
Actually.
But now I'm going
No, objectively, we had the top economy even then from the post-COVID era. So, yeah, dude, just no. Cope harder.
Go in a different direction. Probably the direction that I should have gone the first time, but I read the language. I'm very good at reading language, and it read our way 100%. But now I'll go the way I could have gone originally.
I'm very good at reading language. Can we just take his quotes out of context for a second and apply that to Biden saying that, hey, Jack, I'm really good at reading language? Can we start, like, acknowledging that his brain is pudding?
Which is even stronger than our
Yellow
original
kind.
choice.
Not that off-brand snack pack bullshit. That's what Joe Biden has in his brain. I got the Jell-O kind.
As Justice Kavanaugh, whose stock has gone so up, you have to see, I'm so proud of him, wrote in his dissent,
Judge Beer!
Although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward.
Jesus. This old dude, listen to him. He can't even talk.
So,
thank you for the sub, Sweeney.
Think of that. The decision might not substantially constrain. And it doesn't. He's right. In fact, I can charge much more than I was charging. So I'm going to just start. Although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. That's because numerous other federal statutes, which is so true, authorize the president to impose tariffs and might justify most, if not all, of the tariffs issued in this case. Even more tariffs, actually. Those statutes include, think of that, those statutes include, for example, the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232.
232.
All of these things I know so well.
No, Trump! All of these things I know so well. So well. I knew exactly what Section 232 was off the top of my head. I didn't even need to read it, but I still did. Oh my God,
Those statutes include...
He couldn't even get statutes out. He said statues.
Think of that.
Think of that. Think of that. Wow, that's crazy.
Those statutes include, for example, the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232.
232.
All of these things I know so well.
All of these things I know so well.
The Trade Act
Shut the
of
fuck up.
1974, Sections 122, 201, 301, and the Tariff Act of 1930, Section 338.
Trust me, he's abusing it as I type here.
All clear. But it's
Yeah, if you guys didn't know, Serena in chat is technically in this
a
industry.
little bit longer process.
Like,
I thought I'd make
she
things
gets it.
simple, but they didn't let us do that. I would like to thank Justice Kavanaugh for frankly, his genius and his great ability. Very proud of that appointment.
Trump is
In
illiterate.
actuality, while I am sure that they did not mean to do so, the Supreme Court's decision today made a president's ability to both regulate trade and impose tariffs more powerful and more crystal clear rather than less. I don't think they meant that. I'm sure they didn't.
So, as I said, coping, because it did limit his power, and he can't do this emergency powers bullshit. He can't just fucking be like, you know what? Switzerland were mean to me. I gotta impose some tariffs. You know what? They were meanie bobinis. I gotta do something.
It's terrible.
Tariff time.
And to think that the Democrats who oppose this only because they want to go the opposite way. They'd like to pack the court. They want to put on 21 people. They want to pack the court.
The $800 exemption is also still canceled.
Pack the
Nice.
Supreme Court. Maybe they should do it. Maybe they would be better off if they did it. They want to pack the court.
Drooly Don.
anything
Yep.
to hurt.
Oh God. Oh, we have to use that from now on. Drooly Don. I'm not so drooly. You know what? My dentures fit just fine.
There will no longer be any doubt, and the income coming in and the protection of our companies and country will actually increase because of this decision. I don't think the court meant that.
I think you did. It's so bad. I don't think they meant to do that, but you know what's going to only get worse now because I'm pissed. I'm a pissed off Trump. There's no stopping me when I'm all pissed off.
Based on long-standing law and
Caitlin Jett, hello. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here.
hundreds of victories, and even as I was pointed out before, even thousands.
Like I
of
said, if you guys
victories
are
over
enjoying the
years.
stream, please hit the sub
To the
button. It really helps me
contrary,
out.
The Supreme Court did not overrule tariffs. They merely overruled a particular use of IEEPA tariffs. And essentially, it's to use to get a fee. I can do anything I want with IEEPA. Anything. I just can't charge anybody for it. I can license, I just can't charge them. It's ridiculous, but it's okay because we have other ways, numerous other ways.
Right there. See, this is his tell. He leads with the thing that's pissing him off with, and then he's just like, yeah, you know, they tell me that I can't charge, but I'll find other ways. You know what? C'est la vie.
The ability to block, embargo, restrict, license, or impose any other condition on a foreign country's ability to conduct trade with the United States under IEEPA has been fully confirmed.
IEEPA. I thought that was the sound that I made when they told me they struck the court. They struck down the decision. I went IEEPA
By this decision. So now there's no doubt because, you know, there were a lot of questions.
Dude,
about
he's so
tariffs.
mad.
No president was smart enough to use them to protect our country from those countries and businesses that were ripping us off.
Well, now you gotta fucking pay something back here.
Take a look at the deficits that we had with some of these countries. It was disgraceful what they got away with for many, many decades. But now we know, because this decision affirms all those things that some people weren't sure about. In order to protect, and it says so, in order to protect our country, a president can actually charge more tariffs than I was charging in the past period of a year under the various tariff authorities. So we can use other of the statutes.
People have to be drunk to understand this guy. The thing is, ironically, for someone who doesn't drink, he does sound drunk all the time.
Other of the tariff authorities.
What do you mean? The tariffs? Come on, guys. Come on.
Which have all...
I haven't been drinking. I'm just so mad about the tariffs.
Also been confirmed and are fully allowed. Therefore, effective immediately, all national security tariffs under Section 232 and existing Section 301 tariffs, they're existing, they're there, remain in place, fully in place, and in full force and effect. Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged. And we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices of other countries and companies.
The thing is, he doesn't understand that because of the tariffs, other countries put in provisions against the tariffs that are not going to get walked back.
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
I say quite simply, which I
Okay, whoever wrote that is who's writing his poop tweets.
said for a long time, make America great again. And interestingly, we've already made it great, so I don't have to use that, but I don't think we'll ever give up on MAGA. MAGA is always going to be with us. If you have a few questions, you can let us know. But just to end, so we're going forward, we will
There's something that is really fascinating about
be able
this.
to take in
What's that?
more money. And
Just this in general. I mean, this is watching his demeanor here. This is like hilarious. That's why I'm saying he's coping hard, man. You don't see Trump in this predicament where he is so angry, but he has to remain buttoned up. Like he actually and he had to go out and give this speech. But like I said, he didn't stick to the paper enough for us not to see that he's fucking coping.
there'll no longer be doubt, because there was always doubt. I know the people that brought the lawsuit, and you know they're sleazebags, major sleazebags, but I know them, and they're foreign country centric. They were sending things into our country, and the people representing them.
Just a reminder that there are hundreds of thousands of vendors that Trump has worked with over the past 20 to 30 years that still haven't gotten paid by the guy.
Knew full well, but they were sending things into our country.
Mr. President, are you mad, bro?
And they were beneficial to other countries, but very, very bad for
Nice.
us.
Sean L.
And I
Kurtz.
stopped it, and we'll just keep it going. So we have we have a totally firm decision now, and I don't think the court meant it, because the court doesn't.
Yeah, I saw that Costco, like, right as it got struck down, they were just like, lawsuit, bam, you've been
show
served.
Spirit toward our country, in my opinion. A lot of bad decisions, but there are usually ways around it. This is something we could have done as.
Just so you guys know, I'm all for you guys using the P slur or the P word for him, because that's exactly what he is. But YouTube is, they're kind of cutting down, or they're kind of cracking down on that shit. So if you can use P3do, that'd be great.
Justice Kavanaugh said we could have done this
Use his droid name from Star Wars, P3do.
originally, but we're doing it now, and the numbers could be far greater than the hundreds of billions we've already taken in. Yeah, please.
Okay, so now I watched this part. At one point, he just ignores CNN. He's like, I don't take questions from CNN. Fake news.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm very curious. You've spoken about
in the red.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Justice Thomas and Alito, as you.
Yeah, fuck this.
Today I will.
Here's the most important part of the speech, and they kind of break it down a little bit.
Sign in order to impose a 10%
Shit.
global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged.
Yeah, you see this?
And we're also initiating several Section 301 and...
Yeah, fuck it.
Joining me now, soybean farmer John Boyd Jr. He is the founder and president of the National Black Farmers Association. He's also a friend of this show. So, John...
Is he calling Canadian sleazebags?
This morning...
Wouldn't surprise me.
You were feeling pretty positive. But now that President Trump says he's going to keep pushing these tariffs through no matter what, how are you doing?
Well, I don't care how you look at it today. It's a big win for me and a big loss for this president. That's why he was screaming to the top of his lungs at this press conference. He lost in a big way today. And this is the first step in the right direction. This is the first
P3DO human-child relations. Oh my God!
hard note that this president
Off the pucks. You got the fucking quote of the day.
has heard from the Supreme
Line of the
Court
day.
since he became elected.
Up the pucks comes in with a pretty good, solid banger.
6-3 is a pretty sweeping, victory. I don't care how you look at it.
Okay. Fuck it. I'm sorry. I actually do want to hear these questions, even though he literally pops around. So it's all these sycophants. So
The most conservative constitutional justices. Do you think that you'll get to appoint 2 more justices later this term with similar ideologies? And what type of vetting process will they go through to ensure they uphold?
I don't know, but they're great
Constitution?
justices. That's all I can say. And I hope they're going to be around a long time. I hope they're going to stay healthy. They're great people. They're great. And Justice Alito, too. To add to
I call it Trump daddy
the
syndrome
group. These are great. These
because they need him to be their
are
daddy.
great men.
Right.
They're with a great love of our country and a great understanding of the law.
Guti Mayelga. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that.
Action on tariffs now.
No, I don't need to. It's already been approved. I mean, I would ask Congress and probably get it. When people look at the real numbers,
No, he wouldn't.
and you look at hundreds
No, he wouldn't, because it wouldn't pass the Senate filibuster.
of billions of dollars that have come into our country. Yesterday, I was at a steel plant, as you know, and I went to great place, great plant, great, wonderful people. And they were telling me, I said to them, you were there, a lot of the press in this room. Of course, I don't think this plane's big enough to take the press in this room, but a lot of the press right here. We were in Georgia. And I said to the owner, I made a speech at a factory. They make steel products. And I said, how are you? Nice to meet you. How's business? President, I'd love to kiss you. This is a very powerful man. I don't want to be kissed by that man. But a very powerful, strong man. He's been in the steel business for many years. His father started it. And he said, sir, I want to kiss you. I said, why? He said, because we were down to working 1 hour a week. And then you came in and imposed tariffs, and all of that foreign junk that they were dropping into our country stopped. And we're now going to double shifts, 7 days a week, and we may be...
Oh, yeah, please. Yeah, all right, so somebody just said that they got shadowed on YouTube. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, guys, be careful.
We're going to 24 hours around the clock, almost 7 days a week. He said, sir, I want to kiss you so badly.
Yeah, he was sitting on my lap with tears streaming down his face.
And I said, no, thank you. But you know what?
All right. You know what's funny? He got the laugh the first time, and then he said it 2 more times.
He just
that was a banger of a line. One more time, guys. Then he said he wanted to kiss me. Nothing? Crickets? Oh, tough crowd, tough crowd.
Finalize it. He said, oh, this is a great place in Georgia. He said, all up and down.
Damn, heard the Bears are leaving. It's not set in stone, but it sure fucking looks like it.
The highway.
Although I don't think you understand. Hammond is literally southern Chicago. It's weird. It's like here's the state line, and then here's Hammond, but the rest of this is Chicago.
Exact answer, sir. We're all going out of business. We're going to go bankrupt. We're all going out of business. And now every one of us are thriving, and we're hiring people like we haven't. He said,
bring those thin earworm lips over here, Mr. President, and kiss my ass.
I've never, and he's been in business for, I think, 45 years.
He always does look like he is ready to kiss someone's ass.
We've never hired before. That's because of tariffs, and we're going to keep it going.
I also was a shoo-in for having my own fish and Finding Nemo. They didn't even have to work that hard with the motion capture. All they had to do was just take pictures of me talking.
The same way. And you're going to start to see the results in a year from now when all those factories start that are under construction right now. You see all the construction numbers are so good. Those construction workers are building factories that are going to be open, including not only AI, which is big, but car plants coming in from Canada who ripped it.
How does he not just have like spittle just
off
like
the 30% of our
constantly like
market.
just flowing down his face? The way that
Mexico ripped us
What
off for
the
a big
fuck?
portion. Over the years, they've taken our market. They've taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany.
God, you remember that Twitter call or the Twitter Spaces call that he did with Elon?
All over the place.
Oh my God!
Because nobody's standing
Everybody thought he was drunk.
in this position. The position I have as
God, I hate hearing his voice every fucking day.
President of the United States had the insight, the courage. Well, I don't know what it is to charge tariffs. You can make your product outside. You can.
I don't know what it is to charge tariffs. Did you just catch that, guys?
People out of business. You can put everybody on the unemployment rolls. But if you're going to make a car in some other country, you're going to pay a 15, 20, 30% tariff. And those things would have never happened. We wouldn't have lost our business. Same thing with, as an example, Taiwan. Taiwan came in. They stole our chip business. They make chips.
Oh, because I do this thing that Republicans are very adverse to. I watch the opposition to learn.
30 years long.
This is why you guys know jack shit and assume everything.
They made chip, and they
By calling
put
me a
our
liberal. You know absolutely nothing.
companies. Intel would be now the largest company. I saved Intel. I literally saved it at the beginning of this administration. And now all those companies in Taiwan are building factories
This is where he pivots to talking about Doritos.
in Arizona,
oh, really?
Texas, and various other places because they don't want to pay tariffs.
Doritos.
They're all pouring into the United States. But just like that great patriot said yesterday, sir, what you've done,
Sir,
nobody thought was possible.
nobody.
And Steve Moore, a highly respected economist, came into my office yesterday. He said, you've done something nobody's ever done.
I mean, some people in my audience.
22 Nobel Prize winners
Hell, you can pay me a little bit.
in economics
That's how this works. Super chats galore. Also, you'd be contributing to a cancer fund. So.
said we would right now.
You really want to put you really want to like stick it to the libs, you know, donate to a cancer fund to somebody that you do not agree with.
Be in a recession, and you said, no, we're going to have a booming country. We're going to have a booming country. You were right.
I
All
love the
22
Cool Ranch. Cool Ranch is the
were
best.
wrong.
Hey, that's one thing I might have to agree with them on.
And
Actually, no, I like the
You were right.
what do you
This
call it?
country's booming.
It's the new
booming
Taco Bell
because
ones.
of
Those are good.
The election on November 5th, and it's booming for another reason. It's booming because of tariffs. Yeah, please, go ahead.
What was said ahead of this decision that if the Supreme
Yeah,
Court
please,
ruled-
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. What will you say to foreign
Yeah. Oh wow, the goober mode.
nations who seek to renegotiate their deals? And
God.
what did you mean a moment ago when you said that the Supreme Court has been
Verde,
swayed
that's what it
by
is.
foreign
Yeah, the Verde.
interests?
Those
Well,
are
I think
good.
that foreign interests are represented by people that I believe have undue influence. They have a lot of influence over the Supreme
Oh, that's what it is. The late night taco Doritos.
Court.
Oh, those are
whether it's
good.
Through fear or
Go
respect
get a bag of those.
or friendships, I don't know. But I know some of the people that were involved on the other side, and I don't like them. I think they're
I
all
don't
slime
like
balls.
them.
And
But I don't like them.
got to do what's right for the country.
This is what pains me. God damn it, he is like
You gotta do
he's just inadvertently funny sometimes,
What's right.
just from shit like that.
I met this guy and I didn't like him.
Right for the Constitution. That's why I respect so much Justice Thomas and Alito, Kavanaugh, because they
Literally
not only
the most
dissent,
controversial.
the dissent is so strong.
You mean the
when
ones
you read
that
their dissent,
had some major problems and some ethics questions?
you know, a lot of times you'll read a dissent and it's like, well, you don't know, it could go either way. There's no other way. The good news is, it's like Justice Kavanaugh said, very strongly said, you have other ways you can go. You don't have to go that way. You can go other way. There are numerous other ways you can go.
Yeah, but now you actually have to work within the confines of the system, dumbass.
And frankly, this
And the thing is, you don't have the patience to just do that.
should have been done by presidents
He pronounced justice.
many years ago.
Justices,
They
justices.
allowed our country to be eaten alive. We lost 50% of our car business. We used to make cars. We made all the cars. And then Mexico came, Canada came, Japan and Germany. But they're all coming back now. They're all coming back at record levels. No, you please. I'm not talking to you. I don't talk to CNN. It's fake news. Go ahead.
Mr. President, yesterday you made the case that the economy is the hottest it's been in a long time.
Right.
January jobs report beat expectations. CPI report beat expectation. Real wages are up. What would you tell Americans who are worried that this decision will kind of throw the economy that you have projected going in the right direction at a very rapid pace off track?
Well, thank you for the question. And I will say this. We really are...
The fact is that he has a curated press pool tells you how weak he is.
At a very important point.
The thing is, he should be able to answer the fake news.
I've been waiting for this.
But he can't take hard questions, which tells you, again, how weak he is.
Decision so long. They could have made this decision a long
What's
time
up, Kyle?
ago.
Kyle?
Not complex.
How's it going, man?
They're wrong on it. It's a ridiculous decision. But they should have released this a long time ago. We waited months. And that gave uncertainty. Now we have certainty. And I think you're going to see the country get much stronger because of
Amber, I have one and I do this.
it. Look, we were
Love the game, baby.
ripped off by almost every country in the world. If you look at the surpluses, almost every country in the world that did business
Is Amber jealous?
with us, our people were stupid. And I blame presidents for it
My
because
favorite thing to see people like get really mad about is the fact that I, have a little bit of traction. Now, am I one of the biggest YouTubers by any means? No.
they're ultimately
But I'm fucking bigger than I thought I'd be, so
the leader. We were being ripped off by almost
Try harder,
every
Amber.
single country in the world had some massive surpluses.
what's with the wife's cancer fund?
China had-
My wife has colorectal cancer and we need help paying our medical bills, even with me having a job.
Hundreds of billions of dollars in surplus.
That's how it goes.
With the United
Plutonian, thank you for the compliment. I really appreciate
States.
that.
They rebuilt China. They rebuilt the army.
I always appreciate a good compliment. Thank you.
We built China's army by allowing that to happen. I have a great relationship with President Xi, but he respects our country now. Now, what we've done, I charged China a 20% tariff as a penalty for sending fentanyl in. And that was 20 times more than they could make by selling fentanyl. And I said, at some point you're going to say, and they
It's not free handouts. It's our fucking Medicare system.
have reduced it.
No, if we fix our Medicare system, then I wouldn't even have to do that.
Fentanyl's down by more than 30% coming into our country. Part of that is our strong border. We have a strong border now.
I just hope you never get cancer, Amber.
But thank you.
It would bankrupt. I don't care how much money you have. It would bankrupt you. James Van Der Beek was a multimillionaire and it bankrupted him within 2 years. Same type of cancer. My wife is technically a lucky one because she got checked when she did, and she was this close to being diagnosed with stage 3, but they caught it at stage 2.
Mr. President, sir.
But you know what? Keep being a dick.
Sir, you warned once in a social media post that if the Supreme Court did this, shot down your tariffs, the U.S. would be.
I just know that my wife is is a stronger woman than you could ever be.
Quote, financially defenseless. Are we financially defenseless right now?
No, because we're doing something in a different way. We're doing something in a very powerful way, and we're using things that some people thought we should have used in the first
No morals.
place.
They don't have any.
But it's more complicated. It's a
This is why I keep saying they're just selfish. They're selfish
little
assholes.
more complicated.
And that's their complexity. They're selfish assholes, and it stops there. You don't have to look into it any deeper. It's the same with this guy. This is why they love the guy.
The process takes a little more time, but the end result is going to get us more money, and I think it's going to be great. Yeah, please.
No,
Peter,
trash
go
is
ahead.
better than Amber.
So, since Liberation Day, there's about $175 billion in tariff revenue.
It's the
that is
420.
now
I'm gonna step off
in
camera real
limbo.
quick.
Do you have to refund
Think of
$175
it.
billion?
Think of it, Peter. Very fair question. They take months and months to write an opinion, and they don't even discuss that point. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, not millions, hundreds of billions of dollars. And so I said, well, what happens to all the money that we took in? It wasn't discussed. Wouldn't you think they would have put one sentence in there saying that keep the money or don't keep the money, right? I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years. So they write this terrible, defective
Cheers.
decision, totally defective. It's almost like not written by smart people. And
It's almost like not written by smart people.
Your question is very basic. That was the first question I asked also to make you feel good. I said, what about all the money that we've taken in? Sir, they don't discuss that. How crazy is that?
What you're saying is, are you saying that you don't plan to honor refunds for companies that file for them?
I just told you the answer, right? I told you the answer. It's not discussed. We'll end up being in court for the next 5 years.
So that means no, and that's his way of just being like, don't even ask about it. But guess what? He's going to have a lot of people asking about it. Just wait for the lawsuits. Yeah, dude. Oh, there's going to be so many fucking class actions, especially, dude, when Costco is the first one to jump on it. Oh.
Go ahead, Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you are talking about the relationship with countries that you have sought trade deals with, do you anticipate that they will seek to renegotiate those? What do you say to them? And do you view this as a potential undermining power for your
We're
negotiations?
going straight ahead with 10% straight across the board, which was the absolute right to do. And that's taking place. There's a lot of money coming into our country.
Oh, the sub. Thank you for the sub.
During that period of about 5 months, we are doing the various investigations necessary.
Yeah, by the way, so like my wife's oncologist said that if you are over the age of 35, that he highly recommends you get a colonoscopy.
To put fair tariffs.
He said, like, if he could rewrite the mandates, that he would totally just have it set at 35 right now, because he's seeing these cases start around then. But he's like, that magic, it's this weird magic spot between 35 and 40. He's like, we are seeing such an influx of cancer in these patients, which my wife fits in that range.
Tariffs, period, on other countries. So we're doing that period, but we're immediately.
So we're not getting tariff refund checks. Shocked.
Instituting
It's almost like he lied.
The 10% provision, which we're allowed to do. And in the end, I think we'll take in more money than we've taken in before.
Mr. President, you've used the tariff revenue to pay for a host of federal policies. You claim that they will pay for them. What happens
Well,
to
like
those
the
things?
farmers. We took care of farmers. You know, the farmers were mistreated by foreign countries very badly, very, very badly.
Okay, and somebody just posted it, and I thought I heard this. He literally said,
I can do anything I want. I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge $10 in tariffs.
I gave them $12 billion out
Wow.
of tariff money. We intend to, out of tariff money, because just so you understand, we have tariffs. We just have them in a different way. And now they've been confirmed by the Supreme Court of the United States.
What?
So there's no longer that question out there about tariffs. And we'll be taking in hundreds of billions of dollars.
Guys, that made no sense. Any MAGAs in chat want to fucking explain what he just said right there?
And countries that have treated us badly will.
I'll even go back to a few seconds here.
I gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We intend to, out of tariff money, because just so you understand, we have tariffs. We just have them in a different way. And now they've been confirmed by the Supreme Court of the United States. So there's no longer that question out there about tariffs.
You're the only one that was making it a question.
And we'll be taking
what the fuck?
In hundreds of billions of dollars. And countries that have treated us badly will have to pay a price for it.
So, oh my God. All right. This is from the Rob Cohen playbook, Never Admit Defeat. This is him getting defeated and then just being like, what do you mean? I didn't fuck. You know what? The tariffs are still there. We're going to make all this money. We're going to be so rich. So rich.
For treating us badly. And countries.
What the fuck, Rambling Grandpa? I'm glad that you guys yeah, this is. What?
That have been
What
good
did he
to
say?
us will be treated very well.
He said. Yeah.
We just left the.
Turned
top
into the
person
Peanuts.
In a place called Vietnam. Just left my.
Mexico and Canada have a trade deal with the USA, so that's why they don't care about the tariffs. President Scheinbaum literally doesn't bat an eye at anything our president does. Yeah, I know.
This great gentleman, strong and
We're taking money in, and by that he means our money.
smart. He said, you know, I think this means you're allowed to charge us more
Tariffs
than
hurt
before."
low-income people and small businesses the most.
And Canada said to Jameson, I might want to say it, Jameson, but Canada said, I hope
Wow, MAGA, baby, losing so hard today.
you win this decision, because if you don't win, you'll actually be allowed to charge us with a little additional work, higher tariffs. Jameson, you want to comment on that?
Yes, sir. So
the president's point, we have a lot of tools out there. We have Section 122, which will be implemented today. It will be signed today and implemented very shortly. We have Section 301 investigations, which are incredibly legally durable, where we can investigate and address unfair trading practices that have led to our huge trade deficit. And so you can look forward in the coming days and weeks to seeing all of that come out, and we're going to keep continuity in the program. We're going to keep addressing this so that the deficit can keep going down. That's the trend it has, and we can make America great again.
No.
Several of Republicans in Congress have supported this decision by the Supreme Court, and Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, has called you a wannabe king. Why wouldn't
him a low IQ?
But why wouldn't
he? Doesn't even know. And I watched him the other day interview. The guy doesn't even know what a tariff is.
But there's been bipartisan criticism.
No, not bipartisan.
Of the tariffs.
Excuse me.
There's several.
No, there is.
Republicans have said that.
Yeah, a few people.
You just work with Congress
That's called bipartisanship.
to come up with a plan.
I don't have to
push tariffs.
I have the
through.
right to do tariffs, and I've always had the right to do tariffs, and it's all been approved by Congress. So there's
No, that's the bitch of it. They weren't approved by Congress. This is why you subverted Congress and you went and just did it EO.
no reason to do it.
God, he's so full of bullshit that he can't even get it right. Like, dude, this is what he did. This is just objectively what he fucking did.
We're going through a little bit more complicated process. Not complicated very much, but a little more complicated than what we had. We'll be able to take in tariffs, more tariffs. And the Congress people and the Congress.
The Canadian tariffs last week.
Yeah,
There's been votes in the Senate against it.
Yeah, because we lost 2 Republicans or 3 Republicans because they're not good Republicans. What you don't say, you don't say that we got 215 votes.
You need 218 for something to pass.
Yeah, sure we do. We might have lost 3 votes, and we got.
Oh, they think that, like, by saying TDS that they're screaming that we have some clinical thing wrong with us, even though clinicians have even said that. Funny enough, the people that shout that are the ones that do have a mental disorder because they look at him as some kind of god king.
And what was the score in the Republican?
People, they have actually said that people that worship celebrities are less intelligent, just in general.
Inside 215 to 3, right? But you don't say that. We have great unity. There's great unity in the Republican Party, and I hope everyone's going to vote Republican.
Why'd you lose those Republicans, though? I mean, again, that would definitely be something to ask, right?
Otherwise, you won't.
It's almost like he would win elections if he kind of asked these questions. I don't
have a country left because these people have been destroying. They are destroying our country. Please.
I don't know. And since he's going and questioning the 2020 election, no, I want him to audit the 2024 election. Fuck it. If we're doing these voting audits, let's do it. Let's go for it. Because I'm genuinely wondering why he doesn't have a problem with 2024's election.
The 122.
It was using the exact same technology, everything was the exact same. There was no voter ID. So why? Why not fucking audit the 2024 election just in case?
Tariffs, that 10%. Yeah. Is that going to be for 150 days, or do you want to charge that indefinitely?
We have a right to do pretty much what we want to do, but we're going to charge it starting effectively. I think it's 3 days from now. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you speak to a lot of factory workers, a lot of manufacturing workers. What does the Supreme Court ruling say? What's that message to those factory workers?
Well, I think the factory workers are happy because we're now telling them that they're going to look. The man I met with yesterday who owned a factory was out of business. He was out of business. And now he's employing 5 times. In fact, I walked in.
How'd he go out of business and then employ people right away? What? So he went back into business?
He's got a brand
Dementia Donnie is going down.
new crane. I said, how old is that crane? We got it in December. He's allowed to write it off in 1 minute. The great big beautiful act gave no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax.
He cheated. No one gets all 7 swing states. Yep.
Tax on overtime. He said this great big beautiful.
I'm starting to buy into that a little bit more.
Has been the best thing that's ever happened for the workers much more so than for rich people. The only thing it does for rich people, it allows them to hire a lot more people. But when I saw him, and then he said it's all up and down the line. This is a place in Georgia, all up and down. Other factories doing different, not only steel products, different. He said every one of us was out of business. We could barely make it. Some of them were down to less than an hour a week. Think of it.
The only person angry right now is Donald Trump.
1 hour a week to make just a few little trinkets or whatever they make. Now they're going round the clock. I had it.
Hey, Rebecca, good to see you.
A month ago, I went to Michigan, went to Ford, and I met with Bill Ford, the head of Ford, and we were in one of the biggest plants, an original plant from the early 1900s, where, by the way, I might add this, it's not really relevant, but it's all relevant. Murders are down the lowest since 1900, around the time that he had this plant. That's 125 years. We have the lowest murder rate. Okay. And our crime is way down in the country. The factories that we're talking about, the people that we're talking about, they are so thrilled with Trump. So whether we charge
I swear to God, when he does the third person stuff,
tariffs or whether we charge tariffs,
that's for his base to be fucking embarrassed by.
under a
That
different
shit is
section,
wild.
That's what we're going to be doing. There's no way we can lever. This is what happened to our country. This is why we owe $38 trillion, which we'll get rid of.
Oh, Rob's definitely a robot.
Pretty good course.
He's a robot.
Of course, we have a very incompetent Fed chairman who likes high interest rates for
We
political
ban
reasons.
bots in here, don't we?
Since he likes them. But we're going to have somebody very good. Interest rates should come down very substantially. I think we should pay. We should pay.
If you're gonna try and engage him, you actually should tag him like by the full handle, because that's how
The lowest
you'll know.
Interest rates.
Trust me.
On the planet, there should be no country, and we don't do that. We're number 38. This is just bad policy for a long period of time. But what's happened is we've made America strong again. We've made America great again. We should pay. As an example,
he's having little Trumper tantrums in the middle of this. I love it.
the country of Switzerland.
Oh, you unban. Okay, cool.
We were getting almost no
Thanks, man.
tariffs.
Appreciate it.
We had a $40 billion deficit. And the prime minister called me up. She said, but we are a small country, because I said we're going to raise it to 39% from nothing. That would have rendered them not very successful, as opposed to right now they're considered elite. But if we put a tariff, they would. And I realized then, she said, but sir, we are a small country. I said, you're a small country with a big deficit. For us, you're making a lot of money off the United States. If we do that, a lot of these elite countries, they're elite because we let them make so much money. And I want them to do well. But I don't want them to do well on the backs of the American taxpayer. So I appreciate your question. I think it's reasonable.
President Trump, you said that you were disappointed with that, but
What's he babbling about? I mean, that was like Joe Biden level of fucking just word salad.
surprised with this decision? What you felt when you?
I was surprised because I thought that what we did was, number one, according to, I mean, I read the paragraphs. I read very well.
Every time. I read very well. Did you know that? I could count to 3.
Comprehension.
Everybody I have great reading comprehension.
I read everything there is to read, and I said,
I read everything there is to read. And then I said,
again, transcribing his words as ridiculous as they sound. What the?
We can't lose.
And then he just shrugs. Dude! Oh my God, his Biden slips are fucking... This is way worse than Biden, folks. Okay.
But I don't want them to do well on the backs of the American taxpayer. So I appreciate your question.
All right, here we go.
President Trump, you said that you were disappointed with that, but were you surprised with this decision? What you felt when you?
I was surprised because I thought that what we did was, number one, according to, I mean, I read the paragraphs. I read very well.
He can't quote it. So he's like, I read the paragraphs. I read very well. I have great reading comprehension. Nobody was asking for that. Why in the fuck would he need to say that? Unless, I don't know, he doesn't have very good reading comprehension.
I read everything there is to read.
I read everything there is to read.
And I said, we can't lose this case. But we can when judges...
He definitely didn't read it. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
When they want to be politically correct, when they're catering to a group of people in D.C., maybe. I don't know what it is, because when you read it, there's no other interpretation. There is no other interpretation.
Uh-oh.
But it's okay, because what has come out, and I'll say it for the third time and maybe the last time in a while, is that we've taken the uncertainty of tariffs out, because we had uncertainty. We got sued by sleazebags, I know them well, that are very outside country, China-centric, but outside country-centric. And they're going to end up not doing
Icarus Glass, hello, comrade.
as well as they did before.
Welcome.
America was becoming really, really, we're strong again. Hey, we have.
Hey, God, his jacket when he does this shit.
The strongest.
He's just a cartoon.
Military. I rebuilt.
He's a
the
fucking
military in the
cartoon
first
of a
term.
person. It's not a lisp. It's his denture. She's talking past his bottom teeth.
We have the.
Well, you don't understand. It's very hard to talk with these teeth that aren't yours.
Powerful military. We make the best equipment, and even them, we could do much better. We have people that get paid a lot of money to manufacture Patriot missiles and javelins and all the different things. But when you want,
I hate when he's again. I hate when he does something that's just accidentally funny like that.
They're too slow.
Too slow. The javelins are too slow.
And we put them on notice, and they're going to make.
Like a very weak person was throwing the javelins.
Our country is building a lot of things right now, and our country is doing really well, and we're going to keep it that way. The bottom line is that the word certainty is now in the equation. Every single thing I said today is guaranteed certainty.
Certainty.
It's been tested as.
Oh my God, dude, he's getting so much worse.
Jameson said 1,000 times. Literally,
Jameson, this guy Jameson, he knows all the numbers.
Hundreds of times, he said, sir, actually thousands of times.
Thousands.
And won in all of the courts. And we're just going back to
Oh,
that.
that nussy.
And the problem is that we had other presidents that weren't into trade.
I didn't
Maybe
pause
they weren't
that.
business oriented. Maybe they weren't smart. We had some dummies too,
We had some
Respectfully
dummies.
say We had some real dummies.
We had some real
so
dummies.
We are going to keep it going just as before, probably more so. But it's
We
no
had
longer going to
real
be asked
dummies.
every time I got up. You'd ask,
Can't do this with the
"Well, what
headphones."
happens if you can't?
They're
charge
so
such?"
dumb.
Now we can. And by the way, in their decision, they specifically said we can do these. We have alternatives. Yeah.
David, on the trade deals that were negotiated using IEEPA tariff.
Man, it's so weird that like they control everything. Congress, the House, or Congress, the presidency, and the Supreme Court. But here's Rowdy just being like, you need to educate yourself and realize how mixed up you are. I'm so happy with how I'm trolling you.
Do those stand now, or are they have to be?
And then you got Mr. Maddie on the TV here just, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Just disappointed.
Some of them stand. Many of them stand. Some of them won't. And they'll be replaced with the other tariffs.
Yeah. No, except they're not sweeping, so no, they won't. Now your people actually have to do like the hard work, where you have to go pretty much industry by industry. And now, I'm not saying anything definitively, but I'm gonna just go out on a limb and say that hey, I don't think they got the manpower for that.
No, the Supreme Court justices who ruled
Fred has had it.
against this the policy, striking it down.
All caps Fred coming in hot.
Are they still invited to your State of the Union next week? And will you speak with them?
They are invited. Barely. Barely.
He's so upset.
3 are happily invited. No, they're barely invited.
So they're invited.
Honestly, I couldn't care less if they come. Okay.
So he cares.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the trade deal, which is the framework which is to be signed with India sometime soon, will that stand now? And on the decision.
Changes.
Oh my
Nothing
God.
changes?
No, nothing changes.
Oh, I just realized she's the one from that
We will
one.
not pay tariffs. Our deal with India is they pay tariffs.
We
Now,
watched
this is a
that
reversal
publication
from
and
what
it turned
used
out to be Russian propaganda.
India, and I think Prime Minister Modi is a great gentleman, a great man, actually. But he was much smarter than the people that he was against in terms.
He's like a Saturday. I mean, the thing is, Saturday Night Live doesn't even have to work that hard. You can just quote him.
Of the United States.
I don't have to work that hard.
He was ripping us off.
I literally put the impression on and just say his words.
India. So we made a deal with India, and it's a fair deal now.
So we made a deal with India. It's a fair deal now, right?
We are not paying tariffs to them, and they are paying tariffs. We did a little flip.
We did a little flip.
That wasn't even a flip.
Are up as of now for this, Mr. President.
Yeah, this is a flip. You know, the way that those guys with the cups, they move the cups. Here's your ball. Now you don't know where the ball is, and here we go. Spin the cups.
Oh, the India deal is
Where you go?
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
All the deals are on it. Just
Gilberticus, sorry about your wife. Hey, thanks, man. I really appreciate
we're
that.
just going to do it a different way.
Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I think there's another war that you stopped and you should take the credit, which is in Syria.
God damn it, streamer. Hold on, guys. Oh, wow.
Rubio, after his meeting in Munich with the Syrian foreign minister.
Yeah, I'm having stream hiccups. Sorry, guys. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Muslim Abdi, he said that President Trump was directly involved in efforts to stop the fighting between the Kurds and the Syrians. How will your administration will make sure that this peace is sustained? And do you?
It's only my vertical today.
Well, it's a very different topic, and so I don't want to spend a lot of time. But all I can say is that the president of Syria, who I essentially put there, is doing a phenomenal job. He's a rough guy. He's not a choir boy. A choir boy couldn't do it. But Syria is coming together, really coming together well. And thus far, he's been very good to the Kurds. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. President, what's your message to the Iranian people after 2 rounds of talks with them? Do you have any message to the Iranian people?
The Iranian people in Iran or people here?
People in Iran.
They better negotiate a fair deal. They better negotiate. You know, the people of Iran are a lot different than the leaders of Iran. And it's
profound, Mr. Trump.
Very, very, very sad situation. But 32,000 people were killed over a relatively short period of time. They were going to hang 800, 2 weeks ago, hang, some by crane. They lift them up with a tall crane, and they play them around the square. They were going to hang 837 people. And I gave them the word, if you hang one person, even one person, that you're going to be hit right then and there. I wasn't waiting 2 weeks and negotiating.
Oh, I like how he really stands up for protesters. This motherfucker.
And they gave up the hanging. They didn't hang 800.
They didn't hang anybody.
137, supposedly.
You know, and also Mike Pence.
They didn't hang anybody.
I don't know. I just always, anytime I hear that word, I always think of Mike Pence, you know.
Buddy.
I don't know why. It just...
But no, I feel very badly for the people of Iran. They've lived in hell. Please.
Oh, man.
You mentioned multiple times foreign influence over the Supreme Court. Do you have evidence of that? And if not, will you investigate that?
You're going to find out.
What?
What alternatives are you going to put into place in your relationship with Europe, and also those tariffs that have been called illegal? How they're going to go impact the relationship with Russia, your sanctions?
Well, I want Europe to strengthen up. Europe has gone woke. Europe is not recognizable when you go into so many places. Not all countries. You look at Hungary. You look at Poland, Czech, Slovakia. There are some countries that have gone.
Czech? It's Czechia.
Very much the opposite. Some really, and some others. But Europe has to be strong. And
isn't Melania?
They become.
No, she's not from Czechia.
Soft and not recognizable. You go into some of the countries. I don't want to be specific, but.
Oh, Rebecca, I'm doing well.
Knows what I'm
wife's
talking
also
about.
feeling good today.
And they're not recognizable. They become. The environmentalists have taken over. They've got windmills destroying their fields and their beautiful meadows and.
Slovenian. Okay.
Their oceans and.
Next door.
They're paying a fortune. Now, Europe...
Oh, actually to the north, right?
Just to get smart. Europe's getting killed on two things, energy and immigration. And if they don't solve both of them fast, Europe is not the same place. Yeah, please.
Yeah, and we're not... That's not our business, man. Dude, this way that he wants to reshape the entire world just to fit his like what I want. I can't stand the thought that there's other places the way not going the way that I want it to go.
Gorsuch and
Narcissist.
Barrett, are you surprised in particular by their decision today?
I
And
am.
do you regret nominating them?
I don't want to say whether or not I regret. I think their decision was terrible. Yeah. I think it's an embarrassment to their families. You want to know the truth? The two of them. Yeah.
What? What? What planet are these people from? Earth? Me too. What's up, Groove?
Specifically on that
Say it again,
$2,000
please.
tariff check.
Mr. President.
I didn't call you. I didn't
You
call
didn't call me?
Yeah, Mr. President, to be clear, do you believe at the end of implementing these new tariff tools, the tariff rate and tariffs will ultimately be higher than they currently are?
Potentially higher.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of
Depends, whatever we want them to be.
trolls in chat
But we
today.
want 'em to
It's
be
actually kind of like quiet today.
fair for other countries. And, you know, we have some countries that have treated us really badly for years, and it's going to be high for them. And we have other countries that have been very good, and it's going to be very reasonable for them. Yeah.
So specifically on the tariffs question, I mean on the
From what?
on the 2,000
Is that like a new thing that I don't know about?
dollar.
I didn't call you.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Do you have any plans to travel to India for the Quad Summit, and how do you think your relationship with India is right now?
I think my relationship with India is fantastic, and we're doing trade with India. India pulled out of Russia. You know, India was getting its oil
Trump didn't pay the Russian bots today.
from Russia, right? And they pull way back
Russia,
at my request
Russia,
because
Russia.
we want to settle that horrible war where 25,000 people are dying every month. And my relationship with Prime Minister Modi is, I would say,
Daddy Long Bong.
great. I also stopped
Great
the
name.
war between India
By the way, guys, if you're just joining us and you are enjoying the show, hit the subscribe button and hit the like button.
and
Thank
Pakistan,
you.
as you know. There were 10 planes we shot down. That war was going and probably going nuclear. And just yesterday, the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 35 million lives by getting them to stop. That's and I did it largely with tariffs. I said, look, you're going to fight, that's fine, but you're not going to do business with the United States, and you're going to pay a 200% tariff, each country. And they called up and they said, we have made peace. Okay? I just want to thank you all. Look,
I want to go. I got to take a trumpy dumpy.
great certainty has been brought back to the economy of the United States and actually the economy of the world because we generate so much in the world.
So you admitted that your tariffs were causing destabilization to the economy?
We're the biggest in the world.
Wait a minute.
And we're
What the fuck? Do you guys, you caught that,
now
right?
the strongest by far. We were a country that was dead 1.5 years ago. Now we have the hottest country in the world. We're going to keep it that way. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Did you say 32,000 were killed in Iran, sir?
Except Groove. I like how you said that. Fuck it. Oh my god, we're wearing the same fucking shirt? That's what the fuck? That's wild. What the fuck?
Today, but the Supreme Court has ruled that most of Trump's tariffs are illegal in a 6-3 decision, saying that the Constitution.
Oh, this is tripping me out a little bit. This is crazy.
Congress the power
That's
to impose taxes, not the president. And this is Trump's
We're
already
just feeling blue tie-dye today.
collected
That's...
$133 billion from these illegal tariffs. Democrats are
Whoa.
demanding refunds, and Trump is
copied me.
melting down, calling it a disgrace, and he's already moving to get around the decision.
I've been here longer. I've been live longer than he
For all this to make sense,
than when he released this. So haha, proof.
You need to understand that a key thing is that this ruling applied specifically to tariffs that were put into place under something called the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. That's a law that was passed back in 1977, giving the president broad economic powers to, quote, deal with any unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, or economy of the country. It's a law that's been invoked dozens of times by various presidents to impose sanctions, block transactions, freeze assets, and restrict imports or exports. exports. But really until Trump,
let's say, if I think I got this out of TJ Maxx, so
nobody had invoked the law to implement tariffs. One, because the law makes absolutely zero mention of that being a thing that you can do, and two, because the Constitution very clearly gives Congress the power to impose taxes.
My once every 5 years, I actually buy new clothes.
Taxes, not the president. So there's
unless it's a hoodie. I buy a lot of hoodies and concert shirts. Those are my exceptions.
that, and then as far as tariffs, those are just taxes imposed on imported goods. They're paid by whoever's bringing the goods in. Though actually, experts saying that the cost
Oh,
is
thank you for the 600 joules. Moth X Zombie.
passed on to the consumer, though that is also a concept that Trump has really found difficult to grasp. Instead, insisting, this is just going to be great for the country when he first invoked the law to put tariffs in place on goods from China, Canada, and Mexico, with the emergency having to do with illegal immigration and drug trafficking. And then he did it again in April when he put in place the so-called reciprocal tariffs on imports from nearly every country on earth. And the apparent emergency this time was the country's large and persistent trade deficits, and tariffs that each country got hit with were based on the size of those deficits. And also, since a trade deficit isn't inherently a bad thing, you had many experts arguing that the policy in general just made no economic sense. And so the opposition to this, it came not only from the Democrats, but also libertarian and pro-business groups, typically aligned with the Republican Party. In fact, polling, it showed that tariffs weren't broadly popular with the general public. And then actually, data came out just this week suggesting that they haven't been effective at their stated purpose, with the country's overall trade deficit reaching a record high in 2025. With all that said, right, these tariffs, they weren't struck down because they're bad policy. They were struck down today because they're just illegal. You had a 6-3 majority reaffirming the Constitution very clearly gives Congress the power to impose taxes, including tariffs. With Chief Justice John Roberts writing, the framers did not vest any part of the taxing power in the executive branch. The government reads IEEPA to give the president power to unilaterally impose unbounded tariffs and change them at will. That view would represent a transformative expansion of the president's authority over tariff policy. And truly, this is very big news. This is the first time that this Supreme Court has definitively struck down one of Trump's second-term policies. But then, of course, with this, we've got to talk about the dissenting side. This wasn't a unanimous decision. On the dissenting side, you had Samuel Alito, Clarence Thomas, and Brett Kavanaugh. With Kavanaugh arguing in
what up, Dave?
His dissent, the tariffs at issue here may or may not be wise policy, but as a matter of text, history, and precedent, they are clearly lawful. He also took issue with the fact that the majority didn't address whether companies could get refunded for the tariffs they paid already. And while it's higher now, as of December, the Treasury had collected over $133 billion from tariffs imposed under the Emergency Powers Law. With Kavanaugh writing, the court says nothing today about whether, and if so how, the government should go about returning the billions of dollars it has collected from importers. But then also acknowledging that process is likely to be a mess, as was acknowledged at oral argument. Though on that note, one of the most vocal anti-tariff organizations in the United States, We Pay the Tariffs, has already launched a national sign-on letter calling for full, fast, and automatic refunds. With the group's director saying, today's Supreme Court decision is a tremendous victory for America's small businesses who have been bearing the crushing weight of these tariffs, but then adding, a legal victory is meaningless without actual relief.
Yeah, and that's where, like, Trump went out there and essentially said, nobody's getting paid back. We don't have to do this. I'm not even going to entertain it. But he has to.
Businesses that paid these tariffs.
Like, it's going to come down to that because, like, dude, he illegally.
Administrations.
Oh man, I don't know how it's going to happen, but he did illegally take money from people. And my brain is just trying to be like, well, what recourse would we have? I don't know.
Only responsible course of action now is to establish a fast, efficient, and automatic refund process that returns tariff money to the businesses that paid it. You also had Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren extending a similar argument to the American people, writing on Twitter, no Supreme Court decision can undo the massive damage that Trump's chaotic tariffs have caused. The American people,
as I said, I personally know someone that lost their business because of the tariffs.
Paid for these tariffs, and the American people should get their money back. And then on top of that, you had California Governor Gavin Newsom, whose state actually sued the federal government over the tariffs, explicitly calling on Trump.
That's one thing that guy knows how to do.
To issue tariff refund checks to Americans, saying, time to pay the piper, Donald. These tariffs were nothing more than an illegal cash grab that drove up prices and hurt working families so you could wreck long-standing alliances and extort them. Every dollar unlawfully taken must be refunded immediately with interest. Cough up. But also, again, right, it's not just the Democrats who are welcoming the Supreme Court's decision here. You had Don Bacon, for example, one of the 6 House Republicans who recently voted to undo some of Trump's tariffs on Canada, saying, the Constitution's checks and balances still works. This was a common sense and straightforward ruling by the Supreme Court, and adding, in the future, Congress should defend.
He's moving $10 billion into the peace board. He'll never pay a thing. We will.
Authorities and not just rely on Supreme Court.
He's already finding the money that way.
But then also Senator Rand Paul.
Well, and then on top of it, he has unilateral control over the board and the spending powers on the board.
Arguing that the court's decision makes plain what should have been obvious, and also arguing that it would prevent Democrats from abusing the Emergency Powers Law in the future, writing, this ruling will also prevent a future president such as AOC from using emergency powers to enact socialism. Which also really quick, Rand, that counts as an endorsement, no take backsies. Right? But also, Rand Paul and Bacon, they're kind of in the minority on the Republican side. And for those Republicans who just really can't get the love and the taste of the boot out of their mouth, the reaction has been different. Senator Bernie Moreno, for example, described the decision as a betrayal and called on his fellow party members to get to work immediately on a reconciliation bill to codify the tariffs that have made our country the hottest country on earth. And as far as Trump, he is taking this especially personally. But he previously called the case one of the most important in U.S. history. He also warned that a decision against him would be a, quote, economic and national security disaster with catastrophic consequences, and even claiming it would literally destroy the United States of America. And today, when he first heard the news, he reportedly blasted the court's decision as a disgrace. And then he later held a press conference to just
Hey, Pinkerbell, good to see you.
Absolutely bash the judges who ruled against him. And that includes the two that he appointed.
I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are
No, they've read the fucking law.
Frankly,
just like the other, dissenting Republican justices. Like, dude, again, you have the majority on the court. You lost. Get over it. When?
To our nation. They're just
Go to Congress, enact your tariffs.
being
Or do you know that you won't get it past there either?
fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it. The very
Oh, great. Now we're at the point of Epstein Files, our smear campaign. Yeah. Welcome to here. I'm going to give you the trophy for the least popular opinion.
patriotic and disloyal to our Constitution.
Wow.
It's my opinion
Have fun
that
with
the
that one.
court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think.
And then with all that, he went off on the normal tangents, making baseless claims about election fraud, and he also praised the judges who ruled on his side.
I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices.
And then, notably, you had Trump confirming that he wasn't giving up, saying that he'd be going in a different direction to keep tariffs in place.
No, but we got a lot of sad people or mad people in the chat today.
While continuing to brazenly insist that he can
I'm so angry because my daddy's angry, so I'm angry.
do it without Congress. And understand, none of that comes as a surprise. This is something that we knew the administration had in mind, and you even had Kavanaugh arguing in his dissent that the court's decision is not likely to greatly restrict presidential tariff authority going forward. And that's because the ruling, it doesn't stop Trump from imposing duties under other laws. But what might have surprised some people is just how fast they move. Or with Trump confirming today that tariffs under other measures,
Meanwhile, you're literally celebrating your celebrity president all the time. Shut up.
Remain in place, and saying that
Shut the fuck
he
up.
would be signing orders today
You're just mad because celebrities don't like you.
to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122. And that allows the president to
And the one thing I'll say about the left in general, nobody worships these motherfuckers.
issue tariffs to address what's called large
You can like people and just be like, yeah, you know what? Cool, celebrity.
and serious United States balance of payment
But once you start going to bat for somebody that you don't even know, yeah, that's when you got a problem.
deficits or other situations that present, quote, fundamental international payments problems. And again, unsurprisingly, this has never been used this way before, and it's unclear that this would be legal the way that he's doing it. Though also, even if it is, it only allows him to impose those tariffs for 150 days, after which they'd need congressional approval. But then also with this, you had Trump saying that they would use another authority, Section 301, to open investigations into unfair trade practices that could result in even more tariffs. So ultimately, while this is a major blow to Trump and you saw him melt down, it also ends up being a day where it's a reminder that he's willing to defy norms, laws, and the Constitution to get his way. So, something to keep our eyes on as we head into the weekend, though very possibly, depending on a number of things, the conversation is going to very quickly transition to Iran. But
Yep. We'll be talking about Iran in a minute, but we're still going to stay with this for now.
Rick Woldenberg, CEO and chairman of Learning Resources, joins me now.
Oh, is he AI?
Rick.
Oh my God, he's using the AI filter. Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh
give
no! Oh no! Turn off the paint filter, dude.
Your reaction. How are you feeling about this decision right now?
Oh no!
We feel vindicated. We asserted that this was an unlawful tax, and the Supreme Court agreed with us. I think that every American can feel good that the rule of law is being applied equally to all of us. That's what underpins our nation and our personal liberties and what makes this country investable.
How much have you lost in tariffs to date? And do you expect to get any of that money back from the government?
Well, I believe the court declared the tariffs unlawful when imposed, so I expect to get all the money back. We spent more than $10 million in 2025, and I don't know what we've spent in 2026. So it will be a lot of money, and we can use it. It's our money, and we want to spend it.
So you're looking to get back, you said, about 10 million. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, at least 10 million. It probably will be more, and they owe us interest too.
Damn, dude.
The White House is insisting that the president is still going to try to impose tariffs one way or another. So if they try to find some kind of workaround, how do you plan on navigating all of that?
Well, I don't know what he's going to do, and I don't want to speculate on that. I'm hoping that everyone will just take a deep breath here and think about, like, what are the real objectives that are the priorities. If the priorities are raising revenue, then go to Congress and have a tax bill where the voters can see you. If there are other priorities, I just ask that the government consider whether it's necessary to kill educational companies that make educational toys in order to get car companies to come back. These are like two different things. Tarring everyone with the same brush has devastating effects on companies like ours.
It's also notable that your suit and others like it were brought by small and medium-sized businesses. A number of large companies have stayed quiet. Others like Costco and Revlon and have not, and they're trying to get back money. But do you expect to hear more from those bigger companies after this ruling?
Costco already came out. I know that this was 3 hours ago, but Costco came out and said that they're doing the same thing.
You know, I don't have expectations
that they're going to sue the federal government.
So other people, everyone makes their own decisions. You know, in a business where I'm third generation in a family business, and the fourth generation is working there.
What hair product do I use?
We're mission driven.
Whatever shampoo my wife gets me.
Some real intimacy between.
I have Nioxin, right? Well, had Nioxin. I used all of it up. So
and
right now I'm just using like kind of the random fancy product.
Legacy and
but she has
of the
tons.
Business, and between us and the folks that work at the company, their
benefit of being with a hairstylist.
Families matter to us. So we felt we had a lot to stand up for. I'm hopeful that other people will look at what's happened and make good choices to defend the communities that matter to them.
We're waiting to hear from President Trump at the White House. What do you want to hear from him, Rick?
I think that all of us are subject to the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. And so I'm hopeful that the administration will work promptly and decisively to return the money to our business. And I'm hopeful that that will be the centerpiece of what he talks about today. I think that the things that he talks about in public as being his priorities are still things that he can pursue. But I don't think
it shows she must be good at her work. She is.
I think he needs to tax us to do that.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions about what that process would look like if the administration does work to repay businesses like yours. Rick Woldenberg, thank you for your time.
All right. Well, that takes us to Iran.
The U.S. military is prepared to strike Iran as early as
Iran
as this weekend, sources are telling CNN. But President Trump, who has
sorry, I got that Chicago accent. Can't help it.
Privately argued for and against strikes, has yet to make a final decision on what to do. This comes amid a significant U.S. military buildup in the region, with another aircraft carrier strike group on,
nice.
on the way. And
damn it, Bakerville, why'd you say
Iran bracing for possible strikes as new satellite images show rapid fortification at several Iranian nuclear facilities, with concrete and large amounts of soil being used to bury key sites. Out front now, Seth Jones, former advisor to the commanding general of U.S. Special Operations Forces in Afghanistan. So, Seth, the military's ready to go, clearly, or they're very close to being so. There are significant assets in the region with this other aircraft carrier strike group on the way. Do you
yeah, they're expecting by Saturday that we're going to start striking.
think it is more likely than not that the U.S. will attack Iran?
I mean, Polymarket, if they have anything to say about it.
Well, Brianna, the fact that we've got now 2 carrier strike groups that will be available in the region, and those are costly deployments. And so I think without a breakthrough in diplomatic negotiations, which we have not seen, that I do think that we're seeing a higher risk of the U.S. conducting strikes. And of course, that then leads to this question about what's the U.S. objective here. I suspect that the U.S. objective is probably going to be limited to things like nuclear facilities.
Yeah,
potentially.
They always say that. Guys, just a little throwback to 2003. This is exactly what they said in Iraq.
Revolutionary Guard Corps sites.
And then they said it was going to be a limited scope of operations and that we would be done within about 2 months.
Rather than bigger objectives like regime change, that
20 years later
is a lot more risky. U.S. doesn't have ground forces there. It doesn't look like it's going to ever put any in. So I think that's sort of where we sit right now.
So when you talk about what that looks like compared to the strikes that the U.S. conducted on Iran's nuclear facilities,
how are you convincing yourself of that, Amber? If it wasn't like such a big deal, then why is he crying so hard? Like, just instead of taking everything he has to say as gospel, just look at how mad he is.
This last summer.
Which I'm going to look at and I enjoy the fuck out of. I also think that you're mad because you don't understand it.
About sites in Tehran.
You're like, nothing's going to change and we're going to make all the money. MAGA.
Are you talking about sites well outside these nuclear facilities? What are you expecting?
Why are you so mad?
So I think it's important to go back to
all this winning. Why are you just so mad?
The Prussian,
so much anger.
Military theorist Karl von Clausewitz, who talks about
Karl von Clausewitz.
War as being a continuation.
Little did you know that that's actually my last name, Erich von Clausewitz.
Politics or policy by other means.
Yeah, that's my other brother.
So I think really the goal, the question.
He didn't become a nihilist like me and Peter.
Here is, what's the U.S. political?
He became something even worse, an accountant.
Objective with Iran right now. If it is largely about targeting Iran's nuclear sites, then I think we'll see something that's somewhat close to Operation Midnight Hammer. But the U.S. is probably also going to have to go after Iranian air defense capabilities, which the Israelis had already taken care of.
That name sounds so German. It's definitely fake.
By the time those bombers,
I'm Sweden von Swedish,
conducted strikes. If the U.S. wants to go after Iran's missile capabilities or partner forces, or even start targeting some of the forces that are cracking down on protesters.
Tragic Mammal, what's up?
Then you're going to see a bigger target set list. And so, again, this all comes back to the administration's political objectives here.
You mentioned regime change and your expectation that is not the goal here. Is that a needle that is easily threaded? I mean, is there a way that the U.S. Objective could, in a way, they could overachieve, for instance, what they may be trying?
Will the stock market drop if this happens? It actually went up.
To do? How do they make?
Because now, like, he kind of did say this, where it's like, yeah, now there's stability. So they're like the market jumped on that, where they're just like, oh, okay, but then it's gonna dip again because we don't know if this has to be paid back. There's a lot of unanswered questions.
Sure, they don't do that.
Well, I think partly it's going to be the target set list that the administration starts going after. So if, again, they're just nuclear...
By the way, guys, if you're enjoying the stream and haven't already hit the like button, please do. It really helps me out.
Nuclear sites like the ones you just showed on the satellite imagery, those are pretty limited objectives. But if we see those, like Tomahawks, for example, going after Islamic Revolutionary Guard sites or Basij sites or other key political targets, for example, decapitation strikes against Iranian political leaders, that starts to move up the escalatory ladder and starts to look much more like weakening the regime and potentially regime change. But again, there are huge risks if the administration goes down that road.
Meanwhile, Iran state media reports that Iran and Russia will stage a joint NATO.
Well, I know that fuel futures went up. So I know you're going to be paying more for gas this weekend.
In the region beginning tomorrow. Joining us now is Democratic Congressman Jim Himes of Connecticut, ranking member on the Intelligence Committee. Do you think an attack is imminent? What are your thoughts on it?
I mean, to be fair, too, Trump said that this would bankrupt the country if the Supreme Court made this ruling. So,
Yeah, look, I think
he might want to be a little more careful with his language because now we can't trust him. Weird.
The president has now conducted a military attack on Caracas, which went
That's all you got is CNN's fake news, but you have nothing else.
flawlessly, and he's conducted
What's so fake about this? Oh, hey, by the way, you should sue him.
a military.
Yeah, if they're actually like committing defamation, like here, you should totally sue.
Attack.
Surefire win in court. Let's go.
The tunnels, the nuclear infrastructure in Iran.
Oh yeah, it's almost like they never do that.
That also went flawlessly. So right now, the president believes that he can do this stuff without much risk, which is, by the way, a very dangerous frame of mind because there's a lot of risk involved. I think that both the United States and the Israelis are aware of the fact that the Iranians are doing carefully what they can to sort of restore what was damaged in the initial attacks. And so, yeah.
They are doing that. They're doing what they can to restore it.
Yeah. Look, they're clearing tunnels. They're restoring electricity. They're doing stuff in tunnels that we can't see.
Tunnels. It's back to the tunnels.
So, I mean, I think they're probably doing everything they can.
And then they're going to say, it's because of these tunnels. We can't get their leadership. We're going to have to commit to a little bit of a longer operation.
To try to rebuild what.
And then it's going to be like boots on the ground. No, not yet. Boots on the ground. No, not yet. Boots on the ground. Well, we need boots on the ground.
Was destroyed a number of months ago. So when you say imminent, is it this week? I don't know. The president will be satisfied with something that is cinematic, that makes a big boom and destroys and breaks a lot of stuff. That's what happened in Caracas. He doesn't care so much about the longer questions of regime change, which are much more challenging.
Right, so which raises the question, what would be the objective of a U.S. action against Iran? I mean, if it's not regime change.
Well, remember, this is President Trump, so his objective would be to do something which thrills people cinematically, right? I mean, this is what the president does, right? He appoints people to his cabinet who look good, who play the part. So, he will be very satisfied with a lot of explosions and a lot of broken stuff in Iran. That doesn't lead to regime change. And in fact, I have a lot of Iranian diaspora folks in my district, and they say, we really hope, especially since Donald Trump told.
They did this with the fucking Venezuelans, too. I have a bunch of Venezuelans in my district they love this. They love this.
The protesters that we would be there, that he is there. The question is, what does it mean?
Jesus Christ.
To be there? Regime.
And you people you criticize the left where, the left always uses people disingenuously.
Change.
Uh-huh.
Can't happen just from the air. I mean, you might get lucky, right? You might break enough stuff.
There it is. There it is. They're already planting the seeds that they're going to have to do a ground invasion. Fucking A.
That the regime.
God damn, I'm good at this because I already lived through this shit. If you're in high school, you guys better get ready for some army recruiters coming to your high school because, oh boy.
Collapses. The probability of that is pretty
low,
though. So when you start talking about regime change, you start looking at Iraq.
And then you can expect ICE to go over there.
You start looking at Afghanistan, where we actually had a lot of troops on the ground. And that's a place where the president has never gone.
I mean, he was.
Chris Daggett, F Trump, F ICE, ignorance is bliss.
To take.
Ignorance is bliss, but you shouldn't live in ignorance. You can always watch this show and have fun with us. Listen, this show is about getting a little bit high and watching and learning the news of the day, but also we don't freak out.
Take over government facilities to get the names of.
I really am I will be reporting on literally like the end of days, and I'll just be like, this is wild, bro.
People who were attacking them, that help was on the way.
So, yeah. Hope you guys enjoy the show and join the circle.
Exactly. And I mean, when that happened,
and pass to the left.
It sort of broke my heart, right? Because if you
that's a new insult for the right wingers. It's like, you pass to the right, don't you?
You're going to say that. And we've done this. We did this in Iraq, right? When
you break the rotel.
A U.S. president sort of said, rebel to the Shiites under Saddam Hussein. And they did, and they got brutally murdered.
Mark DeGloria, what's your favorite food?
Murdered, and we did not show up for them. And there's a long and ugly history of this. So,
I bet it's Cox.
Again, presumably the president, when he said that, he didn't appreciate the fact that they believed that we would be there in force, not just dropping bombs on battleships, because we can do that really easily without a lot of risk. Mm-hmm. But anyway, when the president said that, it really worried me because a lot of people.
Let's not do that.
Could wind up dead.
In terms of an operation in the skies over Iran, I mean, the U.S. had pretty much, by the time the U.S. struck, they had freedom of movement in the skies over Iran. Is that still the the situation?
No, it's not. As you might imagine.
Well, I don't know. We're gonna have to do an audit of the 2024 election because winning all 5 of those swing states is a little sus. And since Trump is all about election integrity going back to 2020, we might as well. We gotta cross the T's, dot the I's.
In a matter of months, the Iranians have worked pretty hard to rebuild their air defenses. So every day that goes by, and this is why your question about is an attack imminent?
Minnesota has fallen.
The clock is ticking. Right, every day that goes by,
you couldn't even spell Minnesota right, dummy.
The Iranians improve their air.
This guy kind of proves why education is indeed important.
Defenses.
Make sure you read to your kids, folks, because you don't want to turn out like this guy. Holy shit, Mark DeGloria. Yeah, you don't want to turn out like Mark. Trump vows to use even stronger methods to keep his tariffs. I could destroy the country. All right. President Donald Trump raged during the White House presser on Friday, addressing the Supreme Court decision, striking down the emergency tariffs, blah, 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 blah. Trump vowed to use even stronger measures to keep the tariffs in place, riffing at one point that he has many alternatives at his disposal and can even destroy the country. Trump began his remarks by ripping it into the courts and the Democrats while declaring, "Today I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged." He later wildly accused the justices on the court of being under foreign influences and added, "They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me." More is a symbol of economic national. More is a symbol of economic national security, and also, I would say, just for our country itself, so important because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. The good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes, and authorities, as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the EPA tariffs available to me as the President of the United States. He continued arguing that he will be able to keep his tariffs in place using other methods. Later in his remarks, Trump expanded on what some of those powers could be. "We have alternatives, great alternatives. Could be more money. We'll take in more money and we'll be a lot stronger for it. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We'll continue to do so. To show how ridiculous the opinion is, however, the court has said that I'm not allowed to charge even $1. I can't even charge $1. Trump fumed, adding, "I can't charge $1." I'm not going to read that whole thing. All right, cool. Oh, man. Fucking A. This is funny. All right. I'm not ready to do this segment yet. Give me 1 second. There it is. Oh, shit. Well, that was cool.
Hold 3 of the 4.
Here we go. Epstein bombshell.
4 interviews from the Epstein files, the DOJ has granted Maxwell potential blackmail on the sitting president of the United States. Maxwell has held this leverage over Trump since her team received the files in batches from the DOJ prosecutors. If DOJ had released those
Yeah, it's not, dude, no one's getting hired at these factories. Even if he brings the factories back, you're not going to make anything from it. You're not going to benefit from this.
Interviews with the Epstein files, as it appears, the law absolutely requires any leverage Maxwell
While I disagree with a lot of the policies that Bill Clinton did to industrialize us, because yes, it benefited a bunch of these global conglomerations that wanted cheaper labor. But now the cat's already out of the bag, dude. And now you ever tried to herd a cat?
There would be gone. Instead, Trump's DOJ, starring Pam Bondi, Todd Blanchard.
Now we're too far gone. The AI is literally so, God, what's the word I'm looking for? They're already planning to use the AI. Like they were doing that from the beginning. So this idea that they're bringing back industry is just not true.
Mention Cash Patel, let her keep it.
You can help build the only independent.
But also, Yeah, Epstein Files.
News outlet, always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents a day.
Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you go straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan.
Brooklyn, New York.
Government sending one more you to the residents of Chicago.
We need as many independent voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Hey, it's JT Siskowski with
It's just a bunch of fucking politicians.
Status Coup. New reporting is showing that from the Epstein files, we can tell that Ghislaine Maxwell has the potential for blackmail over President Donald Trump. And this goes beyond just what you might assume that, oh, maybe Ghislaine knows something. No, she has actual documents in her possession.
What?
That she could threaten to release to the general public, that Trump's own Department of Justice has chosen not to release as part of the Epstein files, even though it really should have. Let's get into this reporting right now. This is from Roger Sullenberger, who is a former political reporter at the Daily Beast, and now he is writing over on Substack and has done some incredible reporting.
Cheers.
On the
Mountain Time.
Epstein files. And here you see the headline: DOJ deleted record revealing that Maxwell holds potential blackmail over Trump. On Wednesday, I reported that the Justice Department had removed from its Epstein file database
Hey, Vixen, how's it going?
a key document about
How
a
you doing?
woman who told the FBI that Donald Trump sexually assaulted her when she was a child. By Thursday evening,
Like
it
I
was
said,
once
hope you guys
again
are doing well.
live. This is that document in question. That
Also, welcome to everybody
was
joining us.
removed briefly
I'm Pat.
from
Nice to meet you.
the Epstein files. I shouldn't say briefly. We don't know exactly how long. It was sometime between January 31st, when a version of this file had been archived through the Internet Archive in the Wayback Machine, and then Thursday night when it was restored. But all it is, it's a document that shows all of the evidence that was handed over to Ghislaine Maxwell's defense team.
Oh, so somebody did a FOIA on the Todd Blanche meeting
was
then.
documents related to witnesses that
Good
the
call.
Trump that the Department of Justice was not going to call in Ghislaine Maxwell's trial. They were
God, I
not
love the Internet Archive. Me
gonna
too.
call these witnesses, but they still turned over evidence about those witnesses.
Am I slow?
Witnesses, including
Oh, what the hell, Vixen? Why you got to be mean all of a sudden?
interview notes with a woman who claimed
Literally sitting here agreeing with you, and now you're just. I hope that wasn't directed towards me.
and the FBI seemed to deem her claim credible.
Oh, you're talking to Dirty Money. I was about to say, I'm like, what the fuck?
She had been sexually and physically assaulted by Trump in the early to mid 1980s.
No, I'm good.
So this evidence
saw
was
it was
handed
you
over to
asking,
Ghislaine
I was like,
Maxwell,
huh?
including the notes from these conversations, from 3 of these 4
good.
conversations that the FBI had with this woman, because they only took notes on 3 of those conversations, according to this document that was removed. So that is in Maxwell's possession. Those documents are still with her and her defense team. Let's get back to the reporting here, where he lays out in pretty good detail, why this
Well,
is a
you have to baby your speech for TOS. I'm not going to risk my channel just because you're getting a little upset.
problem. It's unclear.
Sorry, man. That's just how it goes. Dude, I just dealt with this where a chatter had to go over to Twitch because they had their account shadowed. So calm down.
Why the DOJ deleted the document.
I don't want to even bring this up, but bro,
in the first place. It's also
I get it. This is maddening.
Clear why they put it back up after my reporting, which included a screenshot of the relevant information and a link to an Internet Archive of the full record. The information in the document pertaining to the Trump accuser, whom the DOJ identifies as a victim of Jeffrey Epstein in the early to mid 1980s, doesn't appear altered in any way.
Appreciate that.
However, the existence of this record, more specifically, the public knowledge of it existence, carries significant implications when it comes to the president and his DOJ's posture against Epstein co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. That's because this document shows the FBI conducted not just 1, but 4 interviews with Trump's accuser. And as I reported Wednesday, while the government gave all 4 of those interviews to Maxwell's legal team ahead of her trial, the government gave only 1 of those 4 interviews to us in the Epstein files. So that is the leverage. That is the leverage that Ghislaine potentially has over the Trump administration. In other words, this document shows that in choosing to withhold 3 of the 4 interviews from the Epstein files, the DOJ has granted Maxwell potential blackmail on the sitting president of the United States. And one thing that I want to take care to call out here is also that this does not necessarily mean that in these other interview notes that Ghislaine has, that there is damaging information against Donald Trump. We don't know. We don't know what's in those because they have not been released as part of the Epstein files. And that's something that we're about to get into here in this reporting, but it's something that I want to stress myself as well. We don't know what's in there, but just the fact that we don't know is kind of the problem, is that this is information that is not public, that Ghislaine Maxwell has, and it creates a power imbalance where the Department of Justice has deemed that it's not going to release these other interview notes, even though it has released 1 of the 3 that it has, but it won't release the others. That calls into question what's in there. In the first set of interview notes, there is some references made to allegations against, or the potential that Trump is bound up in some of the abuse that Jeffrey Epstein committed. So if there's more detail in these interviews, it holds open the possibility that,
well, this is why, like, he either needs to just get the pardon over so we can all be outraged and figure that one out, or just, I don't know, man.
Maxwell could use it as leverage over the Trump administration. We already know she's getting incredible treatment in prison right now. She's being held in a minimum security prison, and the warden at that facility has expressed frustration that he felt like he was Ghislaine Maxwell's bitch because she gets all of this preferential treatment, and he is expected to cater to a lot of what she wants. So this Department of Justice under this president is giving her preferential treatment inside of the prison system, and it's not exactly clear why. All right, I want to return here now to the reporting. Maxwell has held this leverage over Trump since her team received the files in batches from the DOJ prosecutors as a standard part of her trial prep in 2021. In April, July, and October, the records show. If DOJ had released those interviews with the Epstein files, as it appears the law absolutely requires, any leverage Maxwell had there would be gone. Instead, Trump's DOJ, starring Pam Bondi, Todd Blanche, and Kash Patel, let her keep it. And that's something that's really important to note. These should be released. These are all part of the Epstein files, and the law that Congress passed requiring these documents be released only allowed for exceptions for redactions in the case of...
But again, this was kind of one of the problems, is they didn't really put any provisions on what the penalties would be if they didn't meet the quotas.
National security or
not quotas, but you know what I mean, the deadlines.
For
quotas.
To protect victims. But we've already seen that the redactions inside of these documents have been far more extensive than that. And the Department of Justice is also required to explain to Congress why it made the redactions that it did. And yet we have gotten no sort of all-encompassing accounting or detailed accounting of why.
Status Quo actually gave permissions, so you actually picked the wrong video to say that about.
And
so fuck you.
How the Department of Justice made these redactions. So this Department of Justice is
it's almost like us on the left. We want to work together to kind of create better media spaces. So we don't do this thing where we fucking gatekeep a whole bunch of stuff just because.
In flagrant just disregard for the law. If you or I failed to follow a
LOL, okay, copy, I'll eat crow, fair enough. Oops.
By Congress, you can bet your sweet ass.
I love that. I will admit this. You literally picked like the Status Quo. Any other video like Piers Morgan, sure, like maybe like
that the federal government would come down on you like a hammer, that you would have the full weight.
Literally the one that I asked for permissions to use.
Department of Justice, of this government, of this system that we have in place in this country.
Also, shout out Status Quo again for being fucking awesome.
To be brought.
Their coverage has been, I mean, now I'm actually going to do the thing. Status Coup is one of the best news sites ever.
To bear against you. But when it's somebody who's in a position,
They're on the ground coverage. This guy right here, you're not getting any better. And it's kind of nice to just get on the ground reporting. No fucking, little bits of bias. Even though now that they're doing the off the ground reporting, yes,
position
going to get a little bit of that leftist bias.
power that is potentially benefiting from not following the law, suddenly it's a different set of rules that apply. You would hope that Democrats, as the opposition party in this
would actually do something.
Would, actually start to call out this administration for at least not following the law in this case and releasing more of these Epstein files. But then,
well, no, I mean, holding Pamela Bondi in contempt of court, any of these people.
And actually bringing up that it is actively covering up for the president in allegations of rape, sexual, and physical assault that are levied against him in these documents, a few of which were even proven or deemed credible by the FBI. But we're seeing surprisingly few, considering how serious these allegations are, Democrats actually stand up and make this a central issue. But one of them who is Ted Lieu, Representative Ted Lieu of California. He actually is seized on this reporting that I just presented to you. And this is what he had to say. He said, "Dear Attorney General Pam Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, does the Justice Department have Epstein file documents, photos, or videos that you have not released or have retracted that include Donald Trump? If so, why have you not released them?" That is relevant not only in this revelation that Maxwell potentially has leverage over Donald Trump, but it is also relevant because we've seen and we've brought you analysis that it could be as little as 2% of all the data that the FBI acquired in its FBI investigation from seizing hard drives and disks from Epstein's various residences and properties that he owns, that really only 2% of that data has actually been released. And photos and videos, in the case of data, take up a lot more space than documents do. So it stands to reason that there's a lot of photo and videos here as well that have not been, or potentially have not been, released as part of the Epstein files. Ted Lieu has also not been afraid to call out some of these allegations that have been leveled against the president directly.
So why are Republicans so interested in Bill and Hillary Clinton? It's because they're trying to distract from the fact that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files thousands and thousands of times. In those files, there's highly disturbing allegations of Donald Trump raping children, of Donald Trump threatening to kill children.
I mean, yes.
So I encourage your press.
Just remember, for every time that you're just like, they're just allegations, would you apply that same logic to anybody else that you don't agree with? Just
to go look at these.
I know it's a small ask for Mago, but it's just like, guys, can you at least do that? Like
allegations. And I'm highly disturbed that Deputy Attorney General Todd
that you would
Blanche
just
got
be like,
the
well,
law wrong. Yesterday, he said, essentially, that it is not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, that's actually not correct. If Jeffrey Epstein was human trafficking minors for these sex parties, and you show up and patronize the establishment at that party, yes, you're guilty, because patronizing is
Pinkerbell, I just sent something to Mod Chat, by the way.
part of the law of the federal sex trafficking.
What's up, Mouse's House? It's good to see you.
Law. So Deputy General Todd Blanche just got that wrong, which maybe explains why they aren't investigating.
Also, Fred Glenn Sadford, welcome to the show.
All these folks, including Donald Trump. He needs to read the law and investigate these people. He also needs to resign, not only for not knowing the law, but a massive, not only screw up, but the biggest privacy violation in history.
Anybody on that list, Democrat or Republican, should be arrested. Yep.
They release.
Plain and simple.
A lot of.
That's why, like, for anybody in chat, like, just save the gotchas. Like, if you're trying to go, like, well, how would you feel if X Democrat or, this celebrity got locked? Not going to work on me. Then, like, my answer is the same for every single one of them. Lock them up.
A lot of pictures of minors.
All of them.
Unredacted. Just violated the privacy of these girls. It is uncalled for what.
Pretty easy, right?
They did. The one.
But what I keep seeing is in MAGA, they're just like,
yeah, but then Trump, you know what? This is just a witch hunt against him. Only him.
Thing that they could not.
It all falls apart. Like, they know they're cooked with this Epstein stuff. Like, Epstein is not going away.
Under this law was to invade the privacy of these women now who were girls at the time who were victims of sex trafficking. Also, he met with Ghislaine Maxwell. Maxwell moved her to minimum security prison and then got a puppy for her. So for all those reasons, he's just got to leave the Department of Justice.
Now, the Department of Justice did respond directly.
I'll be honest, it's a little fucking weird that his personal attorney, who had no prosecutory experience, is just, you know,
to what Ted Lieu just said.
What, the second in command at DOJ?
There, you would think that it would be acknowledging the pain and suffering that it has caused for the victims, or trying to address head on about how it intends to follow up on some of these investigations. But no, that's not the case. Here is actually what the Department of Justice had to say in response to that video I just played for you. First, these salacious, insane accusations are in the library, meaning the Epstein files, unredacted. I want to pause there and just note that that is absolutely not true. These documents are riddled with redactions, including these accusations that are made against Donald Trump. So we don't have the full context there. And we also haven't gotten an explanation for those redactions as is required by the law. But the DOJ goes on and says, second, they were found to have zero credibility. That's also not true, as Ted Lieu will address in just a moment. At Ted Lieu is a disgrace who pushes baseless accusations to further his political ambition. Do better, Ted. To which Ted Lieu responds, Dear Department of Justice, you lie. Documents show that a witness called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center tip line, and it states that the girl directly told him that Trump raped her. DOJ never interviewed the witness. Why do you redact it?
Right.
Another document shows the FBI's.
These are the easiest ones to just bring up and be like, bro.
The FBI.
If he's not guilty, then why?
Guy's own slideshow has two credible.
Although, let's be honest, this is kind of the same logic for all of this. It's just like, wait, why redact the rich people? I thought you said you're protecting the victims, but then you released the list with all the victims and all the perps actually blacked out. It's almost like you're trolling us. What's up, Kenzie? Good to see you.
Crimes against Trump. This is the tip of the iceberg, and you're running into it. That is all true. I've looked at these documents myself. There is the Trump administration never followed up with one accusation against Donald Trump, and there are two accusations that are included in a presentation that was made by the FBI that detailed two credible allegations against the president. Now, credible is different than proven. It just means that these were deemed credible and not just, crazy rantings by the FBI, that these could have more legitimacy to them, but they have not yet been proven. In response, the Department of Justice said, Ted Lieu, she spoke. In response, the Department of Justice said, Ted Lieu, she spoke with the FBI and her claims were deemed not credible. This was all
totally got him. Oh my
unredacted,
God.
as we said. And Ted Lieu points out that there was a community note added to that post that said the FBI record describes a third-party caller reporting what a girl allegedly told him. It does not show the girl herself being interviewed by the FBI. The DOJ has said that the allegation is unfounded and false, but that differs from she spoke with the FBI. And Ted Lieu points.
Yeah, Trump is just an innocent. He's just an innocent party and everything, and everybody's just trying to smear him.
Out the Twitter's community notes
He
show
does everything
I was
right,
you
nothing
lie.
wrong
Also,
ever.
why did the Justice Department recently
He's a special
delete
boy.
documents alleging Trump committed crimes? And are you really that stupid that you think deleting documents after you've already posted them makes them go away? And that's the big theme in all of this, right? That's the big theme in so much of what we are tracking here, is that this Department of Justice is seeing fit to apparently remove documents from the Epstein files in hopes that nobody will notice that they are gone. In fact, it's only through the detailed reporting of tenacious reporters like Roger Sullenberger and Status Coup that we are going through and combing through all of these documents to find all of these things that we even notice that they go missing in the first place. So if you want to follow along as we continue to report out what is in these documents or support this work that we are doing, please go to statuscoup.com/.
Here we go. You want to go to status quo? You want to follow the status quo if you don't already. Mm-hmm. There we go. All right. Oh, by the way, this thing's fucked up. It's called a sea bunny. Apparently, it's it uses these like little receptors. It doesn't have eyes or anything like that. It's just like essentially like a big digestive system that kind of crawls around. Anemones. All right. Here we go.
Or we're involved in this trafficking.
I hate this guy's reporting, but here.
It is very frustrating the fact that there are no Republicans here today. I wish there were Republicans because sex trafficking should not be a D versus R issue. It should be a bipartisan issue. Everybody should be invested in finding the truth right now.
Comer?
What the fuck was that?
And his committee doesn't even care about the man who started this hellscape. They don't even show up for his deposition.
The arrest of Andrew Mappan Windsor in the United Kingdom marked something extraordinary. A member of the British royal family taken into custody in connection with evidence emerging from the Epstein files.
Again, people ask whether this investigation that we're doing in Congress is working.
And then they're doing the thing where, like, with Les Wexner, where they are giving him the benefit of the doubt.
And then you see people losing their jobs. You see people getting arrested now. Just people like Prince Andrew, actual royalty, getting arrested. When has that ever happened in recent history, right? And so that's why our investigation is so important, is because victims are getting at least some form of accountability, and they're seeing the people that trafficked them or were involved in this trafficking finally see consequences to their actions.
Yeah.
And so this is really important, and that's why I'm so glad that this happened, and there needs to be more of it. And frankly, it's happening in Europe, but it's not happening enough.
So I'll just say this. If you find that more comments are getting blocked than usual, that's when I know that YouTube is starting to get to that point of like shadow.
In the United States.
That's right. A royal figure investigated.
Oh my God, he totally does have.
Questioned, subject to legal process. A development that in turn
WWE delivery, NPR microphone
set
settings.
Off a blunt reaction here in the United States. And if you were to tune into the likes of Morning Joe and listen to Joe Scarborough, he had some scathing words directed at the U.S. Department of Justice.
Live on WWE tonight.
In particular.
Donald Trump's coming into the ring.
Gravity still holds. Moral gravity
with Ooh MAGA
still holds in government.
Hair versus hair match 2.0.
You know, JD.
And after it, the ref is fired.
Vance
I actually do not do a very good Vince McMahon.
He's looking down the end of his little nose at Europe. Well, at least they have shame in Europe. If somebody was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, there are consequences. No consequences here. And again, I keep saying it. Republicans are too stupid to listen to me because they've always been too stupid to do what's in their best interest.
Ex-Republican, or, Mr. I was a Republican congressman.
This is your own base you're screwing. This is your own base you're ignoring. This is your own base that you're saying, hey, don't trust anything we Republicans say. You're doing that to yourself.
Gmod, you like to hate watch me a lot.
And all the money and all the campaign stops by the president, all of that doesn't help. That actually makes things worse for you because you're covering up for people who consorted with Jeffrey Epstein. Good luck with that.
On Morning Joe, Joe Scarborough, well, he didn't mince his words. He argued that if British authorities are willing to pursue accountability at that level against a royal, then American institutions should be asking themselves why similar urgency has not materialized around powerful U.S. figures whose names and communications appear.
This should be the most obvious thing ever.
Countless times in the Epstein-related disclosures. Scarborough's critique wasn't subtle at all, and, it didn't take a genius to figure out who he...
I'll just say this much. I'm glad that he's not using the, oh, that's gotta hurt.
He was aiming it at. He accused parts of...
The guy's been using the same drops for fucking almost 9 years.
The Republican Party of selective outrage, how they demand investigations when politically convenient. How many times have they discussed Bill Clinton? But retreating when scrutiny brushes up against wealthy donors or
Tallarico is a
connected
I give one like
figures within their own orbit, which is why we're not caring about what side of the political realm you're on. Hold them all to account.
They're protecting Republicans. And so, again, if you did something horrific or if you were extraordinarily close to Jeffrey Epstein, if you got caught lying time and time again about your relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, if you're a Republican, this same party.
What do you mean by opposite world?
That talked about getting to the bottom of the Epstein files, which we've been talking about on this show since 2015, when very few other people, other than Julie Brown in Miami, were talking about it.
Yeah.
Now, if you're a Republican, you're off the hook. In fact, Comer and his committee doesn't even care about the man who started this hellscape. They don't even show up for
Party of Law and Order, everyone.
his deposition. That tells you how hypocritical and how morally bankrupt on this Epstein issue they are.
And his framing was direct.
Morning Joe thought Biden wasn't senile. Yeah, that's why it's hard to listen to this like them sometimes.
Accountability cannot be part.
But they're also, the ones who bow down and kiss Trump's foot first. So
Listen, if it applies to princes, it must apply to billionaires, executives, and political insiders, regardless of.
As they even said, we want to try and heal and we want to be fair. But then it only lasted a little bit because they were just like, Jesus Christ, it just doesn't stop.
The political spectrum they're on. One of the subtexts in the Morning Joe discussion involved high-profile financiers, including figures such as Les Wexner, whose past associations with Epstein have been publicly documented and scrutinized as he sat down for a oversight hearing.
I mean,
I would go to some,
everybody knew it.
Some of the Victoria's Secret fashion shows.
Everybody knows it. Like anybody who lives in Ohio, they have been saying the same shit that it's like, no, this guy's been a creep.
It was very important to the brand. At some of the fashion shows, Jeffrey was there and some Trump was there. And I remember because Trump would always introduce himself to me. And I always thought it was kind of odd that he was at the fashion show because he had nothing to do with fashion.
But there was one group of congressional lawmakers who were missing from that hearing. That's right, congressional Republicans. Not one showed up to that hearing. How can that be possible? They call themselves the most transparent administration in history, and not one GOP member of Congress attends a hearing involving someone with major ties to the person that all of this is connected to.
It's been
Yeah,
clear
you know why? Because he contributed to most of their fucking campaigns.
to us, at least the way Mr. Wexler has presented this, that he, according to him, has not been was questioned by the FBI or the DOJ about Mr. Epstein. How
Crockett's losing it in the
outrageous.
polls. Good. I mean, honestly, I hope Tallarico wins because he has a really good shot of taking that seat. Trust me. That's the reason that the Republicans are terrified of Tallarico.
Is that
because he's got Jesus on his side.
He's someone that's been named by survivors, someone that's in
All
the
right.
files
While we do this, let's see what I get.
more than most people, someone that's clearly the financial benefactor to Jeffrey Epstein and has not been contacted or interviewed by the FBI or the DOJ? What the hell is going on? That is shameful.
It is.
We should be ashamed as a government. The survivors deserve justice. And so that's something that we are going to continue to press today and certainly press with Pam Bondi and the DOJ.
It is very frustrating the fact that there are no Republicans here today. I wish there were Republicans because sex trafficking should not be a D versus R issue. It should be a bipartisan issue. Everybody should be invested in finding the truth right now. And the fact that we've had so little cooperation from the Republicans on the House Oversight Committee, that the DOJ has actively tried to obstruct this investigation, that is shameful, and it will go down as a permanent mark on the records of people like Pam Bondi and Donald Trump.
Fire breather?
I mean, the contrast could not be more distinct. In the United Kingdom, you have a royal figure detained for questioning. In Norway, they're pursuing criminal action regarding one of their former prime ministers. But here in the US, you can't even get a GOP congressional member to show up to a hearing. And the attorney general is, when questioned, screaming about the Dow. when you have survivors there demanding justice.
Well, where are the rest of the
Pokemon cards.
Why?
Oh, Fred's disappointed in me.
Why did they release victims' names? They took extra.
It's one of the little things in life. Come on.
Time,
they
they said, to be safe. And, you know, what are these redactions? Now, we may get to see those redactions. Hopefully, we can go to the DOJ before she shows up on Wednesday and see how responsive
hell
they
yeah.
are to us in person. But, you know, she's not, if you notice, they don't put her out in front anymore. They put Todd Blanche out in front because she's been all over the map. She has no credibility on this. She said there are there's a ton of files. They're on my desk. I'm going to release them. And then she said there's nothing but, you know, child sexual abuse material, and nobody wants to see that. And then she said, oh, we found a whole bunch more, and there are going to be more investigations. But what are those investigations, for instance?
Yeah.
And so there's a whole host of questions for her, but I'm glad that she's coming to judiciary. She hasn't been there since.
Thank you.
And she's been attorney general.
I mean, they had the chance to question a possible conspirator here, and they just don't show up. It's no wonder that the public do not trust a single thing that Pam Bondi and the rest of the Republican Party are saying on this matter. Public polling already shows deep dissatisfaction with how the Epstein files have been handled in the US. Overwhelming majority of Americans say that they believe powerful people avoid consequences. Significant portions of voters say that they suspect information is being withheld.
It's done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files.
I'm reclaim my time. I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock.
Stop the clock. The legislation. This is
Time belongs to the gentleman.
I hate her so much. You know what? The majority of the country does. Even MAGA hates her.
California. Okay.
Only the most sycophantic actually think that she's cool.
I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is on videotape. You said there's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the
I'm not. He just got banned.
Men who patronized his operation. And as we say here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you.
Also, I have a 3-strike rule here, okay, man? Like, chill.
If you had any decency,
this
you
isn't
would.
one of the normal streams that you watch, like from leftists, where I just ban everybody that pisses me off.
Resign right after this hearing concludes.
But yes, I think that he did reach his second or third.
When that public skepticism collides,
I trust my mods, okay?
With visible accountability overseas, the comparison becomes unavoidable. This administration are just simply not doing their job.
Thanks for watching.
You're welcome. God damn it. They bought the same fucking cookie cutter house. I swear to God. Like, they all moved to Pasadena into the same fucking neighborhood and just bought the same fucking house. That's kind of fucking weird. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, interesting. All right.
We've got to talk about Nick Shirley, this MAGA influencer who's almost like a king to the MAGA side right now. And he just went on another
the people you choose for representation is comical.
Looking for fraud. If you remember, this is the individual who apparently uncovered fraud in Minnesota. He started the whole conversation about this
I'll
fraud.
admit that the Leering Center thing, that's hilarious. But then you find out that that's not one of the ones that actually took money.
With this video that not only was
that was also funny,
full of rampant misinformation and just BS, but also a bunch of claims that we've known about, fraud that has been targeted, fraud that was prosecuted in I think 2022 or 2023, fraud that's been talked about forever. This is like it stuns me every single day, the things that we see in this country, and the fact that this is like the right-wing king right now is crazy. He's just like a 22-year-old who I don't want to be mean, a little stupid. I mean, he's kind of a stupid guy. Okay,
yeah, he's very stupid.
It's just the reality.
And you should be mean. Like, my God. See, this is why I can't stand these guys, like, these kids. We're going to watch the Hassan-Adam Mockler debate. He's Adam Mockler's employee, again, friend or whatever the fuck. But, like, these guys, like, as much as they're good at this, I also look at them as shithead, not even 25-year-olds. Like, trust me, they got some growing to do.
All this. Before we do, though, if you don't know who I am, if you clicked on this video and you're like, I thought this was Adam Mockler's channel, don't worry, it is. Don't worry. My name is Chris Mowry. I do a daily show here on the Adam Mockler channel, so make sure you're subscribed to both me and Adam Mockler right down below. It would mean a lot if you checked out my channel. I just hit 150,000 subscribers. You guys have shown so much love.
Supporting Hassan, I'm out.
On these videos, on my channel, and from the bottom of my heart. I hope you know I wake up every day, and I'm so grateful for each and every one of you for watching these videos, for clicking like, for clicking subscribe.
Wait, Pep, there's a Christane Center in Muskogee, Oklahoma. Not Christian, but Christane.
It means the world, truly. All right, now that you're subscribed, and maybe you hit like, let's hop right into this. This is
the Mockler debate. Hassan debate was kind of boring in my opinion. Well, I get to speed it up and also skip through whatever I want to. So that's why
friend Isaiah Martin, love Isaiah Martin. He perfectly explained what's going on. So let's start here.
Appreciate the heads up, though.
And we'll talk a little more.
So Nick Shirley went to California to try to go find voter fraud.
California's got some weird things going on.
This time they claimed they found a dog that was registered to vote. You had Elon and all the Republican senators posting about this. This was their big discovery. Except that was already debunked. The woman that registered her dog to vote was literally a registered Republican and literally was already...
But this is what happened in Minnesota. Like the fraud was already being investigated, and you even had some prosecutions, but did MAGA mention that? No.
Already charged for this exact...
Now they're getting what they wanted out of this. He went to California, said a dog voted, and now you have MAGA going, a dog voted. That's all they wanted out of this.
Same thing. Her ballot was rejected.
Facts? Who cares?
It did not count, and she was held accountable. Thank you, Nick, for proving that our voting system works. The only fraud that Nick Shirley is exposing is himself.
Yeah, beautifully said. And again, it's the exact same. First of all, I appreciate Isaiah Martin for making this video. It's the same stuff we saw with Nick Shirley before, where he makes these claims. Oh, look at this voter fraud I found. Look at this fraud in Minnesota I found. It's like we've been prosecuting this.
Every accusation is a confession
about this. But yes, this went so.
It seems like it's kind of a trend, so yeah.
So viral.
We wouldn't say it if it wasn't so fucking prevalent.
On Twitter, before I read Governor Gavin Newsom's response, again, this has 20...
And how many times has there been a Republican that like made their whole thing, anti-gay rights, and then it turns out that they themselves were gay?
52 million views and 98,000 likes on Twitter.
You guys remember the bathroom guy?
Twitter is a right-wing hellhole, as many of
airport
you
bathroom
probably
guy?
know. But it's disappointing to know that that's one of probably the most viewed
Denny Hester
tweets this week, finding this voter fraud. Governor Newsom responding after hyping up massive fraud. For a month, Nick came up empty, so he posted a video about a Republican who committed voter fraud, got caught, and was prosecuted. Slow Shirley is welcome to extend his visit and enroll in California's free community college. He clearly needs it. Honestly, I think this being a great response from Governor Newsom's team, I'm actually going to retweet it right now, live. Mike Garfano, you may have seen on this channel. For those of you who don't remember, quote, independent journalist Nick Shirley is the same guy who once paid Hispanic day laborers to hold up pro-Biden signs in front of the White House so he could make a video about it. I mean, this guy is just like a massive grifter, right? We have people, Biden 2024, Mr. Biden best president. Like this guy, Nick Shirley is just like so disgusting. Migrant for Biden. And if we read the article attached here, Washington, New York, one late afternoon day in May.
Oh my God, he literally got caught paying protesters? Holy shit. Holy shit.
Half dozen
Holy shit.
Hispanic day laborers
Holy shit. This is insane.
Each to parade in front.
What the fuck? They actually fucking caught this motherfucker on camera paying protesters. Dude!
For the White House on camera holding signs with slogans like "I love
All
Biden,"
right.
"I need work permit for my family." Again, Nick Shirley, so effing
Wow.
just disgusting. The stunt was orchestrated by Nick Shirley, a pro-Trump online influencer who often asks migrants on camera if they support Democratic President Joe Biden or think he made it easier for them to come to the U.S. So again, literally just like astroturfing.
This is a level of fucking like grifter that
these things and pretending things
And then MAGA's out here, these paid protesters at no case.
are happening that aren't. One of my favorite clips from Nick Shirley, going back a little bit, again, to kind of re-emphasize how dumb this shit is. And I excuse my language, I just don't understand why this is the poster child for,
Excuse my language? Who the fuck are you catering to?
for MAGA. I mean, I guess I do, because we've fallen this low. I mean, this is like the only, this actually, maybe now that I'm thinking about it, it makes perfect sense that this is the poster child for MAGA, because it's just so dumb and stupid and ridiculous. CNN actually pressed him on his original claims of fraud in Minnesota that I have tweeted out. I think Nick Shirley holds at least some responsibility for the 2 Americans who were executed on camera, Nicole Good and Alex Preddy, because, you know, the Trump administration surged all these people to Minnesota after this video, and that's, again, so indicative of where we're at. The White House paying, you know,
Nick Shirley's mom is a serious grifter because we know it's not Nick that's coming up with these schemes.
literally making decisions like that based on some 22-year-old YouTuber. But they did it because the video went viral and it's good for them politically. Oh, let's take cameras and go harass people who don't look like me and you. Take a look at this video of CNN pressing Nick Shirley. So good.
CNN, can
In June, there was.
we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
People are going to say this is a left or right issue, but no, fraud is fraud. And so I'm not out here trying to put a twist on things.
Shirley's viral video, released over the weekend, in which he says he's uncovering tens of millions of dollars in fraud at Minneapolis daycares run by the Somali community, was retweeted by Elon Musk and Vice President J.D. Vance.
Nick Shirley is a
In the
dipshit.
video, Shirley tries to open locked doors and talk to people at various daycares he claims are frauds.
Did you come during their normal operating hours
Nick Shirley's mom has to Velcro his shoes.
when you came to visit?
I came at 11 a.m., I believe, and I also came the following day later in the day. The point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time of their operation hours. The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers. I wasn't trying to go inside, and there should be a way for somebody to actually be able to call that number and somebody be able to answer. These aren't real businesses.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be
Don't call me Shirley. Wait a minute.
able to just walk into a
There should be a
daycare.
reception.
No, every daycare is locked.
Their doors are locked. If
And
you
so,
go to a public
okay,
school
you
or
bring up a
private
fair point. Then but why?
Oh, I just want.
He's oh my God, I want to use the R word for him but I also think that might be too on the nose, so that would be legitimate, like, oh, no go.
Point out, I'll let this play.
But he is certifiably stupid.
That is this CNN clip.
Like, mentally incompetent, room temperature IQ.
Shout out to this CNN, an actual journalist on the ground here at CNN. Like, in under, how long is it? In under a minute, 15 seconds, he's essentially
he
debunked his
already
entire
walked
video.
it back.
And he just concedes to the point, which again is so obvious. If I had a child and they were at a daycare and I learned that the door during business hours was unlocked or people could, like, the windows weren't blacked out, like people could just peer through, I would pull my kid out of that daycare. And when this is explained to Nick Shirley, I guess for the first time, that, yeah, they tend to not just if you just pound
Nick Shirley is homeschooling's finest
on the door and you're like, I want to come in to see the kids, they're probably going to say no. Like, when
he did go to prom with his mom.
That's all explained to him real time. He's like,
mom prom.
That's a good point. Ridiculous.
They actually give me information how to enroll a child.
Federal law enforcement has been investigating fraud
I don't know. If I had public pictures of that shit, I'm not sure if I would even become like a front-facing personality.
Minnesota for several years. Both
That's
Attorney General
embarrassing.
Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel said on social media they've indicted dozens of defendants. DHS has posted multiple videos of agents they say are conducting a massive fraud investigation.
Do you think that federal law enforcement hasn't done enough? I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going on, but they've already done like 80 indictments. The cases have been going on, for years.
And why did I show up one day in Minnesota and go to all these daycares, no children, they're receiving millions of dollars. We uncovered nearly $110 million in fraud in one day.
How do you know that all the allegations that you're making are true?
How do I know that they're true? Well, we showed you guys what was happening, and then you guys can go ahead and make your own analysis.
We're coming so we can make our own analysis. Are you 100% sure you're true?
Yeah, I am 100% sure I'm true.
CNN is looking into Shirley's
Couldn't even say that.
claims.
Yay.
Hi, my name's Whitney Wild. I'm a correspondent for CNN.
We reached out to several of the daycares featured in the now viral video.
It's almost like this is how you do real journalism.
Only one daycare facility answered and said they are a legitimate business.
Have you seen the videos, purporting that some of these daycares don't have kids inside?
Minnesota Republicans say despite the new focus from the Trump administration, they have been sounding the alarm on fraud for years.
We have talked about fraud. We have gotten stories. We've tried to push this forward every way that we can.
At the daycare where Shirley showed back up, a stream of children walk inside.
You're saying that this is a fraudulent daycare. There's kids being dropped off right now.
Yes, the commissioner of children literally said a week ago this place was closed.
Did you know
They're
that?
showing face right now.
They're showing face, right? They bust in. I mean, these people they're showing face. They just got random kids just to make it look real. And again, I believe that daycare they're in front of, I think it might have been CBS. They essentially did their own kind of like investigation, and they came and they talked to the owners, and the owners let them in. There was kids there, and they were like, yeah, the reason here's the security footage of him showing up. We weren't open when he showed up. And it's like, Jesus, this is so easily debunkable. I also want to point out in terms of fighting the fraud has been done. The lead prosecutor who's prosecuted a lot of this fraud, who has been very critical of Democrats in the state, has showed up on Fox News a lot over the years, has, said Tim Walz isn't doing enough. He's, I think, described the fraud as like endless. Unfortunately, I guess for this crew, they don't talk about it ever. But that individual recently resigned, like in the last 2 or 3 weeks, because he was pressured by Trump's Department of Justice to go after Renee Good's partner, to investigate and potentially prosecute Renee Good's partner. When he pushed back and said, well, I don't have evidence of like that. Can you explain why I would do that? They said, do it anyways. He said, I'll only do it if you open an investigation into the ICE officer who executed Renee Good. I will only do it if you open an investigation into that officer, and I will investigate Renee Good's partner. And the DOJ said no. So he resigned. They don't want to talk about that. The hyper-politicization of Donald Trump's DOJ trying to indict Renee Good's partner, as opposed to looking into the ICE officer who killed Renee Good. But whatever. It's maddening. Another video of Nick Shirley just getting pressed.
Man, he's got a collection here.
Public, and then just folding
right.
under pressure, just not having.
I was expecting that to be almost over.
Anything to say? Take a listen.
Anything, we see you. We see you. We want you out of here. I don't want you here making up anything for your social influencers to try to attack more people. If you want to see fraud, go to Fells Point, go to Hamden. Stop targeting us. Stop targeting us. It's not about fentanyl, because you could go to the doctors who started the opioid crisis. Why don't you do that? Why don't you go to the source instead of trying to harass the people who are out here just trying to live? Because you have an agenda, and I'm not interested in your agenda.
Man, this
fucking baller right there.
Creator.
Holy shit.
Right here, this username. Just so much
Somalia BG.
More courage than Nick Shirley will ever have. A true American right there. I love whoever that individual.
That was fire.
Was. And again, the jokes on social media really flying.
Wow,
This one's
Nick Shirley.
But somebody said, wow, Nick Shirley dead at 23. Poor dude starved. Sorry, it's not funny. Poor dude starved to death in a revolving door. I mean, it's a dumb joke, but essentially saying, he's not very smart. Regardless, let me know what you think of all this in the comments down below. And poor taste joke. Nick Shirley is.
No, it's not poor taste. It's awesome.
Has genuinely.
Dude, you suck. You suck. Yeah, Mockler wants fucking authenticity. We wear hoodies, but we don't want to swear. We don't want to scare off the old timers that watch us and don't like it when we use the cursing language.
It's not looking good, Donald.
All right, well, let's watch some Sleepy Ben Mycelis. Jesus.
Donald Trump's
Look at Sleepy Ben. Sleepy Ben. His name is actually Benadryl. Benadryl Mycelis.
health is rapidly crashing. He is deteriorating before our eyes.
That's fire, actually.
Each day is worse than the next. I
Sad Trump.
suspect there will be a trip to Walter Reed again very soon. Let's just go and show you the receipts rather than speculating.
Yes, quickly, please.
Let's just show what went down over the past 24 hours. His hand, it's getting worse. The makeup is blotched
my
all
God.
over it to try to cover up
watches this guy at normal speed for real?
whatever's going on. There are some who have suggested that he's taking Alzheimer's drugs and that the IV is going through his hands and they can't find a vein, so they're switching to the other hands. But the discoloration,
I have the greatest veins,
is now on both hands. Then earlier, when he held his Board of Peace meeting in Washington, D.C., he fell asleep when everybody was speaking. The entire time, basically, he was sleeping. It looked like he was snoring. Then he would be woken up when the person would finish speaking. Then he claimed he wasn't sleeping.
I wasn't sleeping, but you know what? That guy was just so boring.
And he went to Rome, Georgia, where he gave one of the strangest speeches I've ever heard. His face was, I don't even know what color this was. It wasn't even the bright orange. It was like a bright orangey red, and he was sweating profusely, and he was slurring all of his words. He couldn't complete sentences. He was talking about, you're going to violently kiss me. You're kissing me violently. I mean, while he's out there covering up a pedo ring, a child sex trafficking.
I'll be honest. I clicked that one specifically because Trump's health rapidly collapses in front of the world. They got me with the clickbait, but I'm also removing my view from that one. No. You don't try. You don't, Sleepy Ben Mycelis, this is why. This is why I stopped watching your fucking channel, to be completely real. Like, god damn. Why? Why is it always the same bullshit with these people? All right. Members of Congress
The Supreme Court
to the ruling.
struck down President Donald Trump's global tariffs in a 6-3 decision on Friday, handing him a stinging loss on an issue crucial to his economic agenda.
He looks like such a more look what I drew. I drew this
ruling. The majority found that it's unconstitutional for the president to unilaterally set and change tariffs because taxation power belongs to
does he jerk off
Congress. Soon enough,
He can't even do like a power fist. It's jerky fist. I gotta do a little jerk.
Quickly poured in from both sides of the political aisle. Republican Senator Mitch McConnell said in a statement, the empty merits of sweeping trade wars with America's friends was evident long before today's decision. Other senators also chimed in approvingly, including Republican Senators Susan Collins of Maine and John Curtis of Utah. House Speaker Mike Johnson backed Trump's use of tariffs, saying they had brought in billions of dollars and created immense leverage for America's trade strategy. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer said the ruling will finally give families and small businesses the relief they deserve. The court's decision did not address whether businesses could get refunded for the billions they have collectively paid in tariffs. U.S. Senator Maria Cantwell, a Democrat from Washington state, is asking Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent for a plan to be made.
Oh, Scott Bessent's gonna have some shit to deal with. Oh, man. All right, here we go.
Were you in the military? I need to know. You're wearing military uniform. I was 13 years Army, Iraq, Afghanistan.
Hey, Jolly Good Ginger. Hell yeah.
I earned the uniform. Did you? Are you a veteran? I earned that uniform. Did you? Did you earn your uniform? Are you police? Did you go to the police academy? But this is just cosplay. You're cosplay triots. You see, I went
cosplay triots. I like it.
For my country. I served in the Army. Is that why you did this? Because you couldn't? Is that why you did this? Because you couldn't? Answer me. I deserve an answer. I served my country. I deserve a.
This guy literally just like he lost it. He was like standing there, just like not even gonna fucking really like react to it. They just went, "Come on, man."
Tell me. Answer me. I'd be too embarrassed to talk to. I would be too if I was wearing some urns. Yeah, you goddamn right. You goddamn right.
Rowdy, do you realize that you just called ICE out for stolen valor? Cool.
The difference is I raised my right hand and I went to war for this country. You can smile behind that mask all you want, but I served my time. I served my country. I'm not the illegals you're out here facing. I'm a goddamn American citizen who raised my right hand and I did my duty to this country. And I deserve an answer when I ask for it. You think you got some say over me because you went to training for 47 days? My goal here was just to real life make them think. I want to be a worm in their brain. I'm sitting in the car.
You did a good job.
So I was so worked up just even looking and talking to these pieces of shit. But I just want to clarify. When I said illegals, I was trying to make fun of this whole operation and let them know that we think they're
clowns and trying to point out to them, you think the American public's behind you?
Say hello to the comrade Jolly Good Ginger, a 13-year veteran who has been at the protests around the country. You may have seen him on Don Lemon's stream from time to time and various other networks.
Yeah, they're terrorizing the population. I was just saying, like, one, in Afghanistan, we never wore masks. I went on 4 deployments. The only time we would wear, like, a face covering is maybe if it was cold and my guys were on a, you know, you were pulling security somewhere, or maybe it was dusty, you wore a shamag or whatever. But we didn't wear masks. Again, this officer is not wearing a mask. He's one of the leaders. That's smart. No one here is going to be going after him. If you're fighting the actual cartels and you're on the border, fine. If you want to protect your identity, totally makes sense. But they're wearing all this gear for no reason.
This guy's sensible as fuck.
This is coming from the top. They shouldn't have. They should have low vis, bulletproof vests, or they should wear their vests underneath a smock. If you're going to be doing this, ICE should not be running around. None of these guys should be running around in plate carriers. They're against civilians, and they just got this huge budget. So why are they not wearing low vis stuff? You know, it just makes no sense. It's here to intimidate everyone.
Yeah,
here. And they're trying to get. And then obviously Bovino. I mean, I don't know what he was doing. He took some glamour shots with a trench coat, and they're just trolling people. Yeah, he took it with a trench coat to look like he was some SS officer, literally.
The fact is, tons of vets are seeing this for what it is and speaking out.
You told me that you've been struggling with PTSD and that you didn't want to have to be here today. But after what happened yesterday, you had to be here today. Why do you have to be here today?
Number one, my oath impels me to be here. I took an oath in 1969 to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I had to be here to make sure that no one else was killed the way Nicole Good was killed yesterday.
This guy's based as fuck.
I couldn't sit at home and just watch this. Minneapolis is a peaceful place, but ISIS ended up on this place like a storm. And they've ruined businesses that have been here for decades. They've cost children the lives of their mothers. I just had to face the enemy eye to eye and say what I had to say.
Ron Easton, a Vietnam veteran who went viral for what he said about ICE as captured by Freedom News, did an in-depth interview with MS Now.
Out of everybody I despise the most, ICE is at the top of the list right now. You guys are traitors, man. I did 5 tours of duty. My first one was Operation Sea Signal in Cuba, Operation Joint Endeavor in Bosnia in 1996. Cuba was 95. I did Operation Joint Guard, which was Kosovo in 1999. I did Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2008 in Iraq. And my final tour was in Afghanistan, Operation Enduring Freedom in 2013.
This guy saw some shit.
Freedom is a rare thing in the world. True freedom is.
What would be your message to current soldiers, ICE agents, and National Guard that are being ordered to do illegal, non-constitutional things on a daily basis?
Don't participate, right? Weaponize incompetence. You walk out here, you look good, you be a prop for the government, help people with their luggage, but absolutely do not raise your weapon. As a citizen, don't participate in anything you know is illegal. And for you kidnappers known as ICE agents, understand this. You will never be forgiven for your crimes, ever.
Veteran U.S. Army overlord spoke with Status Coup News. He has also been a fixture at protests, making his voice heard.
Here are the 5 things that I wasn't allowed to do in Iraq during war that ICE is allowed to do in America.
Man.
In Iraq, during a...
I don't know how I've missed some of these videos. Like
a war.
Last
we were
2
not
or 3
allowed
I haven't seen.
To step foot inside schools, inside hospitals, inside courtrooms, and we sure as weren't allowed to step foot inside mosques and churches. And the reason might surprise you. Raiding these kinds of sacred locations and treating the local population like dog pisses the community off, and it destabilizes the region. And that leads to more violence and more death. And this administration,
which is literally in like in the military, that's something they try to avoid. But in our country, no, they want to do that.
knows that that's going to be the end result.
Yeah.
It's in the training doctrines. Because ICE is allowed to do all of it in the freest country on earth. That should give you some perspective.
CFH Unfiltered, a former sniper, gives some perspective on just how weaponized ICE has been under Trump, Miller, and Noem in comparison to the directives when he served. Many leftists, though, are calling out this rhetoric.
I need U.S. veterans to stop saying that what's happening with ICE reminds them more of ISIS, and that when they served overseas, they never covered their faces and they never did X, Y, and Z.
Oh, yeah. Great.
When the reality is that the U.S. military is largely responsible for so many horrific war crimes that have been committed time and time again around the world. When we take a look at the millions of innocent Iraqi lives that were taken, the amount of torture of Iraqi civilians, the amount of women and girls that were SA'd, and then to say, like, no, guys, this is like more like ISIS. When ISIS was also literally founded by the United States, no, this is an American thing. What is happening is actually very American, and that is the problem. The United States was founded on genocide, on the genocide of indigenous people. The United States was also founded on the genocide of Black bodies. This country was also built up by enslaved Black people. Policing literally stems from oppressing Black people and has been used to oppress brown and Black bodies. So the problem with ICE isn't that these officers aren't being properly trained, it's the fact that they even exist.
Cheers, West Coast.
To begin with. Not to mention, over the last 2.5 years, the United States has been funding the genocide in Gaza. The United States has
Take care, Sarita. I'll catch you later.
literally been arming Israel in order to commit these horrific war crimes. Our policing system is not innocent. The U.S. military is not innocent. And yes, ICE is not innocent.
She's 100% on the money here, as is TikToker Christian Divine, who unfortunately used background music in his video. However, he brings up many good points, so please check out his content as well. Hey,
I like how he's playing the same game I am. You know, it's all right. Let's do this. All right, I'm prepared. Let's go.
But what do you mean it's out of your hands?
Oh, perfect.
Like you mean like we would lose at that point?
I don't know if we would necessarily. I don't know if we would lose because JD Vance is uniquely uncharismatic.
Yeah.
But
we saw that today.
I mean, we see that every day, right? I mean, he's a disaster. Boom. Adam Mockler, everybody from Midas Touch. Not in the building.
Oh man.
But, hold on.
I was about to say, hold on. I better not have to move.
That's not what you called me the other day. You had a different name. You called me Mock Lib.
I said, yeah, no, I said it right now too, right before. Okay. But I also said Adam Mogler.
Okay, I like.
Went on the CNN panel. Adam Mogler. Here he is known as Adam Moglib.
That's fine.
Hold on. Where the?
Is he using Streamlabs?
I'm trying to get the scene right real quick.
Shit, I think he's using Streamlabs.
Oh, boom! There it is. Okay, Fixed it. Perfect. All right, Adam. Welcome to the broadcast. I think we're going to have a wonderful and productive conversation, even though I know that there's a lot of people on Twitter that hail you as their debate champion, and they're like, it's finally time. It's finally time to destroy Hassan in the marketplace of ideas. I don't know if that'll happen, but...
Got me phone, yeah.
Wait, is there audio echo chat? Is that what's going on? Oh, yeah. You're hearing me a little bit, I think, from your end.
Let me fix that.
Yeah,
it's his mic.
So up your volume as well.
1 sec. Yeah, it's a few things. Let me make sure.
Wait, is this through Discord?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
I cranked
I
you
want
up.
this to be a productive conversation. I want to make sure we can make some progress because I think we're all united in one goal of beating at the end of the day. And I'm not here to shame anybody for voting one way or not voting one way. I honestly don't even think you guys all have to line up behind Gavin Newsom 2 years before the primary. We're 2 years out ahead of the primary. We have an exciting ideological battle coming up. So I'm not asking you to like jump up and down for Gavin Newsom. However, I do want to talk about your response to Jennifer Welch on that podcast because I do have some thoughts. And I think I can bring a pretty good faith version of what a lot of people on Twitter are trying to say, but kind of getting muddled in. But yeah, we're going to agree on a lot regarding criticism of the Democratic Party.
Let's speed it up just a little bit.
Where the Democratic Party needs to go. We'll agree a lot. I'm very disillusioned with the Democratic Party as well. But I think there's some good faith criticisms of the way that you approach that question or the way that you talk about this. But
yeah. If you want to know what my positions are, and I think you're already pretty familiar with my positions. I know that like you've probably heard me speak on these issues for years and years at this point. But my primary goal, especially in the interim, especially in the short term, is the defeat of fascism. I believe that the Republican
No, I think that you're good.
Party is an illiberal party, a post-liberal party, whatever you want to call it. And I think unlike the historic
But yeah, that's one of the words that, yeah, definitely limited.
inception of fascism as a revolutionary movement at a time when liberal
No, it pisses me off, especially as a creator. I think that I brought this up, that I have to say things like grape about something as serious as the actual term.
liberalism was failing only 100 years ago. This time, we have two liberal parties in America. Like as a political theory, we have two liberal parties, right? Like we say conservative, whatever, but like technically the Republicans are also a liberal party.
Yeah, they hate hearing that.
And now the Republican, the Republican Party is historically a liberal party, but is now turning away from liberalism and becoming an illiberal party, a post-liberal party, and turning into a fascist party. I warned about this the first Trump election as well. I warned about the proto-fascist nature of Donald Trump. I thought distinction. I didn't say that Trump, like season 1 of Donald Trump, was fully fascist.
Banning words is straight out of 1984, not for TOS.
But
no. You know what ruins it? I'm gonna do this. You know what ruins it? People not being able to control themselves. People who fucking spam these words to the point that it becomes a fucking problem that YouTube daddy needs to step in and fucking, put the, you gotta put you in the playpens.
Season 2.
That's what it is.
Of Donald Trump is. And I think it's important to make that distinction as well.
No, actually, I'm going to stand up for this because this is part of Section 230. Do you want the government to come in and actually do some fucking babysitting of these platforms and then telling us like what we can and can't say? Because that's 1984.
Because
no, this is TOS. This is protecting them from being legally fucking held to a
you can see the difference, right?
For some bullshit like that.
There were a lot.
I'm just gonna say, man, I get really tired of when people are just like, my chats get deleted by fucking YouTube.
There was a lot of naked corruption.
It's because you keep saying words that are not okay to just fucking spam. And the thing is, you're gonna get your account banned by YouTube if you keep doing that.
A lot of things that were going on in the first Trump administration, but the second Trump administration has been...
Realistically, it's the same thing on Twitch. It's always been the same thing on Twitch. Fuck, this has been a thing since AOL AIM.
And so brazen, so obvious, and it's not like they've hidden that reality.
Learn how to work around it. Learn how to fucking use some different words or to, use the 3 instead of the E. Get creative. But no, I'm tired of people just being like, I'm just fucking mad. That story, I'm not even talking about you. I'm talking about some other people. Like, this has been an all-day thing.
Especially when they were running to become the
here's another fucking thing
president. When they were running
you can follow me on Twitch and you can move over to Twitch and you can start getting banned over there. Follow me on Twitch and you can move over to Twitch and you can start getting banned over there. Follow me on Twitch and you can move over to
2024 election season.
Wow, that was weird.
So my primary goal is to defeat that completely. Yeah. And obviously, I also want to build socialism. I want to build a working class movement. And I don't think these two goals are at odds with one another. I think both historically and also in general, I believe that the evolution away from the liberal...
Yeah, I looped my audio. That's bad. My bad. Oh, what the fuck? I did it again. Whoops.
System that we exist under that is now failing for the second time around and making way for fascism. The only solution out of that is to build a working class based organized socialist movement. But yeah, those are my two main points.
Like this space. Follow at this space.
Yeah, I guess.
And this space TV on YouTube.
I want to ask.
Or is that Twitch? Yeah, it's Twitch.
Do you think it would be easier? Do you think it would be meaningfully easier to build this working class socialist based movement in a liberal society or an illiberal society?
Oh, historically speaking, most likely an illiberal society. At least historically speaking, socialist and communist movements have unfortunately only been successful when material conditions have worsened. I don't want that to happen though, because I don't want to live through that, and I don't think that is like an appropriate thing to move towards. I don't think that that's good for people. I think it's very violent and very deadly. I don't want the material conditions to deteriorate. But if you're asking me, like honestly, from a historical perspective, no.
I'm basically asking. I'm basically just asking if we get to a 2028 and like. I guess we can get into the hypothetical of Newsom versus Vance, but it's not even about that. They're kind of just stand-ins. I don't even want to concede who our nominee is going to be 2 years ahead, but I think there would be a meaningful difference in building a pro-labor movement under a JD Vance presidency, which would be much, much harder, versus a Gavin Newsom presidency. I mean, JD Vance's entire career has been trying to step on top of workers He wants to.
I agree.
He endorsed Project 2025, which literally wants to bring child labor laws back to 1938. He's fundamentally illiberal and doesn't want to let you organize. I mean, like a lack of organization.
No, I understand, MX.
Is part of not living in a liberal society, right? They will squash that. They will communists. They will.
This is why I was trying to stipulate that I sympathize with you guys in chat, and I understand that it's annoying, but I have to hear it a lot, and as the creator, it gets annoying.
Socialists. That's what they did in other fascist societies. They killed socialists and communists. Meanwhile, Gavin Newsom, however insufficient you may think he is, and this is not an endorsement of Gavin Newsom, I'm just trying to illustrate my point of, you know, the different realities we could enter. However insufficient you think Gavin Newsom is, he would allow for a really strong labor movement. He would allow for you guys to at least
I'm already following.
Organize, and he would probably communicate with you guys.
First of all, I don't even think you guys. I think you're a part of this as well. You're not against like organizing a labor movement, right? But
No, I'm not against that.
Yeah. Also, can you crank up your volume a little bit on your end? Because I maxed it out, but people still are having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, my bad.
No, it's all good. As far as like what's better rooms for organizing, it's not even a necessary part of this discussion because I know that
it is.
No. The reason why I'm saying it's not a necessary part of this discussion is because given the option between Gavin Newsom and JD Vance, I'm not saying that Gavin Newsom is going to be a situation that JD Vance. I understand and agree with in theory.
I found a VOD that already clipped out all the technical stuff.
The harm reduction narratives. My argument is always around doing away with harm reduction narratives because the harm reduction narrative has led to two spectacular failures thus far, both in 2016.
We're ready for a third-party option. We're always ready for a third-party option, but the third party never materializes.
And also in
so it's always a throwaway vote.
2020.
No, what you need to do is you need to literally MAGAfy and when I say MAGAfy, I mean put like DSA in the position of where MAGA was with the right and do the same thing. Infiltration politics actually worked.
And as far as like,
I know that I have people that disagree with me on this one, but I fully hold firm that it's like, no, it worked for MAGA. It will work for us, especially when Donald Trump gave us the gift of lumping everybody in as being a fucking far left, a far leftist, I guess I'll just
playing
say.
hardball with Democrats who don't want to listen.
I was about to say like far left commie or something like that, but that like realistically, that's what's happening though.
Who still
the T word
want to hold on and
terrorists
maintain this like harm reduction narrative, who still say that they want to appeal to this like mythical moderate voter.
Yeah, shooting a dog's not okay, but somehow you still support Kristi Noemster. Shut the fuck up, JN.
Who's outside of You
don't give a fuck about the dog. And if you gave a shit about animals, then maybe, just maybe, you wouldn't support Kristi Noem. But here you are.
Who isn't a normal Democratic Party voter, like these guys that they want to turn to the Democratic Party. I'm willing to play hardball with them and say, like, look, I'll hold my vote back. But the reality of the matter is, if you're asking me sincerely, like, do you think that
Chuck Schumer is a far leftist or a far left radical? There we go.
Gavin Newsom is going to be better than JD Vance? Of course. I mean, this is not something just like Kamala Harris is objectively going to be better than Donald Trump. The miscommunication around this comes in large part due to me openly saying, like, it's out of my hands at that point, because that was the second part that I mentioned. It's openly out of my hands at that point, and there's no way for me to overcome the way that the party is communicating what they want to do, and the fact that a lot of people hear that.
My fucking dog lays in the same place for hours.
That and immediately go, oh, this guy.
It's because he wants to.
He wants.
I leave the door open. He can leave whenever the fuck he wants.
The Republicans to win.
I don't. To be down here.
I don't think you want the Republicans to win. I don't think that at all. And here's where we agree on, actually. So I keep hearing you say that you don't want Democrats to run on the harm reduction narrative in 2028. And I totally effing agree. If we're running on a harm reduction narrative in 2028, we have failed somewhere massively. We want to build an exciting, forward-looking message that can turn out not only our base, but Americans who have been struggling. We need to have something that is not just us unified to our opposition of Donald Trump. For the past decade, we have been defined by our opposition to Trump, and we need something more exciting. So I agree. We should not run on a harm reduction narrative in 2028. But like what you just said, how you just worded your statements was not how you worded it when Jennifer Welch asked you that question.
No, I would vote. I would vote third party because it's out of my hands at that point.
No, you said at that point it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, at that point it doesn't. Sorry, that what I meant is
dogs are gonna dog. He is literally snoring his ass off right now.
It's out of my hands, which is the argument that I've made with Kamala Harris after like.
If you do want him to join the party, though, then you could just hit the. You can donate $2 and he gets a treat.
Urging the campaign to listen to the warning signs that the people were giving them about the reluctance to address Gaza in a meaningful way, like signaling that they would truly be like an anti-war a party, even though Donald Trump is like a warmonger, trying to get them to communicate that there are meaningful differences between their design.
He's a English foxhound.
Overall, not leaning in and not conceding on the white nativist anti-immigrant.
Oh, American foxhound. Sorry. He was technically bred from the English foxhounds.
Narratives, knowing full well.
I forgot that they changed the name when Washington got here.
How devastating Trump's mass deportations were going to look like. I poured hours and hours and hours of commentary into this, thousands of hours of commentary into this, and it's always reduced back to whatever like reasonable soundbite that people can cling on to say, oh, we got him. He's a third party guy.
What do you mean it's out of? Well, you said you would vote third party, but what do you mean it's out of your hands?
Oh, perfect.
Like you mean like we would lose at that point?
I don't know if we would necessarily. I don't know if we would lose because JD Vance is uniquely uncharismatic. But
for the $2.
I mean, we see that every day, right? I mean, he's a disaster. I still think that Gavin Newsom is particularly weak against JD Vance, unfortunately. So I don't know. I feel like it would still be a toss-up at that point, partially because while JD Vance is not capable of holding the Trump coalition, I don't even worry about JD Vance as much necessarily. I don't really worry about Marco Rubio. I worry about Tucker Carlson. I think Tucker Carlson has the real
Thank you, Zen Master.
torch carrier of the MAGA
Super Snacks
movement. I don't even know if Donald Trump
Actually, yeah, they're Super Snacks.
recognizes that yet or admits that personally, but I think it's there. And
He fits the mold of an outsider, populist, anti-establishment
television
person
guy who understands how to communicate. He is charismatic as well.
That is
So
really scary.
So he is the one I'm actually terrified of, more so than Marco Rubio, who is like a straight line neocon. He's not going to be able to do the populist shit. And JD Vance is basically like evil Pete Buttigieg, like role reversal Pete Buttigieg, where like he also has that like McKinsey consultant vibe to him. I like to say when, you know, JD Vance comes into your neighborhood, you know that like the coal mine is shutting down. Like he has the attitude of a guy who's going to be like, we see you, we hear you, but we have to eliminate some redundancies. And I think most working class individuals, regardless of the MAGA cult, kind of see that he is insincere. So he doesn't have that populist element, and he tries to make up for it by being like this gross little groiper, even though he has an Indian wife and Indian children, and therefore even the super racists don't like him for that reason. So these are just like the two default positions that the Trump administration is like, you know, looking at right now. But I do think it's like possibly going to be Tucker Carlson. Now, going back to Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance, Gavin Newsom, unfortunately,
I don't think Tucker Carlson's going to run.
Unfortunately, has a lot of.
That's going to be wild. It's going to be Tucker Carlson versus fucking Jon Stewart at that point.
The California stink associated with him. I love California. I live here. And there's a lot of exaggerations about how devastating California is, like how terrible the conditions are here. People are all doing crime and doing drugs and everyone's homeless on the street. But there is a real problem from the policy side of things with California. Gavin Newsom is, and he's demonstrated this already, beholden to corporate interests. And will pretty aggressively go out to bat for corporate interests in general.
Sometimes he's pushed back on a lot of special interest groups in California, though. They're pretty
sure,
progressive state overall.
but the number one
Climate
problem
change,
facing all Americans, I think you and I will agree on, other than healthcare, is housing. Right? And California has a huge issue with housing, and we have voted for a million different ballot initiatives at this point to you know, pay for shelter, pay for additional tax revenue so that we can go and like, you know, build new homes and things of that nature. And none of it ever gets done. There's a lot of institutional rot here as well. Not to get all abundist on this conversation, but like there is a little bit of truth to what the abundist guys say, and so that homelessness narrative will stick for the uneducated, but even for the educated, like the educated voters, they will also recognize, like people like myself recognize.
He does kind of LARP as a working class person, and it does annoy the shit out of me. Where it's like, no, he doesn't have he doesn't go through the struggles that I have to.
That Gavin knew.
He doesn't have to budget his bills every fucking month and worry about any. Like he could buy whatever the fuck he wants. He can stay in any Airbnb or any hotel he wants. He can go wherever he wants. Jesus Christ.
Has presented to combat the housing market.
That's why it does get a little annoying where it's just like, bro.
Issue in the state of California.
And then you do find out, yes, he grew up as a fucking like super rich kid. Well, not super rich, but he grew up as a privileged rich kid.
Yeah, so I guess a few things I want to respond to. I agree with you about Newsom's electability problems, and I think a lot of people would agree. I mean, I have a massive liberal audience, and even they're not fully behind any.
Hassan always calls himself privileged.
Candidate, right?
Yeah, but then he acts differently though.
No, especially not fully behind Newsom 2 years ahead.
It's literally about not what you say, it's what you do.
The election. I think that now is our time to use the leverage we have, and I think that's what you're trying to do.
Again, I accept his advocacy, but it's annoying.
During the Jennifer Welch podcast. And like, I want to keep returning to that conversation that you had, because you said in the conversation at that point, it doesn't even matter. But you, at this point, mean...
You maybe not pick your teeth while you're in the middle of fucking talking to someone. That's mad disrespectful.
It was out of your hands, right?
Yeah.
Can you clarify, what do you mean it was out of your hands?
So...
Just
And I also talked about like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris as well, and we can get into that too. What I mean by that is exactly what I said in the 2024 election, where it was like, you can't, as a singular individual, or even with like the entire might of the media behind you, outflank the actual campaign. So if Gavin Newsom is running as the Gavin Newsom that we know so far, you know,
he's definitely a class traitor. I will say that much. Yeah, you know, I will give him that credit.
Certain things like, oh, I refuse to take money from AIPAC. Great. But then when push comes to shove, like he will still be inconsistent.
I'm trying to be fair
on the issue of Israel. He won't like fully subscribe to you know, punishing Israeli leadership, or fully subscribe to like refusing any sort of arms sales to Israel.
Like it or not. No, I know.
And
like
outside of Israel.
That's why I'm not sitting. Tiana, I'm not like a Hassan hater, but I'm also not like a stan by any means.
Of course, you know, beholden to corporate interest when it comes to like the real estate lobby.
He has good opinions. He, for the most part,
anti-Medicare for all.
I like his activism, but I also got problems with
him. If he runs as that, okay, there's no amount of advocacy.
It's kind of how it is with everybody, though. Like I do have an opinion on pretty much. Like I got a fucking opinion here on Mockler
that I can engage in that will make him look better. I can consistently talk about how much worse the Republican side is going to be.
You were asked if you would vote for him. And I'm not even saying you should have said yes in that moment, but you were asked, would you vote for him? And you said at that point, it doesn't even matter. Here's what I'm getting at here.
Yeah.
I think there was a very solid answer you could have given that didn't outrage the liberals online as much. And I know that a lot of people flung a lot of shit at you on Twitter. That's always what happens. But
yeah,
I think there was an answer where you could have been like,
doesn't Hassan stream for like 8 hours, 7 days a week?
I refuse
something like that.
To pre-commit.
I don't think is it 8 hours?
To any candidate 2 years
I don't think
ahead
he
of the
does 8
primary.
anymore. I think that he cut that back.
Earn my votes, and that's what I want to see. And I totally get you're on stream like 8 hours a day. You're not always going to say everything perfectly. But here's where a lot of liberals online are mad, and here's where we're all kind of talking past each other. I see a lot of people online saying all liberals.
Stop picking your fucking teeth, you disrespectful douchebag.
Want us to
seriously. Turn your camera off if you're going to do it, but this is fucked.
Line up behind Gavin Newsom 2 years before a primary.
Who watches his shit? Like,
and that's not
this is why I don't watch him. His eating on stream, like, it's fucking like, I barely eat on stream because he is so disrespectful with it, and it's fucking incredibly annoying.
The argument that any of
us
are making. I think where a lot of liberals have problems with the way you speak about the Democratic Party is that you try.
But this shit's disrespectful. Could you imagine talking to somebody that was doing this shit in front of you? I would smack his fucking hand.
Minimize the gap between the Democratic and Republican Party. So
the fuck is stuck in your tooth.
So I can totally grant that you meant to say like
go see a dentist.
Well, you were asked. You were asked, would you vote for JD Vance or Gavin Newsom? You said I'd vote third party. At that point, it doesn't even matter. It feels like you're drawing a false equivalency. And then a few days later, you basically said Gavin Newsom will only be marginally better than whatever Republican candidate there is. Then you said Democrats have literally ripped
I wish you'd eat more
out of existence regarding trans people.
Wait, did you see the rest of
you know, I eat when I get out.
I watched the video, but yeah, I watched what's the rest of the quote?
Did you hear me say that marginal differences between each candidacy, like marginal differences between two parties, leads to drastically different outcomes for marginalized populations? Having said that, however, from the eye of like a voter, they don't make that distinction at all, especially if they are coming at it from a privileged position. If it doesn't like attack, if it doesn't harm them at all. And not only that,
a marginal. So you're kind of conflating two things. When you say there's a marginal difference between the two parties, I think that signals to people that either way they vote, it doesn't really matter that much. That's how people take that. When you say trans people you said like Democrats would shoot trans people in the back of the head. That signals that Democrats aren't really that different than Republicans. When that's not true. There's not a marginal difference between Democrats and Republicans. There's a very meaningful difference. If it was like Obama versus McCain, and you said
this is actually part of my problem with the way that he does this, because what he's doing is he's making it so you can't talk to liberals.
No, I said
it's almost like because like. Think about it. Think of the way that you approach liberals if you're like a Hassan watcher. Do you call them like libtards? Do you call them just shit libs or any of that shit?
Democrats would, it's exaggeration. Democrats would kill trans people if it meant securing additional electoral votes. And that's not an argument that like Democrats are going to run on a policy of killing trans people. It's a hyperbolic statement about.
Yeah, but your hyperbole is literally hurting it's hurting your message, and it really is sowing more division within the fucking party.
Democrats cutting out trans people, which as you saw probably.
Yeah, this is why I have problems with him. I really do. I have to be honest. Like most streamers wouldn't talk like this.
In this last week, in the aftermath of the
unmanageable Pep
neo-Nazi MAGA dad, or not MAGA dad. The trans shooter that was a fucking huge neo-Nazi who's apparently his son was also a neo-Nazi who's in prison as well, which is, not very shocking. There were a lot of people floating around bad polls about, not bad necessarily from the polls are fine, but they were polls that made it seem as though the trans issue is something that we as Democrats should not actually advocate for. It was Laksha Jain And I always go back to obviously the first week after the Kamala Harris election defeat, where a bunch of prominent Democrats who got yelled at, to be fair, by other Democrats in the caucus, but a bunch
Pep, we're here for the
of
hot
prominent
takes.
Democrats went on television.
I'm not afraid to give
and
them.
immediately were like, we lost because of the trans stuff. They put a lot of overemphasis.
I actually had a really kick-ass, a great conversation with Dieter from this space. We're going to be doing a collab soon.
In the Kamala Harris is going to give bottom surgeries to
We're
the
very
Guatemalan
much,
transgender
we are very much we don't give a fuck what people got to say about us.
prisoners in immigrant detention facilities. My argument always is, if the Democrats actually put forth policies that people have to attack, like the Republicans have to attack, then the trans issue just becomes unserious.
Yeah,
and
it was funny. We were supposed to have like a 10-minute conversation, and we ended up talking for over an hour.
relic of the culture war that people don't pay attention to.
It's kind of
And
funny.
in the absence of definable policies that you can associate with the Democrats, they
Fuck
become
yeah,
very
let's go.
defined by what their enemy, the Republicans, define them
Eat a big
as.
business.
Yeah, so
That's
I
also
don't actually
yeah.
I don't
Go
disagree
ahead.
with your
Nate.
analysis at the end there. I do think that if we had a more affirmative, unifying message, then people wouldn't care. Like Medicare for all would be really exciting for so many people. I heard you say this, and I actually agree there. But just because some Democrats went on TV after Kamala lost, and just because some Democrats that are floating polls around on Twitter that are showing Democrats don't care about trans people or have written them out of existence. Like the difference between Democrats and Republicans on trans
What do you mean by DPS?
people is not marginal. It is not slight.
Mouses,
It is
houses.
very, very meaningful. If you grew up in the state of Indiana, where I grew up, and you tell a counselor that you are having thoughts about, like gender dysphoria or you want to change your name, they have to go tell your parents. But if you go across the state borders in the state of Illinois, someone who you probably think is like a moderate billionaire, J.B. Pritzker, he's turned it into a sanctuary state where you can get your.
No,
your
I like
trans-
JB's policies. Yeah, I'm
Yes.
very
Hey, Vix, thanks for the
aware
sub.
of this distinction.
Okay, but
I
wait a
know.
minute. So J.B. Pritzker, Andy Bashir, even Governor Newsom turned California into a sanctuary state. It is a very progressive state. So can you see how people are bothered when you then go on the stream, and I'm quoting you verbatim, you said Democrats have written you out of existence, Democrats don't give a fuck about you, and then you said later on, the marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. You're kind of drawing a false equivalency, and then that brings me back to the Jennifer Welch clip. I'm trying to give you the strongest liberal argument here.
Yeah, he's actually, like, Mockler's not wrong here.
As to why people are mad. It's not because
And
you
by the
didn't
way,
line up
I've
with
heard this argument. I used to make this argument myself.
Yeah,
Like,
but you said at that point it doesn't even matter, and that kind of feeds into the broader apathy that you seem to be pushing towards. So there is a meaning.
This is mad disrespectful, guys. Like, this is making me kind of not like Hassan a little bit more because, guys, I've had so many people make excuses for his bullshit where he'll blatantly like burp into the mic, again, eating, talking with his mouth full. And again, they're like, it's a cultural difference. Fuck off. Fuck off. This is disrespectful as fuck. If some, again, I'm going to harp on this. If some douchebag was standing in front of me while I was having a fucking conversation with him that he wanted to have, and he's sitting there picking his teeth, even though he's got nothing to pick. I got a fucking hole in my tooth. I don't pick my fucking teeth this much.
Difference between Democrats and Republicans on trans issues, right? If you grew up in a Democrat or a Republican state,
Also, how much plaque you got, my guy? Jesus.
there's a meaningful difference between your quality of life. Can you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely.
What cultural difference? They keep saying because he was raised in a Turkish household that, burping is seen differently. Because my mom, like, she raised me, if I burped and didn't say excuse me, then I was being disrespectful. So every time I burp on stream, I literally, like, I have the spirit of my mother right behind me, kind of just, you got,
Okay, so a meaningful difference. There's a big difference. Okay.
I see you.
So
No,
you're not the
there
same-
is-
You got a picture of my mom behind the computer here. Rest in peace, Mom.
There's a meaningful difference between living in a democratic state, hopefully one that isn't captured by Republican state legislatures that will then, even under Democratic leadership within the White House, take advantage of the state legislature apparatus to still undermine trans existence.
During an interview feels not cool. Yeah.
And then take that all the way up the courts of the Supreme Court. There's a meaningful distinction between having a liberal Supreme Court majority.
Mommy's boy, happily.
Versus
I was very proud of it. My mom loved me.
Republican Supreme Court.
My mom loved me. She gave me reassurance, and yeah, she was always my biggest cheerleader. I'm sorry that your mom doesn't have that.
Majority.
For you, like, that sucks. Like, I genuinely think that sucks for you if you don't have a cheerleader like your mom.
A super majority even. These are all things that I fully understand and fully agree to and don't want to happen. When I talk about the
my mom is honestly
Democratic
like,
Party's lack of interest in
one of my biggest things that I'm happy about is that she saw me get a level of success doing this.
And like actively
and right
fighting.
before she passed, it was adorable. She didn't know how chat would work, so she'd be watching this and she'd be responding to people in chat by texting me.
Back
So
and
it's
counter
kinda funny.
messaging against the Republican misinformation around trans people.
I'll never forget that.
What I'm
shit.
talking about is Democrats running
When Kirk's, we have a guy in here, Kirk,
from a place of fear.
and he had an alt account where he was pretending to be his mom, and she was just like, "Tell Kirk's mom he's a good boy."
What I want the Democrats to do is to, one, not compromise at all when it comes to putting forth a counter messaging operation to go back and fight back against the Republican Party when it comes to trans issues. But also, this isn't even just about
peace out to Pep's mom. The only thing a man has to cry about unless tragedy strikes, moms are the best.
Trans people.
Yeah, I lost my mom unexpectedly. She had a massive heart attack while she was sleeping.
This goes back to even undocumented migrants and migrants in general.
No, my mom was a shit.
Like Haitians eating.
She was a wonderful woman, wonderful mother.
Cats and dogs, all the endless amounts of attacks, and the notion that like undocumented migrants constantly.
Hearts in chat for my mom. Oh, thanks, guys.
Due to national security threat.
He would love that shit.
The way that the Republicans presented, it's pure hysteria. Something that I've told Democrats over and over again, urged Democrats over and over again, even when Joe Biden was president early on, down to the DNC, where I talked to them directly and told them to address over and over again, with the hopes that they would, at the very least, push back against this.
Yeah, my mom's famous. Yeah, my mom actually went like mega viral.
So we wouldn't have.
That's right. I forgot. We watched that.
A more, like a bigger mandate.
Your mom did great. Oh, thanks.
A bigger popular mandate for Donald Trump on issues such as that. I think every moment that the Democrats.
I'm sorry to hear. Bless your mom. We should all be so lucky. That's what I mean.
Waste.
That's why when anybody says like "mama's boy," I'm like, "Fuck yeah."
Not on the offensive, on affirmative policies and affirmative policy vision that is easily definable, is a moment where
I miss her.
Conversation revolves around culture war issues, specifically attacking trans people, and it ends up harming trans people that way. There is a big difference between.
I'm going to make fun of Donald Trump. Okay, red silly femboy.
Blue state and a red one. In terms of trans existence, to deny that would be silly. I don't deny that at all.
Good. What about between like a Newsom? If Newsom got everything he wanted in America and JD Vance got everything he wanted in America, do you think there would be a meaningful difference for trans people?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I mean, we're like Donald Trump's first action when he came into office. Like this might come as a surprise to people, maybe in your audience or people that have seen these clips, and assume that I don't think that there's any difference between a Democratic leadership or a Republican one. I will never work with Republicans. Well, I guess maybe Thomas Massey on like a very random issue. You know what I mean? A random issue that's like the Epstein files, something like that. But I don't agree with Republicans ideologically. And my criticisms of the Democratic Party revolve around their closeness to Republicans or their endless interest in conceding to Republicans on certain issues, because that concession doesn't actually end up causing them to win elections.
Yeah, but Hassan, you're ignoring the fact that this is because they're all serving the same interests at that exact time. Like it's literally about the lobbyists. Like if the lobbyists have both the Republican and the Democrat agreeing that, yeah, we should support your lobby or we should support whatever your agenda is.
The only thing it actually ends up doing.
Legio Decem. I don't know how to say your name, so I'm going to just say Legio. Thank you for the...
those concessions actually normalize some of the Republican.
You were the 69th like. Nice.
Agenda items in the eyes of the base of the Democratic Party. And only until people realize how devastating the outcome of those policies are, do they turn around and go, oh, I have buyer's remorse now. Fell for it again award. I didn't realize that the party that said they were going to do mass deportations is actually doing mass deportations, or I didn't realize that those mass deportations were going to look so fucking violent and so disgusting that my neighbors were going to be in fear.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with a lot of that. And I don't want you to think I was just watching clips of you. I watched your entire
No,
stream.
I know.
It just felt like you were saying two different things at once. You take these really strong declarative statements or those positions about the Democratic Party, and like you quite literally said Democrats, or you said the marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. And then you go on to explain a little bit more nuance that yes, growing up in a trans state or a red state would be better than growing up in a blue state would be better than a red state as a trans person. So you do clarify that in the video that I watched, but can you...
I'm not exaggerating that much. That was like a sped up version of what the fuck he's doing.
Then see how Democrats, or at least liberals on Twitter, who are just like seeing you repeatedly say this, Gavin Newsom will be marginally better than whatever the Democratic candidate is, but you...
Yeah, he's eating... I saw him eat his plaque. I want to puke.
Then just said to me that you think he will be meaningfully better if got...
Marginal differences...
Oh, God.
In terms of policy, in the way that they communicate it. Like Gavin Newsom... I don't know what he's going to run on in terms of, defending trans people, right? Like, I don't know how big of a part of his advocacy this will be. I can only look to what he's trying to do, what he's trying to present himself as right now, right? Because we can look at his experience as a governor in California, but then if there is a significant difference that he's communicating now because he has ambitions in higher office, it's only causing to assume that he is going to probably pivot, like many other Democrats, to this mythical
this is the
center for the
this is the technical issues they had.
Mythical moderate voter.
Okay,
do you think that that's an unfair assessment?
There isn't No, Hassan, this is my problem again, is the fact that you would think that he would know this with like knowing other Twitch streamers and shit that are like kind of apolitical, that the mythical like apolitical voter and centrist is there and they can be courted. But the problem is we always leave them at the station and we're just like, you know what? They're not even invited on the train. Fuck it. We don't need them.
Let's just start.
And then we wonder what, oh, wait a minute. How come we can't go to our destination? They canceled their trip.
Start there, first of all.
That he shouldn't pivot to the center?
No. That judging by the position between what kind of trans protections that he has signed into law when he was the governor, when he is the governor of California, versus how he's communicating now about certain aspects of trans identity and trans issues is probably a pretty reliable way to comprehend.
Engages lurk mode. We'll talk later. Hell yeah.
Whether or not he is going to pivot to the center on trans issues a little bit.
No, I don't think
you don't think so?
Conflate the way he talked. No, I don't think you can conflate the way he spoke to Charlie Kirk on the podcast with the way that he's actually ruled California. There is a very, very meaningful difference between the way that he's ruled California versus the way that Republicans would. And here's
oh no, I don't disagree with that. The reason why I'm asking that is because
Hassan dresses like an 80-year-old.
Yeah, but here's the problem. There's a category error happening here where you keep saying that there's a marginal difference between the parties. And I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. You think there's a marginal policy difference between the parties because you think Democrats should be farther to the left and stand up for this stuff. But when you say that, a lot of liberals think that you're arguing that there's a marginal difference in outcomes. And you are conceding right here, there's not a marginal difference.
No, there's not a marginal difference in outcomes.
Okay, so yeah. I think that needs to be clarified more because that
whatever is in his top tooth is insane.
Does kind of draw some apathy between voters. But
I have never had anything that stuck in my tooth where it's just I gotta sit there and dig disrespectfully.
Going back to Gavin Newsom, no, he has quite literally changed the way California looks at trans people.
Stop picking your teeth. It's gross.
Yeah, I know. Insufficient answer on Gavin Newsom's podcast doesn't lead me to believe that he's going to entirely throw trans people under the bus. Let me just go through this. He
no, hold on. Not entirely, but do you?
Hold on. If he's quitting the fucking that chew shit, he might be doing that. It's an oral fixation, but he just needs to put the fucking thing in his mouth then.
And I'm not trying to debate you on this. I'm just asking you sincerely. Do you think that it is indicative that there is at least in the way that he's communicating, a pivot to a more moderate position on trans issues because he calculates this as more electorally viable?
No. Was he asked about trans issues or trans sports in particular?
The pieces that I've seen is mostly talking about trans sports and saying that trans sports is a bridge too far or something like that.
Yeah, and that can totally be insufficient for your worldview, and you can say that is not sufficiently.
Yeah, but he also misconflated that. Like, do you notice how he was just like, yeah, you know what? It was probably just trans sports. It's just like, yeah, but then that's not
to say
as bad as you're fucking making it out to be.
Gavin Newsom, because he said that to Charlie Kirk.
I'm having a hard time watching this.
Nullifies the way that he's actually ran California. You're using that.
It doesn't.
Okay,
I don't think it nullifies the way in California. I'm making an assessment off of.
Newsom has signed a law. Sorry.
I'm making an assessment off of. I know Gavin Newsom, just like Andy Bashar, who I have given tremendous props to, more so than Gavin Newsom because he's doing it in fucking a Trump 35 state, right? Trump plus 35 state.
Yeah,
with a hostile state legislature too. So it's it's infinitely more difficult. He actually shows the rest of the Democratic Party. I use him as an example to show the rest of the Democratic Party that you don't have to be compromising. And the way he's talked about trans people is actually wonderful. Where he says
this is from the stream. I know that they had issues.
These are my neighbor. God teaches me to love my neighbor, not to fight my neighbor. I remember when he stood up at that state legislature member where he was like, "You have to apologize to these constituents. These are your constituents as well." Wait, hold on one second. Can you take it off of emote only mode? What's going on? Why do people keep saying robot? Why do people keep? Is there an issue?
Is my mic better now too? Sorry.
No, I've been hearing you clearly this entire time, but I don't know what the fuck's going on. I took it off emote mode. Is it effing? Oh, it's just a small lag and people lose their fucking minds over it. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Liberals and leftists are agreeing, so the deep state's taking us down. They're like, we can't have agreement on a stream between the two factions.
It's stuttering on Hassan only, huh? You've been lagging for like the last 5 minutes? No. Audio is an audio disaster, but it was only 8 seconds or so. It's fine now. Okay, sorry. They were just like spamming the robot emoji over and over again.
I don't want to vote for a Democrat or a Republican ever again. The thing is, the onus is on you to actually pay attention to these people's platforms and their history. You have to look into your candidate. The amount of people that don't want to think, they just want to vote for their party, and then they want to bitch about everything that that person did, that's a problem. and that this goes back to all electoral politics before any of this shit, is the fact that we need a more informed electorate, and a lot of people don't want to do just the bare minimum.
Okay. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, I was saying Andy Bashar is glazing Andy Bashar for
I'm not saying you do that. I'm just saying that's a broader problem.
compromising on his values,
business, bro.
Yes. That's especially within the confines
So
of
welcome, Kyle Powell.
like what he is capable of doing. I mean, that's very impressive, and I think it should be a lesson that other Democrats should follow as well, and some do, and some are cowards. But as far as the Gavin Newsom thing, I am aware. I think it's like, what, 49 LGBTQ plus bills that Gavin Newsom as governor has signed into law. I mean, as a mayor of San Francisco, his first nationally prominent act was literally to defend gay marriage in San Francisco. Like, I'm very familiar with Gavin Newsom's background. He's my governor, right? I know a lot about Gavin Newsom's background. What I am fearful of and what I worry about is the same exact pivot that we have seen from many Democrats that
they send so much shit
that they're
here.
invested in selling out trans people, or at least certain aspects.
By the way, what I was just holding there is all political literature for the Illinois 9th.
Trans identity, whether
they are everybody wants my damn vote. That's why Kat needs to work a little harder.
Be sports, a conversation that starts off with the most appropriate angle to tackle that Republicans spend hundreds of millions of dollars against and create controversy around. This being, trans sports, to very quickly moving the conversation over to gender confirmation surgery and a litany of different anti-trans bills that basically lead to making it illegal to be trans in public. The conversation.
I don't think Newsom would go that far.
No. I don't think Newsom is going to go that far either.
Yeah.
But my point.
My problem is, dude, are you literally just that tied into your political identity that you can't say like, maybe I'm less conservative than? Because if you became conservative 10 years ago, and Trump honestly represents you, then it's like you're not really that kind of conservative. You're not like a classic conservative. But if you think that Trump is, kind of a putz, and that you're just like, well, I'm like fiscally conservative. Like, realistically, what is it that the Democratic Party does that you hate so much?
Is any concession that you're making about
I'm not trying to be condescending about it. I'm genuinely asking.
Trans existence in public, instead of just simply moving the conversation back to a territory.
Oh, if Jon Stewart runs for president, he's going to win.
That is appropriate, a territory that is pertinent for every single person.
By the way, 20-minute warning for the 420 on stream.
In America, something that is more consequential for the average person, groceries, mobility, healthcare, things of that nature, is lost ground for no reason that then justifies the additional anti-trans bill come after that. Well, so you're opening the door to that conversation rather than stopping it. It's fucking true. My argument.
No, dude, I totally agree that Democrats should stand on business.
Every politician sells out eventually. The only way you win the game is to play it. The thing is, you also have to, realistically, it's about accepting, like, did Bernie really sell out? Because the way that they tried to say it was that, oh, he has a vacation home. He has a place to go. Like, is that really selling out? The same thing like when he wouldn't say the G word and then he said the G word. So is that good? Is that okay?
Am I lagging at all? Is it good?
No,
How did dude, some of the things that people classify as selling out is really, it doesn't really have any utility to hating the person just as a whole.
I'm the one who's lagging apparently a little bit.
Yeah,
it's crazy because it's not even fighting anymore.
I think it's out. You can't
Yeah, I can tell that he can see the same error messages I get. So yeah, he's got to be using Streamlabs.
Yeah, now it's lagging for me too. I can barely hear it. But here's where I think the difference is. Like the big dog, small dog.
This
meme,
goes for 2
where you
hours.
say something intense, and then you kind of say something not as intense.
You mean
I feel
Martin
like
Bailey?
when you're on the podcast, when you're on your show, a lot of these statements are so Yeah, the Martin.
He finally twisted that filling that controls his audio.
I feel like you're pulling a little bit of a Martin Bailey right now for non-Gen Z meme lingo. Like you're on your show. And this is
the stream with his damn toothpick.
This isn't even meant to be like a confrontation or anything, just so you know. But like, I think
No,
this
I
is
understand.
genuinely where a
They're
lot of
saying it's
liberals have
bad.
friction.
Let's hold off for a
Yeah, I
second.
think-
Let's hold off for a second. Just wait it out. Sorry, it's gonna come back in a second. The lag comes and goes. To be honest, it's gone for me now. Is it good now? No, chat. Adam is not the one who brought up Martin Bailey. I did. Okay, they're saying you're engaging in debate pervertry. I'm the one who did it. Okay, I'm the one who said Martin Bailey. All right, go on.
Oh, weird. How his chat.
Yeah, I don't want you to think this is some like confrontation where I'm trying to like pin you down or anything. But when you go on your show and your stream and these clips go viral in liberal circles, I think the friction comes from you saying stuff, and it's just important that I quote you verbatim. Like, Democrats have literally written you out of existence regarding trans people. Marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. Democrats don't give a fuck about you. They would shoot you.
This is not for StreamYards.
They can stick your votes. And then I come on here, and you're like, wait a minute. I do
platform.
acknowledge that Newsom would be meaningfully better on trans issues. I do acknowledge that J.B. Pritzker is meaningfully better. Blue states are meaningfully better. I do. And then your strongest argument as to why Democrats are throwing them under the bus are some polls that you see on Twitter, not from Democratic Party leaders, but from like Lakshaya Jain or whatever. Some people after the 2024 election going on TV and saying something to the effect of, oh, we lost because of trans people. That's obviously bullshit. Get those people out of here. And then Gavin Newsom on Charlie Kirk's podcast. That's your evidence that the Democratic Party is throwing marginalized people or leaving marginalized people behind. I don't see it. And
you can say,
I do agree.
Can't you say Israel?
We should
It's not just trans people either, by the way.
Are we having that problem now?
This argument extends not just to trans people in general. It extends to different backgrounds as well, including but not limited to immigrants.
These are two different arguments you're making, though.
No, because and the reason why is because of what you've also seen that comes usually fairly closely after the end of that clip, which is the assessment that corresponds to my broader outlook, my viewpoint, which is that there is no reason to make these sorts of concessions whatsoever. It's like these are people who are infinitely more influential within the Democratic Party's ecosystem than someone like myself. Okay, every single time I talk, it starts fucking going down. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Sorry. What the fuck, dude? I hate the fucking ISPs. It's insane. Okay, I think it's back. They're saying we're good. Okay,
that happens.
Would you agree that I have a more nuanced approach to this issue than the way that clips present my perspective?
Here, because you asked that, I'm just going to say, would you agree that Adam also has that?
Because even when we had the conversation, even when we had the conversation with Jennifer Welsh, like Jennifer Welsh and I had that conversation, there was an additional, 2 minutes of back and forth that we had where I was talking about how, like,
I watched it,
yeah, harm reduction narratives are exactly what a lot of establishment Democrats lean on in an effort to moderate their positions for the mythical moderate voter. And this is like their primary vehicle for driving voters to go out and vote. And it's been an abject failure every single time. It's it leads to bad policies in general, and it's bad politics in general as well. Because you and I both agree that we want a fighting Democratic Party, one that fights uncompromisingly for not just individual marginalized identities, but fights for the entirety of the working class in a holistic way.
Do I think the mouth thing is rage bait?
Absolutely.
When they don't present themselves as such.
No, I think it's just disrespect.
And they've been
that he doesn't even think
pretty
about.
bad at
like,
it.
He doesn't
I
see it as being disrespectful because nobody ever told him, hey, jackass, picking your teeth like that is fucking disrespectful.
I saw you even criticize Hakeem Jeffries as well, or Chuck Schumer at least, like recently, saying like they
Pep Talks, when are you and Adam going to talk about stuff on stream?
must resign.
Yeah, our approval ratings.
Yeah,
I would talk to him.
Yeah,
there's a reason for that, and there's a reason for why there is like.
I have more guests coming on the stream though, so
I think only a 77% approval rating for Democrats within the party, right? Like we have a historically high disapproval rating right now for the Democratic Party. I think it's like 21%, which is unprecedented.
Like Johnny Walker Black wants to come on the Johnny Walker Dread, not Black, wants to come on the show and
unprecedented for when a Republican
have a debate, which. Why not?
Is in office, a Republican that is as devastating as the Trump administration.
We want a JS rematch. I'll try and set that one up.
That is a fucking massive alarm bell. And I feel like instead of recognizing that, we're still following along the third way neoliberalism of the past, all the way from Bill Clinton to even to a certain degree Barack Obama as well, where we just keep looking for a more moderate approach.
And that's absolute bullshit. We should not do that. It's absolute bullshit.
Okay.
But sorry, I want to keep going back to the Jennifer Welch thing really quickly. So do you think that Democrats have literally written trans people out of existence? Or is that just hyperbole? Because if it's
of
hyperbole,
course, no, it's hyperbole. Like Democrats are
okay.
Because the Democratic Party is a big tent party.
He needs something in his mouth.
The Democratic Party also is, and this is just how it is for the Democrats in general.
My thought really quickly? Can I finish this thought I was having really quickly? Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
You said a minute ago, like, hey, don't I have? Sorry, no. I just want to finish this very, very quickly. You said a minute ago, like, hey, don't I have a more nuanced view than you would have thought that I had? And it's like, sure, but you're also just like saying two completely different things. You're giving a complete said, I'd vote third party because at that point it doesn't matter, and then you switch that to at that point it's out of my hands. You've basically
that
said,
was
like all of these.
No, it's because there was a poison pill in the bill that would disenfranchise a bunch of married women.
That was the argument I was making.
But when you are repeatedly,
it's almost like they don't actually care about illegals voting. They care mostly about disenfranchising as many people as possible because they understand that if they do that, that's their only path to victory.
Hyperbolizing the Democratic Party as being basically
again. we somehow made it through 2024 just fine and accepted those tallies. So why in the fuck why is this a problem all of a sudden? Or do we have to go back and retally 2024 and look into whether Trump actually won legitimately or not?
The same as
Since we don't know, since we can't trust elections anymore, why that one? Answer me that one.
Republican Party, that creates a level of voter apathy, and I think that is why liberals on Twitter are very mad at you. I mean, of course, there's going to be like the crazy fucks who are always going to say some random shit, but I mean, like,
because honestly, I think that we should definitely start looking into some voter fraud in 2024. Don't you guys think? Don't you think that's a good thing to do?
I think that's the legit criticism that people have of the way that you approach this, is the way that you draw this false equivalency between the two parties.
Adam is actually cooking here, and I'm glad that he is kind of taking Hassan to task.
And like when you get confronted on it, or when someone asks you about it, you're like, well, it's just hyperbole. It's like, no, like
brilliant. This is why I watched this.
Shouldn't hyperbolize about trans
right
people
here.
Like getting shot by. I know that that's not a serious thing you mean, of course. I'm just saying we shouldn't like hyperbolize about how one party treats trans people versus another when there is a meaningful difference. And then when we're talking about the marginality between parties, you've said a bunch of times there's a marginal difference. You said Newsom would be marginally better than whatever the Republican is, but then when we talk about it, you say no, there would be a meaningfully different outcome.
Marginal differences between both parties lead to meaningful differences for the marginalized identities. That is something that I have consistently. That's something that I've talked about for the past 10 years. This is something that I acknowledge. I don't think that there is no difference between two parties, except for certain issues. There are issues where there are no differences, or at least there is like broad consensus politics, right? And if you want to explore that,
honestly, if the Dem Party were to cheat an election, why wouldn't they do it in 2024? It makes no sense. Exactly. That's kind of what I'm bringing up to these people.
Actually, the biggest part.
And why is Trump all of a sudden just like, we need to go and we need to litigate 2020, but not 2024? It's like, well, we did make it through that one with the same technology and no voter ID. So again, do we need to bring this one up?
Of my argument.
And I'm not getting any answers from MAGA in chat, so you know what that means? They don't have a fucking answer.
The consensus that, for example, healthcare is going to remain privatized, and that with the exception of a couple Democrats on the edges, right, the party is broadly seen as a party that also
that was me.
wants to maintain
like, oh no, what I do?
private healthcare, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, the Democrats want to maintain private healthcare. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh shit. Now god damn it. I'm effing now. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Oh god. I will vote for any Republican that fucking fixes my ISP. any Republican that shatters the oligopoly of ISPs in major markets like California, I'm voting for. Fuck it. That's a joke, by the way. Don't take that seriously. I know this is a serious.
I was writing that down so I could quote it. I was writing that down so I could quote it back at you later.
Yeah.
No. In all seriousness, I'm not trying to
never advocate for Republicans. I'll never vote for a Republican. I fucking despise Republicans. So
I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm like here to like confront you on these quotes.
No, it's fine.
I think this is a good
conversation. This is a good conversation. Okay. So we were talking about like between the Republican Party wants to deregulate healthcare marketplaces even further at the behest of healthcare companies. Correct, right?
Yes.
And the Democratic Party solution, at least post Barack Obama, has been at least to offer subsidies to the population, subsidies that end up still not tackling like the for-profit healthcare structure that exists, but tries to keep that system alive. Would you agree with that?
Lay down.
Yes, but just because Democrats are insufficient doesn't mean there's a marginal difference, and that doesn't mean there's a marginal difference in outcome. Like we agree on this
from the perspective, you see where I'm going with this. From the perspective of the everyday working class individual. It's the difference between someone who is going to get their healthcare denied, right? Because they deregulated it. There's no more protections for people with any sort of health complications, right? Like let's say they're completely destroying that on the Republican side, and the Democrats are saying, no, we need to keep the current system, and we need to give the healthcare companies more subsidies so that at least like it's easier to pay for. Like you can still keep your coverage even with a pre-existing condition.
IDs are free bullshit.
But the healthcare,
it's a driver's license fee. What the fuck are you talking about?
Premiums are going to continue to go up. From my perspective, harm reduction of that sort actually reflects the consensus between two parties, because the real two different planks here is private healthcare versus socialized healthcare. And the Democratic Party, unfortunately, unlike the Republican Party, is always judged by its weakest link. Because in order to advocate for more government in a country like the United States of America, where there's no confidence in the government in the post-Reagan era, unfortunately for the Democrats, they will always be judged by whoever is a part of the rotating villain structure that ends up undermining the policy agenda that Democrats are running on. And from the perspective of the average person, from the perspective of the average American individual, they don't actually look at it and go, well, the Democrats are trying their very hardest to make sure that at least my healthcare is affordable. Some might, right? But
that's funny. Out of the two parties, which one has the more has more women that actually took their husbands' names because it's a tradition?
Most don't. Most look at it and go, okay.
It's also funny. Which ones have the reputation for being a little more intelligent and wanting to travel outside the country so they get a passport?
Their party is doing anything for me.
Weird.
What the fuck is this? So that is why I say, from the perspective of, for example, healthcare,
well, that's actually taxation without representation, because if you pay taxes, you should be able to vote.
This bipartisan consensus on private health.
That's kind of my whole thing, is they wrote taxation without or no taxation without representation. How come we don't go looking into that a little bit more? Or is it because it's vague language?
Healthcare as opposed to socialized healthcare is a major one. The conversation should not be kept within the confines of what can we do within the private healthcare system. The conversation should expand to socialized healthcare versus privatized healthcare. And as long as the Democrats don't do that, the differences between them are marginal.
In policy, but not outcome.
Yes. Yeah,
okay,
because
that's a really important.
Yeah, because
that's
like,
a really important distinction.
I can celebrate Barack Obama's accomplishments of like adding pre-existing condition coverage to healthcare or allowing people to stay under their parents' insurance program for 26 years old.
Yeah, no, I agree with Adam on this one because because again, those marginal victories mean nothing.
You know, millions,
apparently to Hassan,
millions of people, healthcare,
which leads to the fucking bullshit ideology of all or nothing
through Medicare funding. Even though the Republicans basically stopped that in red states for a very long time, and it led to tens of thousands of people dying. But at the end of the day, from where I'm standing, from the way I approach the subject matter, the difference is Democrats are offering, let's say 100,000 people a year are dying. If 100,000 less people would die every single year if we had socialized medicine, and there was no issues between access to coverage at the point of purchase, right? Because it's free. Versus 200,000 people die with the Republican agenda, but with the Democratic Party's.
By the way, we're getting close to that 420 on the
agenda.
As far as hitting like the 24, we're at 2413 right now as far as subs. Let's get to that 420 by the end of the night. Sub to the channel if you haven't already, and also hit the like button on the screen. Oh my God. The like button on the stream and double tap the screen. That's what I was trying to get.
100,000 less people die. So the difference is still, from where I'm standing, 100,000 people that should get access to healthcare, but they're not getting access to healthcare.
Just because it's insufficient doesn't mean it's marginal in outcome, though. Like we agree on this. We totally agree on the difference between policy and outcome. And I could even concede that Democrats and Republicans in the capitalistic system, like I get what you're going at. They're both upholding the same liberal thing. But
there's also plenty of capitalist countries that already have these programs. I mean, virtually every single one of them.
I still don't think you should say that there's a meaningful difference between the parties without saying you mean policy, because that could just, from my point of view, as a young 23-year-old dude, there's a lot of voter apathy in my generation. You obviously influence a lot of young people. And I have friends that I went to high school with that have texted me like before the 2024 election saying there's no difference between the parties. Both parties are the same. And we've obviously illustrated throughout this conversation, no, both parties are absolutely not the same.
Well, if they're watching me and not just watching the clips, they would know that there are differences. There are marginal differences in policy that yield mass.
No, but they don't think that hard about it.
Differences in outcome.
No, honestly, Hassan, this is where you give your audience a little bit too much credit in the fact that it's like, you think that they watch your full 8 hours and just take everything you have to say and fucking remember it. No, they remember the clips. Trust me.
Having said that, however, another area.
And you're not exactly clear about this.
Where there's no difference, almost no difference whatsoever, is foreign policy.
Wait, another area where there's no difference.
Because there is one. So
there is a difference on healthcare, though. You said there was almost no difference. So we already established that there's a difference on trans issues. There's a difference on healthcare.
Yeah.
Meaningful outcomes on healthcare. Let's talk about foreign policy for a second.
But wait, before we move on to foreign policy, by the way, sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't correctly word that, but I'm going to get to the foreign policy thing in a second. From though, right? Like, because from the perspective of people that are not, from the perspective of the average American, the difference between being able to pay, $1,000 a month premiums and then having your service coverage denied at the aftermath of like a significant medical complication, and not having that at all, for tens of thousands of people is
he fails at not spelling it out for his dumb audience.
Still a devastating outcome, as opposed to the
reductive, but
alternative, which is that they pay a significantly lower share in taxes and have that healthcare be financed by the government in a single payer style system. Like that's a massive difference, right? One that is the Democrats are not presenting as a unified vision.
Democrats are insufficient on healthcare. Yeah, I agree, but there's not a meaningful difference. Okay, so we went through trans issues. There's not a marginal difference there. There is a meaningful difference. We just talked about healthcare. I think that there's.
So are you saying that in 2016 that election wasn't legit because we didn't have voter ID too?
A meaningful difference between the parties.
Is it only when you lose that you're just like, we need voter ID?
Would you say regarding outcomes?
No, what I'm saying is in terms of,
or when you have the threat of losing. This is a fucking midterm. Do you you do understand that you're being played here, my guy, like for real? Because I'm trying to point out your hypocrisy. You don't have a problem with the 2024 election. Don't have a problem with the 2016 election. Only 2020. It's almost like you're standing up for just a big ass baby who can't take the fact that he lost.
In terms of socialized medicine.
And because he has trained himself since the fucking mid 80s to never admit defeat, that's why you believe this bullshit.
There's a meaningful difference between outcomes between the Democratic and Republican Party on healthcare.
Read the biography about like Rob Cohen. It would benefit you because then you might get an inside look in why Trump does what he does.
Republican Party and the Democratic Party.
And why he's so fucking consistent about it.
There is consensus on maintaining private health care. Would you agree?
There's a mortality gap. Yeah, but there's a mortality gap of 30,000 people that would have died over the past decade.
Yes,
My uncle,
absolutely.
when he was like 22 years old, got diagnosed with this rare form of cancer. The ACA saved his life. That's meaningful. This is meaningful to Americans. Is it insufficient? Absolutely. Should we spend as much time as we can pulling Democrats to
Dang, Pep going
or, I don't know, public option version of healthcare? Absolutely.
Also, Godzilla God King, by the way, me and my wife, we actually... she got this awesome double set of pictures where one's Godzilla for nighttime and Mothra's for daytime. It's
as much
new decor for the bed
as we want.
If we're looking at numbers though, what we're still
that she's making
getting back to is the very meaningful difference between socialized medicine and privatized healthcare. And the reality of the matter is that
they'll move the goalpost to get voter ID compulsory. They'll do what they did with DLs about fake papers, etc., until people have to hand over their DNA to get the right.
While
to
the
vote.
mortality gap exists between the Democrats subsidizing the healthcare system, even though maintaining its private structure.
Do you know what the numbers would exactly look like?
I actually don't know what I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know off the top of my head what the socialized medicine.
Let's say it is
gap would look
100,000
like.
people. Do you think 30,000 of those people are marginal? Let's say it is an extra 100,000 people that would have died. Do you think those 30,000 people are marginal or meaningful?
No, you understand the argument I'm making, right? I'm saying that 100,000 more people would survive if they didn't have their medical care covered, or if they didn't have their medical care denied. There are people right now in the United States of America that choose to forego diabetes medication and die because they just simply can't pay for it. Like that's not that's. I think you and I both agree that that's completely unacceptable, right?
Absolutely. I think that the U.S. healthcare system is pretty
from
awful.
Cheers, folks.
And from my perspective, that is a meaningful difference, is what I'm saying, especially when compared to the consensus that is represented as far as maintaining a private healthcare system. So it's even a much larger number, is my point.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So I think that
because I will always agree with you when you say the Republicans are worse than the Democrats, regardless of like the hyperbole moments or whatever that people clip to present a false narrative that I very quickly will explain after the clip ends, usually, which is unfortunately outside of my hands because we do live in a clip culture. It's people want to argue past one another, but.
You seem to minimize how different the parties are a lot, though. Like a lot. And it's harmful,
yeah,
dude.
Because,
like I said,
because
it creates voter apathy.
You know what happens when people start moving to your state? You have to increase taxes.
The perspective that I'm coming at is...
that's what's happening in Tennessee.
Is the fact that a Democratic Party that still maintains that same consensus on maintaining private health...
Taxes are always going to go up with the increase in population. Sorry. Newsflash.
Healthcare
it's still meaningfully better.
But it doesn't. It ultimately doesn't matter. Like in the grand scheme of things, if we're saving 100,000 lives, and the Democrats are saying no, we're only going to save 30,000 lives, then there's still 70,000 lives that are lost in the process.
That doesn't matter to you? Wait, what do you mean that doesn't matter?
I think we're talking past one another. There's a far larger number of people that are dying in the uniparty consensus.
Okay. I absolutely agree. There is a far larger number of people that are dying in the uniparty consensus, and due to that, the healthcare system needs to be reformed. It is currently insufficient, but I can grant that, and both say the 30,000 people that have saved their lives are meaningful, as we've agreed. So I think that we
don't have a disagreement on like that's the reason why I was also an advocate for the Democratic Party shutting down Congress when the Republicans were ironically trying to do the harm reduction narratives on their side, when they were like, well, every day that Congress is shut down, where we're not conceding to your very reasonable demands about funding healthcare and adding, the additional COVID subsidies back, you're allowed.
He's also stopping processing of passports until the bill is passed.
tens of thousands of, or if not millions of public workers to be furloughed and possibly die.
Go figure.
The point I'm trying to make is in a much broader vision that is both politically beneficial, electorally beneficial. The Democrats refuse
KD622. Welcome to the stream.
To take seriously because of the donations that they get from healthcare companies that want to maintain, that have a financial interest in maintaining a private healthcare system. The Democrats are writing off the additional 70,000 people, and they're getting away with this argument by presenting it as a lesser evil argument, because it's true. Lesser evil argument is the lesser evil argument. The harm reduction theory is correct, but because of the harm reduction theory being correct, the Democrats lean onto that rather than actually advocate for a bold vision. And at times they even lose the election, but it's
right. But this is on us in the DSA and like in some of these organizations to run people who can speak to everyone. That's why Zoran won.
It seemingly doesn't matter.
Why are we still playing this game like we didn't just have a success? I hate this shit. You can never even learn from your fucking victories. You can't learn from your losses. You can't learn from your victories. Jesus Christ. You just want to sit here and bitch all the fucking time.
Right?
I think what we should do before, I think what we should do before the 2028 primaries is push our party as much as possible to reject the type of special interest groups that have led to this over the past decade, have led to the Democratic Party kind of
This is where the virtue signal bullshit comes from, where it's just like, yeah, sometimes it is virtue signaling.
into this. But yeah, so I don't mean to keep hammering down on that point, but I do want to go to foreign policy because I think we can illustrate that can you just say if you agree, yes or no here? So the Democratic Party has meaningfully different outcomes when it comes to trans people. Yes, right? The Democratic Party has meaningfully different outcomes when it comes to healthcare.
The Democratic Party, marginal or not, in terms of their different approach.
You just said you liked Canada's voting system, so why do you hate it? Are you telling me that because they have the locked down voting system, that's why they went too woke? What are you even talking about, man?
To both, well, healthcare is even more marginal, but the Democratic Party's approach to these issues, from the perspective of the people that are receiving it, from the perspective of the people that are looking at it, from the way that they angle the conversation, the way that they move to a centrist position on a lot of these key positions, is marginally different, but marginal differences yield significant outcomes for the people.
So the average person views the policies as marginally different, even though they're the ones who are receiving the outcomes. Like the person who either gets
100%. Do you think that the average American is making a reasonable, a rational decision when they're voting?
Not the average American, but the Americans that are affected. Like if you need insulin and you get rejected due to a Republican Party, that's meaningful. There's meaningful outcomes there.
Yeah, and yet they still make irrational choices all the time. I mean, that's. I think I wouldn't. I didn't.
How am I misconstruing his opinion or his position, Sylvie?
I think you disagree with me on that. Yeah. Well, how many people with like immediate undocumented family members voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
They are insanely irrational in their decision making. That's why I always say you have to have a definable agenda that makes you that makes you viable at the elections.
Right.
There's
people
two different problems here.
Actors, no matter.
He's right about that.
Or what though? People are gonna be irrational actors no matter what.
That's why you got to fucking bludgeon them in the head. That's why you got to bludgeon them in the head in the same way that Republicans unfortunately do very well and they have less structural hurdles than the Democrats do, obviously, in this situation, but they bludgeon people in the head by saying, make America great again. Here's what those values mean. And then they just like add a bunch of nonsense into it. They engage in hyperbole. They regularly will be definable by their policies. Build the wall. It's like very simple. It's very simple stuff that they actively harp on. And the Democrats are constantly running on a defensive posture. And my argument is, the reason why I think they're running on a defensive posture is because they can lean into the harm reduction narratives. Because the harm reduction narrative is a correct approach. It is correct in theory, but given
T8, how's it going?
That most voters are making irrational decisions, unless they're literally fucking bludgeoned in the head with it over and over again to spell out those party differences, they're not going to make a rational choice. And many of them are not even going to vote at all. My community, on the other hand, by the way, overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris, but that's besides the point. I mean, virtually every single person in my community voted for Kamala Harris, contrary to what people say.
If it's 2028, man, and we're running on like harm reduction narratives in the general, I will be very, very disappointed. I hope that we have I'm excited.
Well, I mean, yeah,
you'll be disappointed.
That's cute.
So you understand what I'm saying, though, right? Then you feel like it would be out of your hands as far as like what you can do? Because at that point, I can.
Oh my God, you guys are both almost right there.
At that point, I can lie to my audience. At that point, I can lie to my audience and be like, no, you guys don't understand. Kamala Harris, when she says we're going to have the most lethal military, what she actually means is that she's going to be anti-war as opposed to Donald Trump. No one's going to fucking listen to me.
You say your audience listen. We had an ideological primary, and if Gavin Newsom is the nominee, this obviously did not go our way. We will continue to pressure his administration, but the difference between voting for Gavin Newsom and a J.D. Vance, or voting third party and abstaining and lowering the threshold for J.D. Vance to win.
Yeah, you got to vote for the easier opposition is is who you have to vote for.
Is the difference between quite literally 15 million people dying due to USAID cuts, which Gavin Newsom would restore. It's a difference between like a mother in Sudan.
I mean, especially in this time where it's kind of like, hey, man, do we want somebody who would actually get rid of ICE? Or are you going to disingenuously just be like, well, Gavin Newsom's no different than Trump. He would totally just support having ICE in its current form.
A malaria vaccine for their infant son versus that malaria vaccine not being there and the son dying. There's multiple studies and models showing that 12 to 14 million people will die by 2030 due to the cuts of USAID. And I think that it is the onus is on us in 2028, whether it's Newsom or another candidate, to be at the end of the day, be like, yeah, we have to suck it up and we have to not only just reduce harm marginally.
I hope that Gavin Newsom never runs on even if he's going to restore USAID, I hope he doesn't try to run on restoring USAID, because I feel like that will lead to a significant
defeat. He should not run on restoring USAID.
No. Even if he's going to do it, I'm not even saying that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
I'm saying he should not be. He should not be running around being like, I'm going to restore USAID. That's why you should vote for me.
No, that's totally fine. But this matters. There's
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you on that either.
So what do you mean? It's
maybe it'll come across as
he continues to say that he doesn't like them, but he's giving them all the accolades he possibly can. It's ridiculous.
Shock for people, but
what do you mean it's out of your hands at that point? I don't think it's out of our hands at that point.
What is out of my hands is that no matter what if people ask me about, why Kamala Harris was not coming out and releasing a statement about the that she presented as opposed to the Biden administration's Gaza policy. Because I think we agree that like she did not separate from Joe Biden in a meaningful way at all, right? Like,
yeah,
she didn't, and that's a big part of why she lost. So,
glad that Adam could at least.
One of my biggest points of contention, especially leaving the DNC, where I got basically blackpilled, I was like, I could not believe like how much people were celebrating it and how much people thought like, oh, we got this in the bag. When the situation on the ground showed a very different reality, at least from my perspective. When Kamala Harris refused to sever ties with Biden, and I know that would have been a complicated process regardless, and there would be a lot of drama surrounding it, but I think with expert messaging, that would have been very beneficial for Kamala Harris, similar to like Mark Carney versus, Justin Trudeau, like cutting the dead weight, basically, taking out an unpopular figure and then rising from the ashes and presenting a bold new vision. Even within 107 days, she could have, tried to do this. When they didn't do that, and they tried to win by, hugging and kissing Liz Cheney, and tried to win by like going after this mythical moderate voter in the exact ways that Matt Iglesias and Jonathan Chait and all these
the mythical median voter, dude, those
other people.
That's literally the fucking like biggest contingent of voters and non-voters in the country.
Presented as a positive.
Fuck, man, God, get offline.
Like a lot of these commentary folk that the Democrats do listen to for some reason. I don't know why.
Like work in the fucking like private sector and deal with people that are exactly who he's talking about.
When they ran around with this pivot to the center and kept repeating it, and the consulting class kept repeating that this was like the appropriate thing to do. When I had two options, I could have just been like, well, guys, you have to understand Kamala Harris is actually going to be much better than Donald Trump, which I did bring up with regular frequency, especially as it pertains to what Donald Trump was presenting. Mass deportations and what that would look like. And there are many, many videos where I, presented how terrifying a vision Donald Trump was spelling for the future of the country versus what Kamala Harris was presenting, which conceded, because this was another holdover from the Biden administration, conceded that undocumented migrants were actually...
Dial up, you've said a lot of stuff in chat today, and I'll say Kamala courted neocons, which MAGA base hates.
Undocumented migrants were actually a national security interest, a national security issue, that they were actually leading to crime, and that the only solution was...
You're just objectively right about that.
A compromise position that wasn't mass deportations, but instead was like, deportation of some. That was completely unnecessary, because the main point that the Republicans drove home was built around a lie that undocumented migrants are responsible for a higher share of per capita crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens are. That's never been the truth.
Are you not okay with some deportations if someone's actually committing crimes? Because the stats say that undocumented immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than native-born citizens. They commit crimes at very low rates. But if somebody does commit a crime and they're caught here, are you okay with deportation? Say it's not ICE.
It's entirely dependent on what the crime is, but I'm always going to be an advocate to make sure that like justice is served instead of like just immediately trying to deport someone. I would much rather have them sit in the prison system especially if they've done a heinous crime, because there's no assurance that that person is actually going to stay in prison when they are.
That is something that I agree with.
Sent to a different country.
Yeah, when they were when Trump was trying to like get walls to empty out his prisons, he's like, "We got to get the bad guys out of there." It's like they're in prison.
So
I kept just thinking about that. I'm like, Why?
I don't even fault you for not endorsing Kamala in 2025. I mean, I personally think she was way, way better.
Especially if they're not like pushing to get them out, where it's just like, hey, we're at capacity kind of shit, where it's just like, no, they're in the right place here. And there's no guarantee that they're going to go to prison if you deport them.
And I'm sure that
so essentially, you're releasing them.
I mean, we can talk about the impacts that Trump has had, and we'd agree. But I mean, yeah, if she's going to run in such a risk-averse way, I can understand that. I just, yeah, I think before we move on to the forward-looking message,
Like my argument is Kamala Harris didn't present that vision appropriately, and that's why she lost. Like she should have sat there and been like, "What do you guys think mass deportation is going to look like?" This is verbatim, bar for bar, what I told both Democrat consultants and also party members, including Ro Khanna and many others, both privately and publicly. I was like, explain to people what fucking mass deportations are going to look like. You guys are running scared. I know you see the polls that say 66% of the public want mass deportations. They don't know what that looks like. It's up to you to explain to them what that looks like. And
well, now they can conceptualize it. Like, this is one of those cases where I hate to say it's like, well, if they weren't going to listen to us because we did try.
When they don't do that and they cede ground unnecessarily on this argument, they end up causing a spectacular defeat, where Donald Trump does come in and actually does start the process of mass deportations.
I'll be honest, once they turned the discourse to like, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, people did kind of wake up to that, because then we were kind of more aware that he was just like, we're doing mass deportations. And then Project 2025, we were talking about it, at least in these spaces.
Was my argument. And that's precisely what I mean when I say it's out of my hands at that point.
Even
no matter how much I yelled both at the Democrats, no matter how much I advocated for every single day about how devastating a vision Donald Trump would look like if he actually won, the Democrats still chose what they chose to do. That's what I mean when I say it's out of my hands. I don't know exactly how Gavin Newsom is going to run. We don't know yet. It's too far out. But my assumption when I say it's out of my hands is that Gavin Newsom represents the same old business as usual politics that Kamala Harris ran on, that Democrats have run on in the past, with the notable exceptions of Joe Biden and also Barack Obama. Both ran on an objectively progressive policy agenda.
Gotta take a nap. All right, good night, Natch.
They didn't legislate that way, but they did, objectively run on a much bolder policy vision than they actually ended up fulfilling. But my point is, if you don't do that, if you don't run a bold policy agenda focused vision, you are going to lose to the Democrats. And I fear that that's what Gavin Newsom is going to do. And that's why I meant, like, it's out of my hands at that point. There's nothing I can do to salvage the reputation of the party, because I've been there. I've been there in 2016. I was there in 2020. Luckily, it worked out. And I was there in 2024, and it didn't work out again against Donald Trump. That's my argument.
Yeah, so I agree that Kamala Harris definitely should have taken more affirmative stances. One of my big problems with her is that she was super risk averse. I think that as a former prosecutor, there was a trope that she was just very meticulous with every single thing she does. And I think that's representative of a broader Democratic Party that is just very risk averse. And while they're risk averse, they'll also finger wag and shame you over and over for not voting for this candidate in that way. I mean, the Democratic Party definitely has me.
We're not at war with Russia, numbnuts.
Disillusioned. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it is.
We're backing a NATO partner. That's how partnerships work. And we made a commitment.
Out of your hands at that point.
The fuck?
I mean, the messaging.
The idiots that come in here and say that somehow Joe Biden started the war with Russia are some of the dumbest fuckers I have ever seen in my life.
Maybe like the messaging apparatus of the Democratic Party. If Newsom
Holy
advances the nominee,
shit.
it's not out of your hands. But
no, there were no new wars. But meanwhile, we're about to go to war with Iran like this fucking weekend. And this is what you have to say?
There's
like, you fucking care.
Still an entire administration that you can pressure and push if Newsom were to win in your direction. It's
yeah,
not
I'm going to keep
hands.
doing that
And
regardless.
You also said,
oh yeah,
but it's not.
That's right. Crimea.
You said at that point it doesn't even matter, and I can understand.
So this guy can cry me a river.
What I meant, and if you listen to what the conversation I was having afterwards, is what I meant is like it's impossible. And this is a thing that I brought up over and over again with Kamala Harris in 2024, is that there's nothing I can do to outflank the party. And one example I'll give you, I think you'll agree with. Kamala Harris got $1 billion, right? Massive war chest. She comes in hot. She comes out with this like. I thought it was going to be a visionary agenda.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Tim Walz. They're coming out of the DNC. I'm a little shook in my confidence in the party.
Russia went and invaded Crimea, so I say Crimea River, and yeah.
They dump $30 million
Get a hell yeah.
to the television market in Pennsylvania. And the polls didn't even move a little bit. That was a major sign of alarm, major sign for concern for me. At the time, I said, this implies that people are hearing the message, but they're not identifying with it. They don't like it. They don't like what Kamala Harris is presenting. Because at that point, no matter how much money you spend,
she wasn't good
no
at
matter how
selling
much
it
you
either.
tell people that you're going to be better, that you're going to be better than the Republicans, and here is why, they were not responding positively to it. And that should have been a really important point for Kamala Harris to pivot away, go back to the drawing board, and potentially come out with a more bold vision for change. They didn't do that. And that was that's precisely what I mean when I say.
And she got close too.
It's impossible.
Like that was the weirdest part. Like I remember the first month of her campaign, she did 2 events where she talked about universal health care, where I was like, what? Then all of a sudden the consultants got to her.
For me to outflank $1 billion of ad spend, Taylor Swift endorsements, Beyonce endorsements. I'm not
Kamala was lame.
saying I'm a small being and I'm just like utterly irrelevant. Of course.
I remember when they announced her as the candidate, I was like, ew.
No, we're not. I don't even think you can change. It's not even what I claim.
Yeah, well, that's what a lot of people yell at me over. They make it seem like I was the singular kingmaker or something.
That's really dumb. And any liberals saying that dumb, any liberals saying that you need to line up behind Gavin Newsom, what the hell? It's 2 years out. Why do you think so many liberals were mad at that Jennifer Welch clip? Like, what's your steel, man? If I could ask.
What do I think about it?
Like, no, why do you think
you did not sleep?
Yeah,
well.
no, I know. It's the same. It's the same.
Sorry, I had to continue working, and now I do not remember what the position was that I was that I had in mind. I did not.
The reason
sleep.
why everyone said the Bernie Bros were the reason why Hillary Clinton lost. It's the same reason why people still say third-party voters are the reason why Kamala Harris lost. Even though if all third-party voters, I'm sure you know, voted for Kamala Harris, she still wouldn't have won the election. It's people looking for an alternative. It's not that their vision of what the Democratic Party should be doing is incorrect entirely. It must be something else. So they're just looking to blame someone else. And I'm fine.
I can agree with them
being
on
that guy. If they
I
want to
honestly disagree. I think a lot of the liberals I talk to and a lot of the people in my audience don't think what you just said. I've got a massive liberal audience online.
Yeah,
I didn't ask them about this. I don't know. But I genuinely think a lot of the criticism I saw on Twitter goes back to the conversation that I was kind of trying to not pin you down, but I was kind of trying to return to it over and over is the way that you word these things on your stream. I genuinely think liberals take problem with that. I mean, yeah, some people will be looking for a scapegoat and will say that third-party voters cost Hillary the election or cost Kamala the election. I mean, it's not.
Holy shit!
I don't think it's true in the case of Kamala, but
Did you
I
reach
think
your
that
limit?
no one expects you to change the results of the election, or maybe not no one. No reasonable person expects you to change the
Wrote
results of
me
the
a
election.
novel.
No
Yeah.
reasonable person expects you to jump up and down and start throating Gavin Newsom 2 years before we even have our candidates there. Like, no reasonable person is going to say, if you would have said, I refuse to pre-commit to any candidate and I want to use
the
my
same
leverage.
thing as like writing AOC off just because of the Munich thing. Like she can't learn from
I want
this.
to make sure that we have an ideological battle.
I
and
was
wanna
trying
come
to
out on
tell
top.
somebody today where I was just like, you know what? If there was a good time to make that mistake, it was then.
I'm not going to commit to
Who
anyone.
the fuck's actually
I
going
think
to be thinking about the Munich thing beyond fucking Republicans who are already obsessed with her?
minimize the amount of liberal damage. And you did explain right after why you didn't vote for Kamala and how it
Yeah,
was
but
the
the
same.
clip was way before the clip ended. Way
yeah,
before
but you're
that.
saying something different too now. You're saying it's out of your hands, but you did word it. And you're live a lot every single day, so you can't word everything perfectly. But you literally said at that point it doesn't even matter. One day prior, you said Newsom is marginally better. When liberals see all of this in totality, it's like, wow, this
Why so itchy? It's dry as fuck.
guy doesn't think that the Democrats are even different, and this
Yeah,
guy has a
me
lot of
and
apathy
him.
towards
It's
who
just-
wins. It came off as
it's bad
apathetic
down here, man.
And I mean,
I have a freaking humidifier going too. Like I
There's
don't
a
know.
common criticism
It's-
online
Do you feel like some people want to feel like I'm apathetic?
no water either.
Do you feel like one? There's two different reasons for. There's two different things I want to mention here. One, the plurality doesn't vote, and therefore the plurality is apathetic, right? My audience, as I've demonstrated already, is not apathetic, and they are voting for the Democratic Party when push comes
I think
to
the
shove.
plurality would be less apathetic if we could illustrate more. I think the plurality is apathetic because people say there's a marginal difference between the parties.
Okay.
If we could
So
illustrate.
wait.
meaningful
So
differences-
this is a good point. This is a good point.
As opposed to what? The 400th fucking lawyer this year? The fuck, man.
So you think it's people like myself and others that are creating this apathy and not the multi-billion-dollar messaging infrastructure of the Democratic Party that is
I'll never get behind the fucking AOC, the bartender.
making it seem as though the differences are either
Unless you're trying to say it just like
completely
Ronald Reagan, the actor? Ha!
irrelevant for them.
No. It
Or
could be both. I think it could
inconsequential.
One of my favorite scenes in Back to the
Sequential.
Future.
No, I think it'd be both.
All right there, future boy.
It can be both. And
If you're really from the future, who's the president of the United States? Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan, the actor?
two things can be
Okay,
true.
so-
at once.
so
the
this is
Democratic
the
Party
door.
is
Because
that was the
definitely
point I was
insufficient. No,
making. But
It's
that
both.
was the point I was
Democratic
making. I
Party
was
is
saying, like, you can't
incredibly
outflank-
insufficient.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, and I suppose you'll tell me next that who's the vice president? Jerry Lewis?
Well, no, you're that is precisely my point, which is that I can't outflank the party. If the party is constantly communicating that like they're going to be moderate, they're going to have only marginal differences, but like they're going to be the adult in the room, and that's what they're communicating. My reflection on that as being devastating is not going to actually change people's minds that we're going to previously
Imagine making fun of bartenders and supporting rapists.
vote for the Democratic Party and don't. Yeah. And that's precisely the reason why virtually everyone in this community voted for Kamala Harris, regardless of the setbacks that she, regardless of her election hangups. And that's the reason why I don't necessarily care what liberals say on the internet. Like if they want to yell at me, it's fine. But one of the things that they consistently mention is like, oh, he's popular because he's shitting on the Democrats. And that is the problem. Like you're basically recognizing that the Democratic Party is an incredibly unpopular brand. And we have to fix that. If you want the Democrats to actually consistently and reliably win elections, which I care a lot more about the policy agenda than I do about like, Democrats as a brand, as a party winning, right?
Sure.
So that is the issue. And these guys don't understand that that's the issue. And constantly recycling harm reduction narratives over and over again doesn't actually make people on the outside, the plurality of voters that do have that apathy, take a different look at the Democratic Party. It just makes...
Like I said, this is where it would benefit us to use Trump's own words and actions against
Democrats
him.
Look like
when he says that, the radical left, they hate me, and everybody that doesn't like Trump is a radical leftist. That's a lot of people that you could just be like, hey, you're already being seen as that. You're being targeted as that. Why don't you vote for this person? Because they have good policies, and they're not, radical left. These are just, pretty common sense. You guys want funding for the fire department. You want funding for hospitals. You want, maybe universal health care, at least a single payer option. This would be great.
Like smug elitist assholes who are entitled to your vote.
I mean, shit, everybody that bitches about Obamacare in here, a single payer option is something that you should strive for.
And for
I
them,
think it can be both and. It can be both and. The Democratic Party definitely needs to message better and draw the difference better. But I also think that the way that
Iron.
speak about it, I'm not blaming it all on you, by the way. Not even blaming it mostly on you. I think that the way people speak about it is that the party
Iron off. Iron off.
Are the same does create that type of apathy as well. When they're not the same, we've
Hello. How are you?
Walked through this entire stream how
Okay,
there are
but
meaningful,
you
meaningful
do
differences.
Holding it down over on Twitch. Appreciate that.
You do recognize. I talk about the differences. If people that are watching the clips actually came and tuned into my
Vixen, chill with the R word.
To my live broadcast, or
Otherwise,
even watched any of the YouTube videos
I can
or whatever,
already tell that you're going to start getting shadowed.
They would know that that's not all I say.
No,
right?
I watched multiple full-length videos, and you really blur the lines. And I'm not gonna when your audience you
I'm good, Iron. Thank you.
do in the video. You said two things back to back. You said Democrats have literally written you out of existence. Later on, you say Democrats would essentially shoot you. It's fine to use hyperbole, but
No,
then
you're bringing up two clips. Those
are two different clips. No. It's in the same video. Though. It's the same video.
I know,
Later
but I already explained to you that.
Video,
but there's.
We're watching Adam Mockler versus Hassan Piker, and not verse really. They're actually having a pretty good discussion about harm reduction in the Democratic Party and voting.
Additional things I say in between those two clips.
Between these two strong declarative statements, you for a second say, yeah, sure, being a trans person in a blue state is probably better than a red state, and then you go back to saying the next statement.
The idea that and there are a million
Hassan's repeated himself a bunch of times.
Examples I can show you if you want to see it. But the idea that I don't actually maintain the
Is there a reason you know of that there's less Twitch users?
validity of the harm reduction argument, I just don't present it as
As I said, it's kind of my backup platform.
number one solution. I recognize that there is a difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. The clips that people oftentimes will recirculate will be on issue-specific things like Israel, Palestine, like the continuation of genocide, right? Like both off of the genocide that unfolded when Joe Biden was president and Kamala Harris was vice president, and also the way that Kamala Harris communicated about what she would do differently from Joe Biden, which was unfortunately nothing, right? Like there are certain aspects of we have a difference of opinion, or we have a different approach between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party that's just like not translating to the population at all, and there's good reason.
Yes, but that's kind of because you think that they're just a mythical creature that doesn't exist that you can't placate to.
Reason for them to actually. There's good reason for the average person to not think that there's anything. There's any major difference between the two parties. As far as genocide is still genocide. One is being conducted in a way where Trump is also saying additional unhinged shit. The other one is being conducted where Joe Biden keeps saying, "Oh, we have red lines," and then Benjamin Netanyahu keeps crossing them. Right?
Yeah, I agree. I think the Democrats need to stand the fuck up, and I think that this is an issue where Democrats definitely need to be meaningfully better than Republicans.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just like because it's electorally beneficial. it's also unconscionable in general. And that was the reason why I said that given both Kamala Harris's lack of interest in like communicating a different vision for what will happen with her leadership between, United States and Israel, and given her tendency to lean into Joe Biden's agenda on migration,
People were looking for a
right wing bill, the right wing bill that they
actually, D-Man, name a policy and name legislation you support.
Passed
that's not too out there, man.
They packaged as a bipartisan bill that was like almost single-handedly written by that fucking Oklahoma senator that basically offered money to build the wall. Like all of these things that they went back on, people are stupid, but they're not that stupid, right? If you say you're like anti-build the wall for years and years, and then you're
America's
like
going down the toilet with the pedophile.
Before the election, on October 6, 2023, you unveil a spending package that has money to build
yeah, T8. Yeah, that's where most of my viewership
the wall.
is.
People are going to look at that and go, oh, so Republicans were right all along, that immigrants do constitute a national security threat, and you guys were just fucking lying to us. And all you end up doing in that situation is you don't get the moderates to come to your side to go, well, there's a reasonable immigration agenda here, and the Democrats are the only party that's going to advance this reasonable immigration agenda. No, most people in the Democratic Party say, oh shit, I guess undocumented migrants are doing the rapes and the decapitations or whatever the fuck the Trump administration is saying.
I think
maybe they were
Kamala
right.
was pretty clear that that's not true, though. I mean, Kamala drew the line. I don't think she played into Trump's anti-immigration criminal rhetoric as much as she
but
did.
the concession is within the legislation.
There's the link to the YouTube.
The concession, you don't come forward with well, first of all, she had plenty of fucking I'm going to be strong on the border videos.
Were you okay with strengthening the border from Biden era? Did you want to continue Biden era policies? Because right now,
I thought the Biden era policies were horrendous because the first 100 days of immigration that he ran on, he did not accomplish at all. If you go back to 2021, I believe it's in the month of February, where I said, if the Biden administration, when the images came out of Customs and Border Patrol whipping the Haitian migrants at the Texas border, you remember they had the reins on horseback, and I said the Biden administration promised a comprehensive first 100 days of dealing with the humanitarian crisis at the border, and they had a lot of really good policies in there, and those policies were supposed to revolve around expeditious processing of migrants that are coming in and offering them temporary protected status, going through expeditiously on their asylum applications, and making sure that they are relocated, appropriately all around the country. And they got so scared that the Republicans started instantly hitting the immigrants are coming in to do rapes lines over and over again, that they completely backed away from it. And they thought, as long as we don't address it, it'll go away. And then Greg Abbott came out, Ron DeSantis came out, and they did the whole human trafficking scheme, if you remember, where they took undocumented migrants that had crossed the border to legally apply for asylum, and then they shipped them to Long Island and all these other places with the express purpose of ruining the immigration process that was already underfunded. At the time, I said, Joe Biden needs to punish Greg Abbott. He needs to throw Greg Abbott in prison for human trafficking. He needs to do the same thing for Ron DeSantis. He needs to play hardball. They didn't do that. No one was held accountable, and all it did was create a $12 billion budget shortfall in places like New York City that the federal government did not give immediate aid to, that they could not give immediate aid to, because they purposely bricked the immigration system that exists. Because these guys are supposed to be processed in Texas. The courts have adequate funds to have these guys be processed in the state of Texas, right? And they didn't do that. They didn't do any of that. And that's the reason why over the course of the 3 years, Joe Biden went from having a popular agenda on immigration, winning.
I've read a lot of if Trump did some horrible stuff, 11 to 12-year-old. Yeah, dude. I'll talk about that in a little bit. I want to finish this.
The popular vote.
I could literally do another breakdown segment on the Epstein stuff. So just I'll get to
on a much more progressive agenda on combating immigration with a more humanitarian
Trump
framework.
The allegations are fucking horrendous.
Moving towards amnesty, which again has always been broadly popular as opposed to mass deportation, and he didn't do that. And then they conceded on the right-wing attitude, on the white nativist, anti-immigrant sentiment. And that's the reason why they lost the election.
Everybody say hi to Uni and shit.
Yeah,
she is watching.
I think that Biden's immigration policy left a huge vacuum for Donald Trump to then come in with the most far-right immigration policy possible. I don't think they tried to act like all immigrants were criminals or tried to demonize them in the same way. But yeah, they absolutely messed up. And that kind of brings me to like a more affirmative message for the Democratic Party and how we need to not only run on things that excite people, run on things that actually turn people out.
It wasn't just Biden, by the way. Democrats completely conceded on the issue of immigration. You don't agree? Like as a national party, as a national party.
I think that the Democrats are kind of just moving where most Americans are. They're just basically saying, We should have a stronger border. We should.
I want you to tell us what the proof is behind your claim Trump poops on babies.
Make sure that,
what the
that people can come here legally in a safe way. We should make sure that people can come contribute to this country. But I think they're trying to end the abuse of the asylum process we saw under Biden. I don't agree that have they conceded fully to Republicans? Is that what you're asking me? No, Democrats have not conceded fully to Republicans.
No, not fully. Have they conceded the Republicans on the false notion that immigrants constitute a national security threat? You think?
I haven't seen that. No. Wait.
You don't think
which
that the
Democrat-
October 6,
Wait,
2023
which-
bill was a concession to the faulty notion, the complete...
The one written by Langford?
Yeah. The one that...
Can you name one mainstream Democrat who's called immigrants a national security threat?
No, of course not. But that bill was packaged as a reasonable and just approach to the problem of criminal migration, like migration that was, and also then there's like the Lake and Riley Act and all this other stuff that came along after
bill,
Donald Trump.
I think that bill increased funding for asylum judges so that asylum seekers could be processed in a more speedy way. The bill was absolutely not perfect, but after 2 years of Biden, were we even in the majority when they were trying to pass this bill?
Biden went in and acted as though this was a bipartisan bill with little to no, and this is according not to me, but to numerous other advocacy organizations that said that this bill, unlike any other Democratic Party bill that was ever passed on immigration, that was ever advocated to pass on immigration, had little to none in terms of what you're talking about in terms of the courts. There was some funding for the courts, but the bulk of
there she is.
the courts was going to.
It looks like
the bulk
Kamala
of the
ran on a stronger pathway to citizenship too.
The bulk of the funding. Hold on. The bulk of the funding went to the apprehension, the ICE facilities, Department of Homeland Security, and funds that were about combating immigrant crime. Like that was the main focus of it. And the Democrats still had some residual fears about that, which is precisely the reason why a bunch of Democrats not only have voted to fund ICE, both under the Biden administration or give additional funds to ICE, but then also on top of that, voted for the Lake and Riley Act, which was heinous. I think you and I both agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So and the reason why they found themselves with their pants down now when the issue has completely swapped to our side, my side, maybe not even the Democratic Party side necessarily, the way that they were communicating around it, because you still had Chris Murphy and I believe January or February talking about how, well, Joe Biden actually deported more migrants than Donald Trump did, but he didn't do it in such violent ways, as though that's like somehow supposed to be better, because all of that is a concession that like migrants need to be removed from the boundaries of the state. Like there's no need to make a concession like that, because you and I both agree that migrants are our neighbors. The difference between an undocumented person and a documented person is paperwork. That for 23 years prior to the existence of the Department of Homeland Security, were there deportations? Of course there were, every now and then. Having said that, they were conducted by the INS. It wasn't like this militant organization known as ICE that was specifically doing interior removals, because it was a civil offense. It was a paperwork violation. And that's what I want to get back to. I want to bring the clock back to a time where we had a more reasonable approach, because this is a nation comprised of entirely immigrants, with the exception of the indigenous population and black people.
If you could choose how the Democratic candidate in 2028, even throughout the primary, messages on immigration, how do you think they should do it for the vast majority of American people who think that Biden was weak on the border? And this is just what people think. I mean, I think that Biden had a lot of errors, and I think a lot of American people think that he was incredibly weak on the border. That obviously led a pathway to Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, obviously, I don't even think she conceded as much as you're saying. I mean, her platform looks
counter message. No, at no point do you cede ground
Kamala Harris
to the
was running on a
Republicans.
pathway to citizenship.
Yeah, so was Joe Biden, and then he didn't actually do that at all. That's my point. Like the amnesty framing is good.
I get what they're
but
saying there.
that wasn't not only was that not the primary vehicle of her immigration agenda, the primary
bad promise not to keep
vehicle of her
is kinda what
immigration
he's
agenda
saying.
was the bipartisan bill that was actually more reasonable, and that Donald Trump was actually trying to undermine that because he wanted to use immigration as like a talking point, right? Like that was the communication
Kamala didn't
strategy.
run on Langford's bill. Kamala did not run on Langford's bill.
No, it was
Kamala ran on a pathway to citizenship, and I believe they did talk about how mass deportations would be bad. Definitely not sufficient.
She actually did kind of run on Langford's bill. Whether she was like supporting it, no, but she was constantly bringing up how it's like, we had this piece of legislation that's a bipartisan thing, and Donald Trump shot it down. So, I mean,
No, they
it's not the same.
ran border ads,
But,
like talking about how she
not
prosecutes transnational gangs. Like they were very clearly communicating that they were going to take a much harder approach because they were afraid. They were running scared, and they were afraid of the.
So how, if you're the
66%
Democratic
of Americans
candidate-
saying that they want mass deportation? They saw that poll and they freaked the fuck out.
If you're the Democratic candidate in 2028, how do you message around this so that people in America don't think you're weak and soft on the border like Biden was? Not saying you are, I'm just saying so people don't get the idea that it's going to be another Biden.
Yeah, there's also like Kamala Harris did blame Donald Trump over and over again for killing Langford's bill, by the way, like including in debates. You know that, right?
I think that she's trying to illustrate the point that Trump doesn't care about immigration.
Yeah, but what does that say to the average person? That doesn't say that
Trump
Kamala
doesn't
Harris
care
is
about
not
immigration,
running.
that Trump and the Republicans are not going to responsibly deal with this issue in a long-term way, that they're likely just going to use this as a political cudgel and then do mass deportations.
Look, I'm not your enemy, but I do think you're debating a little bit here. I think the whole point is that was a failed strategy, and Donald Trump ended up winning on immigration because
I agree,
Kamala Harris was presenting herself as accepting of the right-wing framing that the Langford bill was good, and that the Langford bill was also presented as like a very militant approach to immigration because they were afraid. They were afraid that they saw those polls that says 66% of people want mass deportation. It never should have gotten to that point. It never should have gotten to that point at all, right? Like no one in America should have ever said 66% of us believe in mass deportation. We're a nation of immigrants. It got to that point, and guess what? Even then, the polls also still showed that given the option between mass deportation and mass amnesty, Americans have never historically chosen mass deportation over mass amnesty. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. But what's your affirmative message?
But you would have known that if you watched me, or even if you watched my Ro Khanna video or my Ro Khanna conversation.
Don't do that shit.
Because I brought it.
You do an 8-hour stream, bro.
Up to Democrats over and over again. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is I have a broad vision for a better future. And I try to communicate that to the Democrats to the best of my ability. If they don't want to fucking listen, it's out of my hands. And that goes back to the same point. I want to have a conversation with Gavin Newsom. I want to communicate to Gavin Newsom what these spectacular failures look like. But if he's
that'd be a great interview.
Busy yucking it up with fucking Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, talking about how his son is a major.
Although somebody feels like I do about,
You're Charlie Kirk fan, talking to Ben Shapiro and apologizing to Ben Shapiro on Israel not being a genocide, or apologizing to Ben Shapiro about what his social media team said about
I don't
ICE.
run Gavin Newsom's podcast strategy. I don't know. But
No, but his podcast strategy is deliberate because he wants to, he thinks, faulty or not, that if he communicates a certain attitude to as many people as possible, that he positions himself as a moderate figure who's going to be tough on crime, who's actually going to be conciliatory to Republican figureheads, that's how he's going to win the fucking election. And I have no other way to approach what his advocacy is going to look like, what his policy agenda is going to look like this far out. But my assessment is, judging by his pivot to the center attitude with his policies that he's presenting on the podcast that he's doing so that he can win the election, so that he become the presidential candidate, judging off of that, there's not anything I can do. It's out of my hands if he runs in the same way that Kamala Harris did.
I think that's why we pressure them hardcore in the primary. But I do want to ask, so you're running Newsom's campaign. I guess we don't have to use Newsom as a stand-in.
No, we can use Newsom as a stand-in.
Okay,
there's good stuff. There's good stuff in Newsom.
Okay, so you're running it. How do you model the immigration platform so that you don't scare off people, and that you also have an affirmative, exciting message that's pro?
Yeah, we're a nation of migrants. Donald Trump and the Republican reactionary forces are constantly pitting neighbor against neighbor. These people are the backbone of the American economy, and they've been here for 10 plus years. They've worked tirelessly to make sure that you have fucking tomatoes and tomatoes in your salad and guacamole on your Chipotle burritos.
Stance.
What?
So far, that's the Democratic Party stance entirely.
No, hold on. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to fucking concede on, Langford bills or say that like ICE is supposed to exist in the way that it does at all. There is a clear difference between someone like myself and the way that Gavin Newsom has communicated thus far, or the way
I brought that up about the ICE
that
thing.
like the National Democratic Party is currently being perceived.
Yeah.
Right. The reason why we think they're being weak is because they are too conciliatory. They say, oh, people want to abolish ICE. It now has like plurality, and yet the major Democrats are refusing to say that.
Then you have Chuck Schumer
saying, no, ICE actually wants body cameras. Technically, from a harm reduction standpoint, body cameras are better than no body cameras, right? Even though Jonathan Ross was filming himself when he shot Renee Good, technically body cameras could potentially bring about some semblance of accountability. That's harm reduction. But the difference shouldn't be between body cameras versus no body cameras. The difference is abolish ICE versus keep ICE at the current level of funding.
Night, Mitch.
Versus
keep falling out.
Take ICE's funding away, then inevitably abolish it and go back to the previous structure that existed, where the Department of Homeland Security wasn't this massive Palantir-backed Israel-style surveillance apparatus, but instead was there was a more just process.
Hey, Kirk's wife.
That actually yielded American prosperity for decades and decades, when people knew that they could come here and work fucking hard and become an American citizen, because that's what's beautiful about the United States of America. No matter where you come from, you can't live in Turkey and become Turkish. You can't live in England and become English. But if you live in the United States of America, you can become American. You know who said that? Ronald Reagan. That's who fucking said that. And that's what I would say. I would be like, listen, that's the beauty of America. And the Republican Party of today has become this hate mongering behemoth at the behest of the billionaire pedophilic cabal. We're no longer entertaining these false notions that pit neighbor against neighbor, and we're going with a bold and radical vision that says you work hard and you get more of an earning. You get a bigger percentage of the pie that you have actually created. We're gonna work. We're gonna work at the behest of the working class. We're no longer gonna care about the billionaire pedophiles. We're gonna fucking arrest them. We're gonna apprehend them if they're doing crimes. We're gonna bring about accountability. That's the way I would go about it.
I also think that
honestly, good platform.
After ICE is abolished, which I totally agree, we should be running on all of this. But after ICE is abolished, I think that Democrats need to run on something like a new law that has criminal penalties for any government actors that just recklessly, knowingly, or purposefully violate Americans' rights. That's a framework that we're working on because a lot of it's inside the Civil Rights Division, which Trump has totally corrupted and which people have resigned from like multiple times since Renee Good was shot. So I do think that Democrats need to run on a more affirmative immigration message. That's what I've been working on as well. I've been appealing a lot to my family who moved from Syria in the early 80s and saying that, look, they became incredibly successful, have hired dozens of families, or hired dozens of people, fed dozens of families. They have, helped build a great community in Indiana. But yeah, I agree that Democrats need to run like that.
Okay,
I mean, we don't disagree.
But okay, so the last question I have for you is, because it seems like you want to be done with this conversation. I totally understand. No. Okay, because Kamala Harris also vowed to sign the border bill that Trump derailed, as she spoke about on her DNC speech as well, where because they were presenting it as like Trump is a derailer, Trump is actually not serious about tackling the immigrant crime narrative, and that they were that they were going to be serious, unlike Donald Trump, which again I kept saying over and over again that was a major mistake. But if, let's say, Gavin Newsom runs scared in a similar fashion, do you feel like we will be able to overcome voter apathy, or should we rely on how scared people are with how devastating Trump has been, and hope that like whoever the Democratic Party presents is going to eke out a marginal victory?
No, should we rely on harm reduction narratives, is what you're asking?
Well, my point, the thing that I'm trying to present to you is that if Gavin Newsom, the way that he's communicated so far on his podcast and whatnot, if that materializes into his like presidential candidacy, and he puts a bid out there,
you're gonna dip
for
all
himself.
Right. I will check you later, Ghost.
As a guy who is going to run scared or going to be more moderate than the way that the Democrats have been presented so far. They're too woke, all this stuff, and goes along with that, and then he ends up losing to J.D. Vance. Do you feel like that will be because of people like yourself and myself who had differences in opinion with Gavin Newsom, who still tried their very best to communicate that like J.D. Vance is going to be even more devastating and somehow more Palantir backed than this current administration? Or do you think it'll be in the hands of the Democratic Party at that point?
I agree with you. I've agreed with you this entire time. It's in the hands of the Democratic Party. It's in the hands of, honestly, us to have a good ideological battle and make sure that whoever wins the primary is somebody who is not going to run or concede to Republicans. My entire thesis this time has not been that, or my thesis the entire time has not been that it's us that does this. I think that it's on the Democratic Party, absolutely.
Okay, I think a lot of people that yell at me don't want to come to terms with that reality, because that's my argument.
It's not your fault if the Democratic Party loses. It's not your fault if Gavin Newsom wins the primary. My entire point earlier, and the steel man I was trying to make for the liberal movement, is just responsible platforming and speaking about the Democratic Party in a way that doesn't minimize the gap. And I disagree with you that that's just based on clips that have been spread out there. I watched a decent amount of your content. It just felt like there was a repeated minimization, but
yeah. There is sorry, I'm getting blasted. I just look, simply put,
hey, Kirk's wife.
My community, myself, like,
I think this is the first time I've actually ever seen you in chat.
We work hard
to
get Democrats elected. It's the only feasible people who are on our
I
side
was say,
of the ideological spectrum.
Popped on. Yes, popped on.
There's no third party viability. And also, I've never, contrary to what people think, I've never actually supported Jill Stein, for the record. I told people that I won't endorse Kamala Harris. Having said that, if there's one person I would urge people not to vote for, it's Donald Trump. And I also did communicate to people that Jill Stein is, a little bit of the closest I would ever arrive at like someone being an op, right? Someone who is just materialized every 4 years. A lot of people got mad at me for that. That's just my assessment. And
hey, I got the same assessment.
Yeah. Having said that, the reason why I did not go out on an affirmative campaigning the reason why I didn't affirmatively campaign for Kamala Harris over and over again is because of the things that I just already explained to you. And I think you seemingly agree with that. And that's precisely where I'm at as far as like where the blame lies. I think at the heart of the Democratic Party, there's still this attitude that like Democrats are entitled to the votes of marginalized people. Democrats are entitled to the votes of the working class, because after all, the Republicans are far, far worse for labor rights than the Democrats are. And this is true, right? But why don't people recognize that? Why do they still go back to culture war narratives? That is what I want to solve. And I know what the reason for that is. And I think a lot of people don't want to recognize that. A lot of people that say, no, you're wrong, and the Democrats keep losing because you're just not voting hard enough for them, don't want to recognize that Democrats are judged by their weakest members as a national party. They are judged by the Joe Manchins. They're judged by the Kirsten Sinemas.
Yeah.
They're judged by Mark Kelly sometimes when he's being weak.
Well, you judge it by them because nobody reins them in. Like nobody actually, like if they're that ineffective, at bringing their own problem, I'm going to call them problem party members that constantly vote with the Republicans, which I would also call that an op.
On union related issues. They're not, and it's totally understandable that they're judged by the weakest figures in the party, because those weakest figures in the party are the ones who actually completely destroy the comprehensive
I gotta fix this
policy agenda of the Democrats. And because I will constantly shift the blame back to people in positions of power, whether it be the Democratic Party or the National Party, or their capabilities to whip these votes that are necessary to go forward with a comprehensive vision that they advocated for.
Better.
Understandably, when that legislation doesn't happen, people look at it and go, okay, so you're not on my side.
Damn it. Okay, so I know that this is part of the video, but that one was on my end.
Like, you're just not on my side. You don't care about these issues. That's the real reason. And that's why there's such a massive disconnect between a lot of consultants and the public in general. I see it all the time with the consultants that I read, with the writers that I read, where they constantly talk about, like, why don't the labor movement understand that the Democrats are far better? Joe Biden walked the picket line, right? I mean, Joe Biden walked the picket line for the UAW. That's massive. That's unheard of. There's no president I don't think any American president has ever walked an active picket line, right? That's a huge deal. And yet the labor union, or the rank and filers in many of these labor unions, still ended up voting for Donald Trump. Why is that the case? Don't you want to find out why?
Yeah, because obviously the average person didn't understand what was happening.
No, it's not the reason. That's not the only reason, rather. Because harm reduction doesn't fucking work as a
I agree with you on that. Though. Yeah, I agreed with that.
And the average person, you know what the average rank and filer thinks? They think at the end of the day, they stopped the rail strike. And I fucking consistently kept explaining to rank and file union members that are in my chat, labor organizers in my chat, that the Biden administration quietly actually made the railway companies concede on some of the demands that were being made by the unions. But they didn't care, because they stopped a fundamental vehicle of change for the labor unions when they openly went out and said, you can't strike. You can't do a railroad.
I agree with you that harm reduction,
because it was too close to the election,
isn't a sufficient way to sell our policies. I've said that a few times. I definitely think we need something more affirmative. I just have you been following the Tallarico versus Crockett primary in Texas at all?
Yeah, I mean, I that one's a doozy.
Dude, this one's really blackpilling me on the way that like the way that people listen. I really respect Jasmine Crockett as a candidate or as a person. I think she's a firebrand who's stuck at the Trump and was a great representative of that
we all
district.
feel the same way, where it's like Tallarico should probably be the candidate because he can win.
But the way that people are attacking anyone online who endorses Tallarico is really just not cool. I've seen my friends get called like white supremacists.
Yeah, this is the James not James Gandolfini. This is the meme of the first time when we're at the gallows, and I'm like, first time? This
James
is what
Franco,
it is. Look, I've been doing this since 2016. Yes.
No, I don't like the identity politics weaponization either. But I don't even think that just happens from liberals. I see it happening on both sides. You know what's interesting? The way that I saw Tallarico people being attacked by Crockett supporters, I've seen it happen from lefties to liberals, liberals to lefties. I just think that online Twitter conversations are absolute trash. But Tallarico's platform is really solid. I think he would be really good in the Senate. And I don't like the way that this primary is being conducted.
No, I don't either. But unfortunately, that's been
You voted for Tallarico?
Primary method that Democrats, especially establishment Democrats, have deployed against the left with regular frequency. And
most of my establishment audience is very pro Tallarico. I don't think
but there's a lot of people. There are a lot of people that
there's like random creators or whatever.
Yeah, there are a lot of random creators on the internet that will deploy those cynical lines of attack. And not only that, but when asked, okay, well, where were you for Ilhan Omar when she was being unjustifiably smeared all up and down the timeline? Where were you for Cori Bush? Where were you for Jamal Bowman? Where are you now for Summer Lee when she needs help every now and then? They're noticeably absent from that conversation because there is an ideological slant there. There is an ideological slant there where they think these guys are actually different than the establishment Democrats. It's actually not on the basis of a defense against white supremacy at all. It's almost always about potentially where they're getting their bag from. That's what I think, at least. Or
yeah, I mean, I want to say on that note, like, I see that you've been talking a lot about Chorus on your timeline too. I know a lot of Chorus creators who are very pro Tallarico, so I don't think they're being paid to be pro Crockett. I think
no. I don't think Chorus has like a whip over all of their creators at all. I don't think they're like, you have to go out and like attack Hassan.
I think there's
or
a lot of
whatever.
unfair attacks against Chorus. I get it. I'm not even a part of Chorus. I've never taken money from them. I was like on one meeting when they launched, but I think that it's a pretty solid group that is not funded by Israelis. I don't know. There's a lot of really pro Palestine people in the group.
I don't know who's in the group. That's kind of part of
Kind of part of the problem. I will. Yeah.
Well, we don't know exactly who's in the group, and we don't know who's.
Some people have openly talked about it and have said that.
Yeah, but they have to come out and say it. It's the fact that they're not being transparent with who's in Chorus.
And there's people who have said openly that they're part of Chorus and have also called Joe Biden Genocide Joe. I see a lot of people in my comments always asking me like, "Are you taking Chorus money? Is that why you're such a liberal or whatever?" And it's like, no. I mean, I don't think. I think there's a lot of really unfair attacks of Chorus when it's just.
I think Chorus is a good answer to. I think Chorus is a good answer to like the Daily Wire, where it is like there is a necessity to combat Republican disinformation. There's an endless faucet of money that is being dumped into quote unquote independent media from the exact same corporate benefactors that fund the Republican Party, that fund the think tanks, that run ads on Fox News. And I think that there needs to be a faucet of pro-Democratic Party content out there that is addressing that misinformation, that's fighting against that. I agree with it on principle. I personally don't think that you should take any money whatsoever. There's plenty of people that have approached me to give me money for my advocacy, whether it be like PACs or advocacy groups. Like I don't think you should do that on principle. That's what I think. I think that is that's what's so good about being an independent content creator is that you can be beholden to your audience and your audience only.
That is, and you know what? Even as a smaller content creator, that's very true.
And you can, I mean, that's part of the reason why my only revenue comes from not even like sponsors or anything, but people subscribing to my Twitch channel. I think that gives you longevity as well. It gives you
Just quick reminder, you guys can become members to my channel. Very similar concept.
Editorial independence.
If you guys maintain a membership on my channel, it really helps go a long way and keeps me going here.
Having said that, what I was talking about with like the
and also thank you to everybody that has contributed today, and thank you for hitting the like and the subscribe button, which is something if you haven't already done, consider doing.
One Chorus content creator was he was straight up in the tank for Wesley, what's his name, Wesley Bell in Missouri. I mean that is Wesley Bell was entirely an AIPAC puppet. $20 million in that race against a wonderful person, Corey Bush, who was a spectacular fighter, who was an incredible champion of human, was a fantastic Congress.
Oh shit! Thank you for the $50 tip.
Person, and Israel
Mrs.
literally
Kirk,
straight up
$50.
punished
Growing
her
heart.
because
thank
she
you.
was right too early, and that Chorus creator saying, fuck Corey Bush. I don't like Corey Bush.
Night, Chris.
I love Wesley Bell. I'm like, okay, like Chorus creators who are known to be Chorus
That looks great in blue. Oh, thanks.
affiliated shouldn't be running around saying shit like that.
I still can't believe me and Phil DeFranco are wearing the same damn shirt.
Because then you look like you're being paid by Israel. That's my point. Like it's this dude.
I absolutely agree. But your tweet kind of reads like you were implying that Chorus is like full of Israeli assets. I don't know. I think that
no, I don't.
Chorus
I think
is
there.
very
I think
Cowboy Troy says, "Wake up!"
There are a lot of there are a lot of content creators that are obviously more establishment Democrat aligned,
and that just
are
happens to be
working
like
with
that.
Chorus.
My name's Cowboy Troy.
That just
I only stutter when I say
happen to, that happened to maybe not talk about Israel as much. I don't think that it's like
You think
being
they're being
paid
paid
by
to do that?
Israel. What?
You don't think they're being paid to not talk about Israel? You just think they happen to not talk about it?
Yeah, I think it's a self-selecting group of people, but there are some people, from what I understand, that are also
Cowboy Troy
Chorus content creators who are outspoken on the issue of genocide.
I am awake.
Yeah.
You would argue that I am woke.
That's fair. I see a lot of unfair attacks, but
I don't. But I think it's just that's how it works in not to bring up manufacturing consent so close to Noam Chomsky's new revelations and his connection to Jeffrey Epstein. But usually it's a self-selecting process. It's not people are not being bribed to do something. People are more so already inclined to do something, and then they are the ones who rise up through the ranks or get rewarded for it. And I do think that if the project of Chorus is supposed to defend the Democratic,
how many energy drinks have they had? I know that Hassan's drinking like Diet Dr. Pepper, and I think Mockler has Diet Coke.
Party, then of
diet drinking motherfuckers.
Of course, the people that they're going to select for the most part,
thank goodness for aspartame,
are going to be people who defend the party. And if the party is defending Israel, then they're also going to be going after people who, for the most part, defend Israel.
If you could ask Gavin Newsom a few questions, what would you want to ask him?
Oh, I have so many questions to ask him. I wonder how he thinks he will overcome the "Don't California my state" narrative that will destroy his campaign. I would ask him why his solution to combating homelessness after years and years has not been around a housing first policy, and instead it's just been riddled with like institutional hurdles, hang up after hang up, an overall refusal to try to fix the housing market in the state of California, which has some of the most expensive housing markets in the world. You know, those.
Ew, I like sugar.
Probably my main concerns, because like I think Gavin Newsom's going to get hit on everything, but I think if I were to think of like the most consequential thing for Gavin Newsom, it would be housing. Also, why won't he talk to me? That's the other thing, because I know that he has fans of mine that work on his team that I've.
Oh, it's you.
Like,
I was about to say.
with.
I was about to say my wife. She hates anything diet.
He's done basically every
there
podcast
she
but
is
mine
saying
for some
it. Ew, real sugar.
reason.
I have no clue.
I think I know why. He doesn't want to have a contentious conversation with someone that will come at him from his left flank.
Well, dude, it seems like we agree on a lot, which we predicted. I think that we agree on a lot.
Just had a very late dinner.
Of the flaws of the Democratic Party, and even a lot of the prescription.
Yeah, Robin. Wow, got here late today.
Yeah, I
but
mean, I
thanks
hope I was
for
able to at least
popping
bring
on.
the strongest liberal argument.
It was good to see you.
as to why people are mad
Uni's in the chat.
at you online.
You have
I
not seen.
genuinely do think that there are some very valid criticisms, and I tried to bring them up.
Buenos
We
tardes.
talked about them, but yeah, I mean, people are always going to throw unfair shit around, and I think there's a stronger argument to be made.
Isn't it Buenos noches?
Yeah, I mean, look, if there's one takeaway that I hope liberals who came in here like that wanted you to fucking destroy me in the marketplace of ideas.
I was about to say Buenos noches.
Came in. If there's one thing that they should sincerely listen to me on, it's that I first and foremost despise the Republican Party, and I want to
Dios mío.
destroy the Republican Party. And my criticisms of the Democrats stem from sometimes their closeness to the Republican Party and their conciliatory tone to Republican policies. Because I personally believe that that's not only bad politics in general, because it makes people just go, okay, I guess the Republicans are right. And I also believe that it's bad policy in general as well. Because I don't want a D name associated with
It would be Buenos noches since it's nighttime.
reactionary policy making, and then assume that it's still going to be far better than whatever the fucking Nazi party is going to present. Because they will always destroy the Democrats when it comes to being more militant, when it comes to being more racist. You can never outflank the Republicans on hatred. You cannot present a more moderate approach to hatred. It's just not going to work. And that's the reason why there have been a sequence of electoral
gluteal. I'll get you later.
defeats over and over again. But I do think that most liberals are finally waking up to that reality, that the electability argument is not on the side of moderates, but instead on the side of people like Bernie Sanders.
Good night, y'all. My wife got frustrated with YouTube, so she quit. Thank you, Yudi, for swinging by and saying hi. Always means a lot.
I'm excited
hell
about the
yeah.
primary. Who would you? Who's
Thank
your
you,
dream
Kirk. I really
ticket right
appreciate
now? Or
that.
I guess who do you want to see just like in the primary put up a fight? I
The
like
candidates I like
lately.
are, I mean, obviously AOC, Rokana, Chris Van Hollen. I would say those are, and then my sleeper pick, depending on how he, like, of course I love Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and stuff, but like I'm talking about like who has ambitions for higher office in general, and Summerlee as well. But as far as like the three contenders that I brought up, those are three. The dark horse is again entirely dependent on how they would design their campaign, but like someone like Jon Stewart could be interesting.
Yeah.
Even though I don't think he's even remotely invested in that. I
mean, I don't know. It seems like he keeps toying with like possibly doing it, because the worse things get, the more he's just like, God damn it, maybe I do need to save this fucking country.
Like a Sean Fain, for example. Like
Somebody actually said that if his kids get to the point where it's like, yeah, he, at that age where he doesn't always need to be around.
Outsider pick. And then my
Because
sleeper pick.
someone said that
once
was
again,
the
depending
reason.
on how he actually communicates on the issue of Israel, because he's both been really good early on and then really bad. John Ossoff. I think John Ossoff is a very. I think John Ossoff is the reason why I call him a sleeper pick is because I think he's a very interesting guy. I think he is more progressive than he lets on. And
Night T8. Thanks for being here, man.
And I'm saying this only as someone who's like paid very close attention to how he has communicated at times, and my chat is already fucking up my ass for
Always
saying
appreciate that.
John Ossoff, when it was not even remotely favorable to do so in fucking Georgia, came out and had an anti-Israel position out of nowhere, and he's Jewish, and he came out, and then he got fucking yelled at. Like every like Jewish advocacy organization immediately came after him, and were like, "What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you saying?" And he quickly conceded. He was like, "Oh, my bad, my big mistake." Obviously, there's also the Lake and Riley bill, the vote that he made. But for me, I remember the moment where before pressure, but in the absence of pressure, he had a unique moment there. Not to say that he's like my favorite candidate.
Also, old news. I can't get over him going into a tub with jeans on
at all.
Yeah, that was just fucking weird. Who works out in jeans?
But I do think, depending on how he presents himself,
Dude, I was out for a walk the other day, and I hate to admit this, but I'll admit it. So I was out for a walk. I felt that urge where I was just like, you know what? Maybe I should do a light jog, get the blood pumping. And I was in jeans, and I was just like, it doesn't feel right.
I mean, if he came out and he was like, listen, let's not take a single penny from AIPAC.
Like
let's
a minute, and I'm just like, nope.
Give a single penny to Israel.
Back to a
Let's,
brisk walk.
Hold accountable special interest groups and let's challenge them.
That's
let's
not how
run
I
a
walk.
vigorous anti-corruption
it?
campaign. John Ossoff, he used to run like an investigative company that would investigate corruption. So I think that's why he's got such strong anti-corruption messaging. It stems from that. I think that Medicare for all, I think that running on an affirmative message that can unify people. My team has been talking about reforming the tax code to end all the special tax breaks and loopholes for corporations that could raise quite literally like trillions in extra revenue. And there's like 80 special tax breaks that need to be completely erased. We need a Democratic Party that comes out and is able to just message on this in a very, very excitable way. I think Ossoff could do it. I like Pritzker, obviously. He's not perfect, but I think that him being a billionaire could lead to an interesting campaign where he basically doesn't take any. He could run like the Trump type campaign where he doesn't take much money. But
also him being a billionaire, also, you know, I have an inherent distrust of billionaires. I'm discriminatory towards POWs, POC, people of cash.
Cash, yeah.
Yeah, POWs, people of wealth. You know, the only minority in the country.
Yeah, but he's also one of the class traders, so I don't know. It's not necessarily fair.
I think he'd run a hell of a campaign.
People want me to ask you about Zoran and his platform. You like Zoran, don't you?
Yeah, I interviewed him when he was before the primary, like literally like months and months before the primary. I got an interview with him because his wife is from Syria and my family immigrated from Syria, so they kept sending me his clips and everything, and I was like, okay. I reached out and they were down to talk to me. I like him. He's incredibly captivating. I think that he proves that if you just have simple, intuitive policies that can reach the American people, that excite the American people, they'll show up. He kind of fits the mold of the anti-establishment, populist outsider who's going to come in and shake up the system, and I think that's the mold that really works right now. Kind of how Trump is.
Oh, hey, Chris.
Sorry,
I just started seeing your chats. My bad.
Worked always.
Yeah, it's kind of the
No,
mold
you're
in
having a
American politics that
conversation.
works. I don't even
Hello.
think it's how sufficiently left you are.
If you guys are just joining us and haven't hit the like button, please do.
It matters because weren't there exit polls showing that people thought that
really helps out my stream.
Kamala and Zoran are basically similar on the spectrum? So it's not
YouTube.
It's just how intuitive your policies are, how captivating they can be. You said this earlier, but saying
People
build
think
the
Kamala
wall-
Harris is more woke than, more left than Bernie Sanders. People think Kamala Harris is more left than Zoran Mamdani.
What? Ooh.
Yeah, and that's a messaging failure,
No,
obviously.
but
and I think
that's not just a messaging failure though. That to me shows that like only people define you as what either you are capable of defining yourself as, and with Kamala that was a failure. So she was defined by what her opposition was defining her as, and then also there's the obvious side of the story, which is that she's a black woman from California, and I think that was what was the reason why people were like, oh, she's so woke, she's so liberal, she's far too liberal. That's my point, is that like Americans don't actually make these sorts of decisions. 80% of them make it on simple team sports, D versus R, and then the 20% that vote on ideological grounds for the most part. But most people bracket themselves on just simple team sports.
One of those
Like,
picks
that's
will
it.
win.
That's
Yeah.
usually what it is.
You think?
Yeah, I agree. One of Kamala's
I mean, John Ossoff.
campaigns.
That was
or
the one that I was
Kamala's
saying.
policies. I can't remember. It was like student debt relief only if you live in a certain area and you're under a certain income. It was like the most not only confusing, but the amount of qualifiers that were in there honestly just made me
$50,000 in tax credits for small businesses. Like this kind of stuff sucks. And I was regularly railing on the campaign for putting this
Super
out there. I was like, this is not her best.
Oh, he's sleeping.
Kamala Harris's best fucking polled policy was literally price checks. She straight up came out and said, and she framed it perfectly. She framed it in a liberal way. She said, we're going to go after price gouging. Okay.
That was good.
She said, we're going to go after
that was like, yeah,
price gougers at the grocery.
Perfect. That was her best position and most well-spoken.
Stores.
And
that was polling at 70 fucking percent.
Everybody could kind of get a hold of it and go, yeah, I'm behind that, but What was this $10,000 housing credit? What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay. And then the Republicans went crazy. They were like, price gouging, she means price controls. That's communism. That's communism. And for 2 months, they railed against her. The New York Times wrote an article about how silly this was, how stupid this policy was, how it would never happen. You want to know what she was polling at 2 months after those attacks?
What?
89%. No one gives a fuck if something is called communist or not. If someone's like, I'm going to use the government to force the prices down, no one gives a shit about the ideological impact or whether.
No, and nobody gave it. You know what proves that? Nobody giving a shit about Trump having a government stake in IBM.
Or not, this is like appropriate or not. That's my point. I kept repeating it over and over again. And then her brother-in-law, who is, legal counsel at fucking Uber, came onto the campaign and was like, cut it out with this like anti-billionaire populist shit. There are good billionaires out there. You need those good billionaires on your side. And then Mark Cuban was tapped as a spokesperson for the campaign. And then the campaign took a very different turn from that point on. These are all things. Like, I was there when these decisions were being made. I saw it happen in real time, and I couldn't fucking believe how bad the strategy was. And they were, quite frankly, running as though they didn't want to fucking defeat a fascist administration that was coming, but instead they wanted to win with their own ideological goals. They wanted to win without, the Free Palestine crowd and all these people that were spoilers in the Democratic Party. And that's precisely why a lot of liberal content creators at the time kept saying over and over again, we don't need you. We don't need you. We don't need the left. We will win without you. There are plenty of them that are probably watching this debate right now, and they know exactly who they are, that kept saying, finally, once we win, the Democratic Party, once we win without all these fucking, pro-Hamas, Free Palestine protesters, we will show the country that we don't need them. And lo and behold, it didn't work. And it wasn't because people like myself had apathy for the party and didn't go out and vote. It was because all the fucking people that had previously voted for the Democratic Party were like, I don't really care. This doesn't seem all that different for me. It's just, the exchange of power between Republican and Democrat doesn't matter to me at all.
Sounds right. Too many cooks making too many dishes on top of few people.
That's the average voter's position. I want to defeat that apathy, but I know that there is no way to defeat that apathy if the Democratic Party doesn't actively present a radical vision that
That's why, like, their perception right now as not doing anything to combat Trump is hurting them a little bit more than they expected, because they thought their position to just sit on their hands and wait for Trump to fuck up was enough.
Responds to the people's needs.
Which they got way too complacent. They went a whole year just radio silent.
Yeah.
And now they have shocked Pikachu face that people are just like, well, what the fuck are you going to do for us? And also, like, their approval rating hasn't gone up. It's like, yeah, because you haven't done anything.
I guess I have one final question, then I've got to go to a watch party for Raja versus Juliana Stratton. They're debating tonight, and it's like a Chicago race I kind of care about.
Yeah.
What do you think about a universal tax rebate, where it's like an intuitive policy? We end all the special loopholes that billionaires are able to take advantage of and just do like a tax rebate for Americans. Obviously not far enough. Do you think that's a good policy we could run on that's intuitive? What do you say?
I mean, at first glance, it feels complicated. Like, it doesn't, it's not easy to.
Billionaires don't pay a lot of taxes because they're able to take advantage of loopholes. Let's end these loopholes and give that money back to the American people.
Yeah, that seems a little bit like I feel like I'm more sympathetic to that. I wouldn't call it a rebate though.
Okay, I'll send you my document on it, and we're
Okay.
coming up with a project 2029. It's the most. We're calling it the most vicious anti-corruption campaign to end special interest group control and revive our democracy.
I love an anti-corruption slant. I think that that's what Donald Trump was doing. Like Donald Trump in 2016 when he said drain the swamp. What do you think that was? That was an anti-corruption campaign. I mean, obviously he wasn't ever going to fucking drain the swamp.
But it's just crazy that's what he ran on, and he pulled the rug on everyone so much that he started a Trump coin.
Yeah,
it's
no,
wild.
but that's what I'm saying.
guy.
He also said he fucking was the most peaceful candidate. We know he wasn't the peaceful candidate. He was fucking president, and that was so frustrating to me that like they didn't just go, what the fuck do you mean the most peaceful candidate? You were president for 4 years and you like assassinated high-ranking generals of a foreign adversary in contravention of like all rules of war, and you were dangerously unstable at times over and over again. You accelerated drone warfare aggressively. You said you were going to fucking pull out of Afghanistan. You didn't. And then you left that negotiation to be handled by the Biden administration. And then you punished Biden for actually being courageous enough to pull out of Afghanistan. Like there were so many opportunities. Anyway, I know you got to go. There's so many opportunities for the Democrats to present themselves as like different than the Republicans, and they just failed. It's so frustrating to look back at. I wish they would, release the autopsy that they conducted. I don't know. Even the fact that they won't release it, and even though like the autopsy itself was, I assume, conducted by like you know, the very same consultants that want to engage in some level of ass covering implies that it must have been devastating.
Well, as we get closer to the primary, we should have more. We should have more of these conversations. I think that healthy ideological debate's good. I think that when you're limited to 280 characters or whatever the fuck, everyone online is just so
honestly,
incredibly condescending.
I
Even
think
Twitter is
and working together. That's honestly what we need. We need guys like these two to work together because Mockler's audience is so different than Hassan's audience, but they will ideologically end up agreeing with Hassan.
Making people dumber. It is what it is.
I get it from the left. Like, here's the thing. The condescension that I see sometimes coming to you from liberals, I also get from the left. So I think it just creates an environment where we're all kind of talking past each other and creating tension. I saw so many straw mans where people were like, Hassan needs to endorse news. And then I saw people saying, why does every liberal want Hassan to fall in line? I don't know. It just feels like everyone was talking past each other when
Okay, well, here's what you can't do. You just can't listen to them. I don't. I just, you know, I hope that people will be smart enough and intelligent enough to basically come in here and see what I'm about. And that's why so many liberals are always confused. They're like, why do the Podjons always associate themselves with this like dangerous terroristic individual or whatever? And it's like, yeah, because they're fucking adults. And I talk to them and they know what, like, they've known who I am for years and years. They know what my advocacy looks like. They know what my organizational principles are. And perhaps that's the reason why they don't have the same opinion that like random Twitter users do. But again, my hope is that people will remain charitable and will eventually come in and they will hear what I have to say and they'll realize, oh, okay, he is actually making a more comprehensive vision. He has a more comprehensive vision than what I saw in a 30-second.
Hassan has the ideas, not the work, so it's easier to agree with it because workers are getting hammered for not being perfect.
That he's not like saying that there is a functionally no difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party at all, or that like, you know, there's more to this assessment. Because people love using that one clip when I was talking about like Kamala Harris is not going to represent a difference for the Palestinians than Donald Trump.
No, I understand the context around that clip, but I still will stay firm that there's like a dozen occasions I was searching through where you do just say something that is really either hyperbolic or irresponsible without following up afterwards. And I think we talked about that because then you said you do think, I think it's really important for your audience for you to keep repeating.
But I do that. I already do that if you see it.
I don't know. I have people saying that Gavin Newsom is quite literally, not you, but people are like, Gavin Newsom is just JD Vance with a blue tie. And I think they get that from the type of, you know, way that you word this. Democrats would shoot you in the
no, bro.
head to get trans.
That's totally not fair.
Or shoot trans people in the head to get extra votes. Like when I see people in my replies then saying Gavin Newsom is the same as a Democrat or same as a Republican, but just with a, I don't know.
No, it's the Charlie Kirk interview that he did.
Like a lot of people.
No, you're putting too much onus on Hassan on that one.
I think that both parties are just
I think that
marginally different, or at least
he's off on that one.
Would rule in a different way, but.
I think this is so funny. I think I'm looking at
we actually went through this whole thing. I wasn't intending to do that, but this was better than I thought it would be. So somebody had told me that this was really boring. I'm like, this was not boring.
I used to be an Adam Mockler fan, but watching him sane watch Hassan the Hun is making me sick. Yeah, they're saying you didn't go hard enough on me. But
I mean,
as far as the voter apathy goes, the reason why I say over and over again that it's outside of my hands is because the like I've already told you that I have a much more nuanced vision beyond like whatever the clips that go viral, oftentimes by liberals, ironically enough, that want to present me as like having a very unnuanced point of view on the Democratic Party. But the apathy, I am not capable of making people feel voter apathy towards the Democrats beyond how the Democrats are representing themselves. So we gotta keep yelling at them is my point. And I hope you do that as well.
You are capable. You are capable. You have a massive platform. You're definitely capable of making people feel more voter apathy. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying you're capable of that. I think the way that you speak about the Democrats sometimes could be cleaner. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to loop back to the marginal debate because
honestly, I mean, it's a small concession that if he could work on like not doing like the shit-lib bullshit.
It's mainly that word that I really just don't like. Unless you want to talk about that one again. I don't know.
No, it's all good.
There's not a marginal difference.
We can do it. We can do it in a. We can do it at a different date. Next time people are yelling at me about some other shit, you can come and hold me to task.
Let me know. I'll be in LA in a few months. So
all right, we'll do another one of these then.
Yeah. Peace
all
out,
right.
brother.
Bye.
All right. Honestly, I enjoyed the fuck out of it. It was kind of nice to see them come together for a good conversation. All right, let's do this. All right. What time is it? Hour. Here we go.
look up at the TV one of these days and see an AI version of yourself in a commercial.
Under the guise of caring about your lost pets, we're going to encourage you to turn your suburban neighborhood into an AI-powered surveillance state. Don't worry, we will be selling your information to the feds.
HP laptop subscriptions are here. They don't want us to own computers. That's going to be the next thing to be subscription based.
Okay, so I don't know any other way to put this, but I feel like everything is just getting worse. Video games, movies, sports, entertainment in general, jobs, the economy, companies, products. I could just go on and on. And
take the circus.
As you could probably guess, this video is going to be all over the place because we're going to be going over a ton of examples that I've seen recently. We also have comments from you guys from previous videos with your examples as well. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. Real quick, I do want to add that I've seen a lot of comments from you guys asking for longer videos than I usually make. So I recently made a new channel for anybody interested in compilations of the topics we go over on both of my channels. I know many people put these videos on in the background like it's some sort of podcast. So I'll have the link down in the description if you want to check it out. If not, that's fine. The same amount of videos are still going to be coming out on this channel regularly. But we're going to start off with a simple example of planned obsolescence from this particular company just to make you buy more products from them.
Peloton, which is just one of the funniest companies around, their bikes aren't selling well. They just upgraded the bikes. They just have a new Android tablet with this camera attachment on the top. And Peloton will not just sell people the tablet as an upgrade. You have to go buy a new bike. Even though people have gotten, like when they've gotten the new bikes, the tablets come in a different box with a sheet labeled upgrade instructions. So they're like designed to be put on the old bikes. And lots of people who have bought both are like, I can just unplug the USB-C cable from my old bike and plug it into the new tablet and it works fine. And they just won't take the money. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
So we have a company that is actively dying by the day. I'm pretty sure they were supposed to go bankrupt, but they got bailed out by Nike a year or two ago. But regardless, their heyday was during COVID and everybody was working out from home. But in 2026, you don't need a bike with a tablet on it that costs thousands of dollars. But it doesn't matter to them. The few customers they still have, they're going to bleed them dry with these sort of upgrades. You can't just buy the Android tablet upgrade. You need an entire separate bike. I don't think I have to tell you how ridiculous that is. But like I said before, planned obsolescence. Oh, we can't use the old version. You got to buy a brand new one from us so we can make a little bit more money before we eventually go bankrupt. We can go over to the comments. I don't understand how this company is still in business. I don't either. I swear Peloton is trying to go out of business. And I asked you guys in an older video, what else seems to be getting worse recently? The first comment just says everything. Better question, what's actually getting better? Nothing at all. More sport.
The card hobby is awful because of resellers.
Sports are on now, so even more sports.
Comic books is awful because they're starting to use AI.
Betting and gambling ads. I went to the grocery store today and there was a random group fundraising at an exit. I said I don't have...
I'm just talking about my hobbies that are personally getting worse. Oh, yeah. Any type of watching like subscription-based media. I finally did the math. It's just like I cut the cord and then I'm like, oh yes, I did it. But then I'm looking at my streaming service. I was like, oh.
Cash, and they continue to push and said I could pay by QR code, Venmo, and Apple Pay. I don't have to pay. You wanted a donation. We'll see another example of that a little bit later in this video. My Samsung phone.
Honestly, the purest form of like monetized content is this kind of stuff where like when you guys donate to your favorite streamers, I don't, could be me, but like for real, when you guys donate to your favorite people, that is the like think about it. It's not going to any subscription, like, you know, to the company. Like you have minor bits taken from like YouTube, but realistically, or Twitch, you're supporting the creator.
Will no longer connect to my.
Do not lose. Don't lose. Because I've been seeing people like actually kind of shitting on like subscription models to creators, and I was just like, no, like that. That's like the purest form of content.
17 Ford Edge, unless I upgrade the new Samsung app for $19 a month. I'm supposed to pay for some random news site now to read a story that's written by AI. And another comment talking about it, news websites requiring a subscription to read their articles. Please make a video about smartphone games that are seemingly free, but are designed in such a way that you almost can't play them if you don't buy points or whatever else. That's a good portion of all mobile games in today's world pay to win. Just making video games as a whole even worse, app updates that only work on the latest and greatest telephones. The older app starts crashing or is disabled altogether. Then the update fails because we don't support your OS anymore. Go get a new telephone, you peasant. And that happens every single year when a new generation of phone comes out. But now we got the next version of lifetime subscriptions, adding on to the fact that you'll own nothing and be happy.
HP laptop subscriptions are here. They don't want us to own computers. That's going to be the next thing to be subscription-based. Jeff Bezos also said he wants you to rent computing power from Amazon, that owning a home computer is inefficient and is going to go away soon. They can't endlessly profit off you if you make a one-time purchase.
Exactly. The printer.
I've never heard of that, and that is fucking insane.
Ink subscription was already
God, things really are getting worse.
Insane. I hate this timeline. As an IT professional, HP has already been off my recommended list for individuals for so many reasons, and we'll just add this to the list. This isn't even the first time I've heard about this. I'm pretty sure it's NZXT. They're a company who makes gaming PCs, and you could rent one from them as well. And we have a couple comments from you guys back to back. Any company that wants to charge me a subscription for a vehicle, appliances, etc. can go straight to hell. I'll never buy a household appliance with an internet connected screen. Both of these are talking about that Samsung fridge that costs thousands of dollars. That of course has
I was number one on Samsung fridges for a day.
As an
like
integrated-
on YouTube Analytics, it was hilarious. They sent me a congratulations, and it was when I was like maybe a few months into doing this.
iPad screen that just recently started putting up ads for anybody who bought it. But they never disclosed that they were going to do that.
And it's all because we had one person that was just like, I'm watching you on a Samsung fridge, and I'm pretty sure that's what did it.
When you initially purchased, it's just a software update, and now you have to deal with it. You really can't make this kind of stuff up. Now, this next one's diving into a little bit of the video game scene recently, and if you don't know what he's talking about, just know that this is a product to cheat in video games.
So today at my job Best Buy, I checked out a customer on the Cronus Zen. At my job Best Buy! At the Cronus Zen at my job Best Buy. He told me he's gonna cheat in Rust and cheat in 2K. He's gonna get the auto green script and cheat in Rust. And I sold him the Zen. So I created a cheater for 2K and Rust at my job Best Buy.
I know video games have gotten much more popular in the past decade, but there's a
You're watching on a Samsung TV right now?
good amount of issues in that whole scene right now. A lot of games flopping, or retail prices keep climbing higher. $80 for a video game. A Switch 2 that's barely better than the original Switch is
Hey, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
$500.
I'm sorry. No, that's just blatant bullshit. The Switch 2 has way more computing power.
Many games are coming out unpolished.
And it looks great.
It's just
and I love it. Don't ruin something I like.
Need a deadline. And cheating in those video games are becoming easier and easier. Why is Best Buy selling cheating devices? I hide them in my store, not gonna lie. So you're the one selling them? Every time I see someone order for pickup, I put a frowny face of shame on it. I do know that some people can make a ton of money off of playing video games competitively, streaming, whatever. But a vast majority of people playing, it's just for fun. It's just a hobby. How is cheating against someone in a multiplayer game fun at all? It just ruins it for
What are they? So they like I think that they're auto emulators.
Everybody.
Like I'm not sure if that's what it's called, but like where it just kind of plays for you.
I don't know what it is, but as I get older, I'm starting to lose interest in things that I once had a lot of invested emotions in.
Dude, I feel you, bro. I feel you.
Professional sports.
Professional sports. I barely watch hockey anymore. Dude, I would not have missed that women's hockey game for anything a few years ago, but I didn't even watch
For example.
Pro wrestling, I only watch AEW. Like WWE is so fucking soulless now.
I still like them. I still watch them, but there are moments when I'm watching and I just feel like I don't care about this as much as I used to.
Yep.
And I don't know if it's an age thing. I don't
No,
know
it's
if it's
not.
a spiritual thing.
It's not.
But
It's not.
this applies to a couple of different things in my life. And, you know, I know there's people that might say, oh, maybe you're depressed. In my specific case, thankfully, I'm not. I enjoy life. I love life very much. But it could just be I'm getting older, or it could be something else entirely. But I'm just curious if any of you guys experience this as well, where you have these interests that you're so vested in for so long, and then one day you wake up and just realize they don't matter to you as much anymore.
I think it does come down to a couple things when you take a look at the comments. At 40, you start to understand where to put your time and energy. But then there's another comment. It happened with professional sports, but started once gambling became legal. You can no longer enjoy it. You have to root for everyone else's bets plastered all over the broadcast.
They only ran full hockey games on Peacock.
Takes away from the joy. Realizing that things are just a money grab now, sports and entertainment in general are washed up. Priorities
we had it.
Change as you age. I turned the Super Bowl on, and about 10 minutes in, my two sons asked if we could go to the park to ride scooters. The TV went off. But we can keep on going with the Super Bowl and sports in general. The betting has just gotten completely out of control.
If David Stern saw what is happening to the NBA right now, he would send SEAL Team 6 and Delta Force to every single one of these players' houses. I don't think people realize just how cooked the NBA is becoming, man. I mean, 2 decades ago, we had a ref that would actively throw games so he could make money, right? And put in prison. 2 years
They made a movie about a guy betting on that game.
ago, Jonte Porter got caught gambling on his unders. Earlier this NBA season, we had a current head coach, former player, and current player all get arrested for gambling scandals. And now we have NBA stars partnered with these websites. LeBron is with DraftKings. Kevin Durant is with FanDuel. Giannis just signed a deal with Kalshi. After this entire trade deadline, he literally used his name to try and get people to bet money on whether he would be traded or not. And look, I get it. If you want to gamble, that is your decision. But the fact that we have players actively playing in these leagues and partnered with casinos is a massive issue, and it should not be allowed.
And I agree with that as well. I'm so
10,000%.
sick of Kalshi. It's everywhere. Not only is it bad enough that you could bet on anything that happens in a sports game, period, but now you could bet on basically everything. It's no different than Congress members being able to trade stocks. Makes a good point there. Giannis used to be inspirational. Allowing people to bet from their phones is where we went wrong in sports gambling and should only be allowed inside casinos. I don't like it regardless, but I do agree with you being able to bet on your phone made this infinitely more popular.
I can't stand it. And I had this big argument with a friend that was just like, oh, I don't think that gambling addiction even exists. I was like, what? It's just like, yeah, I don't think it's not a problem. It's not like the same type of problem as being on, hard drugs. I was just like,
on our society. And if you are a football fan, you wanted to watch
a hell of a take.
Every game last season, it would have cost you a pretty penny.
Have you guys done the math on how many subscriptions you need to actually watch the NFL this year? $14.99 for Amazon Prime. The Sunday ticket is $480. Or if you're already a YouTube TV subscriber, which is like $85 a month, then if you want to add
a month,
the red zone,
doesn't that price go down in like 5 weeks anyway?
Yeah. Peacock is $10.99, $16.99 if you don't want to watch ads. ESPN is $11.99 a month, or if you want unlimited, $29.99. Then you could get NFL Plus also for $14.99 a month. You could get Red Zone from there instead of paying the $42 from YouTube.
This is insane.
I hate all of this.
I hate it.
And then lastly, if you want to watch football on Christmas Day, you need a $12.99 Netflix subscription also.
Oh, thank God I got that one already.
That's the only game Kirk can watch.
And this goes with a comment from you guys. The problem is people keep buying the thing. Stop
buying it.
Buying it. Now, I don't follow sports nearly as much as I did even in the past few years. If anything, now I watch the highlights a few hours after the game on YouTube for free because this kind of insane cost every single year just makes it not worth it. And especially if you're talking about certain sports, football, basketball, baseball, they are littered with in-game breaks, so you have to sit there and watch commercials while you're already paying a monthly subscription. But if you did end up
fucking crazy.
Seeing all the controversies with the Super Bowl commercials, the Ring cameras definitely stepped over the line.
Under the guise of caring about your lost pets, we're going to encourage you to turn your suburban neighborhood into an AI-powered surveillance state. Don't worry, we will be selling your information to the feds.
So if you didn't see the commercial, they were trying to advertise that they were going to connect all the Ring cameras that people were buying and paying a monthly subscription for in your little community, your neighborhood, your town. And the reasoning for that is to possibly find lost
you have to pay a monthly subscription for that shit?
Pets or
what the fuck?
Something along the lines of that. And obviously there was a crazy amount of backlash. You're just blatantly being spied on 24/7. But this is the beginning of what's to come. Just like an example a few years ago with BMW subscriptions. They came out and said that you're going to start having having to pay $8 a month.
That was the whole reason to get a Ring back in the day, was because you would get that and it would connect to your phone and you didn't need to pay the security companies. What the fuck?
To be able to use your seat warmer in your BMW that you already purchased, even though when you initially
we're going through that.
bought it, it was big.
Yeah, you know what? I learned about this with Toyota, where I was just like, wait, you're telling me that technically I could have more options, but you want me to do what now?
Baked into the price. Everybody got
that shit was wild.
Super mad. They ended up retracting it. And now fast forward in 2026, every new car from all
like, the car technically has automatic start, but do you want to pay a monthly fee? It's like, what?
manufacturers all have subscriptions. This Ring camera commercial is just the beginning. Same thing with the One Life 360 advertisements. All the Super Bowl commercials were either propaganda, AI, or AI propaganda. The Super Bowl commercials really did feel like choose your own dystopia adventure. And we got another
well said.
Comment from you guys right here. There's ads and screens on gas pumps now, and
Choose
they're
your own
loud. It
dystopia
startles me every
adventure.
time I start pumping gas. I've actually seen this firsthand. The local gas station does have these types of ads, and it's very annoying.
You're going to look up at the TV one of these days and see an AI version of yourself in a commercial.
Yeah.
You're not going to like it. It's going to be super weird, but you're also not going to look away when you see yourself modeling for your favorite brands on the TV. It's going to know all your sizes, all your preferences, all your information. Your card's going to be linked. It's going to be one click to purchase, and it's going to be effective. So if you thought we were cooked before, buckle up. We're just getting started.
Black Mirror did this first with the episode Joan is Awful. And if you don't think this type of technology is advancing, especially in video form, I mean, you could take a look at what we're seeing right now on TikTok. A guy changing his appearance to all the cast members from Stranger Things, and it looks incredibly realistic. What do you think this is going to look like in a few more years? And in the comments, apparently there was another crazy video with Sabrina Carpenter that wasn't actually real. It was another AI video. And we got another clip here of an example and probably the future of some influencers.
Okay, wait, story time really quick. So I live in this really nice building in LA, and there's literally people in and out all day. Tell me why today someone stopped me just to say I smelled so good.
I will tell you why you smell so good, because I literally created you from a prompt. That's right, the entire video you just saw was not real. First, I saw this video on Twitter.
Okay, story time really quick. I live in this really nice building in LA, and there's literally people in and out all day. Tell me why today.
Oh, by the way, and she's not real either. I basically just took the same script.
Anybody else just like kind of feel like really uncomfortable? Like
Alright, from this character.
I wasn't aware of this.
Character to this.
So
oh my god. I didn't know it was this bad. Oh no.
If you're having a difficult time distinguishing what's real and not on social media, it's about to get a whole
I didn't see it tell. I thought that was real.
A lot worse. And I have a little side tangent to talk about TikTok recently. If you do go on the app, you had to accept terms and conditions a few weeks ago, which was basically the time a US company now owns the app. And I started seeing a lot of clips like this, and it even happened to me. I don't follow Nara Smith or interact with her content, yet somebody made a parody video of her, so I visited her page. It shows I've liked all of her videos for the past month, and I definitely haven't. I'm nervous because I've accepted the new terms and conditions.
Yeah, dude. All right, so I experienced this on a YouTube video that I know for a fact I did not watch, and it said that I had watched it, and I was like, did somebody hack my account? And it was this shit.
This is so weird. I don't follow Alex Earl, but just looked at her page yesterday, and somehow I liked her 3 most recent videos when I haven't even seen them before. I had to unfollow Avery Woods twice. I never followed her in the first place. There was a ton
New York Post. I've been getting that shit.
of comments like that, and I had this
New York Post fucking did that to me.
same thing happen to me. I started going through a lot of the videos that I like.
What do you mean you didn't know it was this bad?
And there were a bunch of them that I've never
No, dude, I don't watch a lot of that shit.
seen before, let alone
No, my wife will tell you I like cartoon stuff.
like it. So I
don't know, like old shit, like Godzilla.
I have no idea what's happening with the app.
I'm a simple dude, man. I really am. Like, I like playing my Final Fantasy games, and JRPGs are kind of my like that
Right now, but
That's what I do for fun, and then I watch anime.
This is happening to a ton of people.
But it's like the same animes I've always watched. Nothing really new.
Hey, what's going on with these Amazon Fire tablets?
Say
Because
that.
these things used to be kind of legit. Like, I just had them for some games. I paid for the
man.
Amazon Kids.
I didn't know it was this bad. I really didn't.
Platform, and I still do.
Like, I see the occasional like Facebook video or like shit like that. Also, boomer, right? But yeah, I know those are AI because like there's always a tell. There was no tell there.
But I paid extra money for this tablet to not have ads on it, and now on the home screen are ads. And
what?
Then you try to like open any app, and it immediately shuts down. Like we can't even log in to like Netflix. Like this was the whole point of this thing. It's driving me insane. I never wanted to spend like $1 million on an iPad, but I might have to.
I don't know, because I feel like the same thing would happen with an iPad, just like the comment earlier. The app stopped working or updating with older app models, basically telling you that you need to go get a new phone, a new iPad. Or the other common issue, I paid extra money to not see ads, and then ads start popping up. Anyway.
You know what really sucks? I won't say what model I have, but I have an older iPhone that I now have the problem where if I want to actually go and do like IRL streaming, I'm gonna have to get a new phone.
For these companies to squeeze a little bit
this fucking sucks.
More money out of you.
I really like companies that keep
To
raising
be fair, I think I've had the same phone for damn near fucking 8 years. So.
their prices while actively making their products worse. Shout out to McDonald's and Starbucks. I think it's a fun social experiment to see what people are willing to put up with before they finally break. For me, Starbucks broke me in 2018. I just couldn't do it anymore. But apparently a lot of people kept going throughout the years until recently. They've been in the news because of poor sales numbers. And I got worried for a second that they were finally going to improve their coffee and food, which I didn't want to see happen. Then I saw what the CEO was doing, and I slept easy. Because here are some of the changes. This is from their website. They implemented something called Green Apron Service. I'll read it to you. An initiative designed to foster a warm and welcoming environment in cafes, create more space for barista customer connection, and accelerate order delivery. Wow, I think what's been missing is the barista customer connection at Starbucks. This guy was previously running Chipotle, which I'm ashamed to admit.
Is it 5?
I didn't quit until a few months ago. It was like a toxic relationship I just couldn't get out of for so many years.
But now I'm actually like worried to get rid of it.
Shout out to George. But that's not all he's doing. He's also making another
Technology's
huge
gotten
change.
so much worse.
I hope you're sitting down for this one. He reinstated the name the Starbucks Coffee Company.
They'll do absolutely anything but make their products better.
Left Connect and shitification, yep.
Looking at you, Panera, I said
Also
goodbye
good to see
to
Left Connect. How's it going,
Jersey
man?
Mike's for their smaller portions and same old price. Or stores all having self-checkout. Thought this was supposed to lower prices. Well, it is lowering prices for the company.
Thanks for joining us today.
Because now they don't have to hire as many people. We're doing the cashier's job. Along with companies now just
we do need to
straight up asking for more money when you're already purchasing something from them.
What is this new thing with stores just asking you for money? I went to Spirit Halloween twice in the last few days, and both times I went up to the register, they asked if I wanted to donate to charity. I said no. Yeah. And they said, well, do you just want to round up? No. Give me my money.
Give me my
you
money.
want to round down?
It's tax deductible for the company if they match your donation. Basically just helping them out even more when you're already spending money at their store. Now we could get into a classic example with these companies trying to trick you, making you think that you're actually getting a good product when you're not.
All right, see this? Genuine leather.
S.U. Scotty, what up?
Sounds premium, right? It's actually the worst grade of leather you can buy. And brands are betting you don't know that. Genuine leather isn't lying. It is real leather. But that word genuine is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Genuine leather is a grade of leather, not a guarantee of quality. The best leather you can get is full grain leather, taken from the very top of the hide. The strongest fibers in the hide are found in this top layer, which makes full grain leather quite durable. But full grain leather is rare because only hides with minimal natural markings can be used. This is the stuff you find in expensive bags, premium footwear, and high-end furniture. But when a hide has too many imperfections, it's sanded down to create a uniform surface. This gives you top grain leather, the second highest quality. A grain texture is then mechanically embossed into the leather using large rollers. And only now do we reach genuine leather, which is
a couch like that
at the bottom of the barrel. It's a catch-all term for everything below top grain, the layers closer to the flesh side of the hide. Here's the problem. The term genuine leather isn't regulated. There are no standards for what it can or can't be. It's often coated with polyurethane and stamped with artificial grain patterns to
that killed a cat of mine.
Imitate higher quality leather.
He was licking a couch that had that shit on it.
But they're still going to charge you
he ended up getting cancer from that.
Ludicrous amount of money.
At least that's, I mean, I talked to my vet about this. It's not like we did like a lab test on this, but I will, like, they even said, yeah, that would do it.
Because you're getting leather. Genuine leather should be renamed to technically leather, considering the amount of cows we eat, even if the process
think about that. If your cat's licking your couch and your couch has like a sealant on it,
costly, we should all be able to afford full grain leather. But companies can make even more money if they use a lower quality. Also be careful, full grained leather is not full grain leather. They're very sneaky. Companies do anything to lie and scam people. We even got an example of this hot dog truck, a small business, apparently scamming a whole ton of people.
Remember Folkleys?
In this area.
30 and hot dog is 20. It's the hot dog. Yeah, that's not coming through, buddy. That's not fucking coming through. 50. No. Good brother. Hey, congratulations, man. Great hot truck you run here. Bullshit. Bullshit. You should be ashamed of yourself. Jesus.
54 bucks for a hot dog?
Hey, I'm canceling the charge. You're not getting your money.
He charged me $107 for a hot dog and water, and I didn't realize till the next morning I reported him for fraud immediately and got my money back. The same vendor pulled the same thing on me a couple months ago, charged my card $37 for a combo over rice, reported him to 311 and got the charge canceled. Hot dog is 20 bucks, even that's a robbery, I agree. I got charged $75 for a falafel. There are thousands of comments like this. You really cannot trust.
Yeah, I got taken from a hot, it wasn't a hot dog vendor or anything like that, but it was a food truck.
Anybody these days. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like.
It's always the ones outside of concerts too.
Like this video popping up on screen right now.
God
but hopefully you
damn
guys
those
enjoyed
guys.
this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah, that was a few years ago too.
This streamer just ended an alleged $15,000 interview early and kicked the interviewer out for bringing up a controversial billionaire, which really makes you wonder, is this guy just easy to rage bait, or is this all fake to get more views, or is the name Peter Thiel just that much of a trigger for Clavicular? Who knows, but that's what we're going to try to figure out in today's video.
Die on this word that literally nobody told me tonight
And
to do this.
everyone knows you're a bullshit, and you're a piece of shit. Okay.
But this is like,
and you tried
this
to
is
come
reverse.
here. You tried to come here.
This is fake.
And do this.
It's
You know,
fake. It's fake. They set this up.
Hit piece
I can already tell they set this up.
journalism all the time. But you know, at the end of the day, turning that around on you, I got my 15,000,
It's not.
and you could get the f- out.
It's not. It's a good hit piece, but like,
So I'm gonna wait. Are we live on your channel, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's follow it up.
I can't believe that the lore right now is that I'm Peter Thiel funded. This is nuts.
She is not a good actress. Like, this is so obvious.
You literally are.
Guys, like,
They're acting weird. No, this is set up.
Like I have all the
everyone-
confirmation from my team, and it's
Yo, dude, I've seen wrestlers like have more convincing angles than this.
like
but show me the.
So, what happened here? Well, Clavicular, who we've covered a couple times on this channel now, he was sitting down for what was supposed to be a 30-minute interview with another controversial content creator by the name of Michaela Lalos, who goes by Mika. According to her,
They're both just incredibly hateable people.
she paid $15,000 for a 30-minute interview, which is crazy. Bro is not worth 15 grand for 30 minutes, especially not for her. I'm obviously biased here because I don't pay for interviews. I feel like the largest
That's fucking crazy.
sum of money someone wanted to be on an interview on my channel was Designer, because someone from his team was like, oh, he'll appear on your channel for an interview if you pay him $7,000. Yeah, that was back in 2019, and obviously that didn't happen, but I digress. If she's paying 15 grand for a 30-minute interview, I'd imagine that she would be pretty selective with the kind of questions because, you know, she doesn't have a lot of time. And I guess specifically, she started bringing up Peter Thiel and mentioning the times that Clavicular has brought him up on stream. And that's when she said that she thought that Peter Thiel might also be funding Clavicular. And from there on out, the tone just completely shifts. Clavicular then gets very defensive. He flips it back on her and accuses her of being funded by Peter Thiel instead.
Palantir is a security surveillance company. They actually teamed up with XAI. They kind of do experiments to like get data and stuff like that. And Peter Thiel like is Palantir.
I was told that you actually work for Peter Thiel.
Me?
Well, that's because all of the Thiel associates follow
So
you.
they're trying to get Peter Thiel's attention so they can get paid by Peter Thiel. That's what this is. And they think that by saying that he's paying... This is a promo.
You and X.
Who are the Thiel?
This is literally a pro. They're working together to get more funding from bigger fish. These they are actually like horrible fucking people. But you know what? If this is the grift that they're gonna do, like, then fine. Try and get your fucking payouts. But I don't care about this shit anymore. That fucking was a major turnoff. Let's see.
But I will say that this was a breaking point for me in the way that the administration responded to it. Like, I didn't think what's happening right now with ICE could happen in America. I genuinely did not think that was possible. I thought our institution, I thought the Constitution would hold up.
If you got cons, you got cons.
Right. Yeah.
Nah, he can't. He's having a hard time with that.
Like you got cons.
I mean, yeah.
I could call it a takeover, but that's why I have to come back to Trump has agency.
Oh, fuck. I forgot Sagar was on Andrew Schultz.
Trump has agency. He's the one
Damn,
who's
that's
decided
actually,
to
that might be worth watching.
embrace this neoconservative agenda to do all of this insane nonsense with Venezuela.
And hold him accountable
or like,
for it.
And
Don't
the thing
chalk
is,
it up to the deep
but
state.
see,
He's
that's
the guy in charge,
Exactly.
and then pin his ass.
All right, so it looks like Andrew Schultz has completely jumped off the Trump train after
Yeah, when you have long hair, you do get them tied up.
platforming him and voting
occasionally.
for him.
Fucking hurts.
Now Schultz spends a lot of time on his podcast trying to distance himself from Trump and MAGA, which he gets a ton of shit for from everyone. You know, one thing both sides seem to agree on is Andrew Schultz is a grifter. Whenever clips of him criticizing Trump go viral, everyone's like, dude, this is what you voted for. And
Good
people on
call,
the left
Pep.
call him
Thanks,
a
Scotty.
sellout for
How you been, man?
for platforming Trump, and people on the right call him a sellout for backtracking on Trump. Like this
one of my OGs,
MAGA influencer guy, commented on a clip
It
of
was good to
Schultz
see you, brother.
criticizing ICE and called Schultz a grifter and said he despises him more than radical leftists. And then a left-wing influencer commented on the same clip and said, this dumbass voted for Trump, supported him, and did it to attract his base and get rich. F. Schultz. So it's good to see hating on Schultz is bipartisan. You know, at least he helped people find something.
MAGA hates him because they thought that he was their fucking, or they thought he was the mouthpiece that they have always been waiting for. And when they have the comedians, they have the pop culture.
They can agree on. It's also funny seeing him try to distance himself as much as possible from Trump. Like on Brilliant Idiots, you know, his podcast with Charlemagne, it always turns into a struggle session, and Charlemagne tries to help him backtrack.
Because Charlemagne's an actual, like, he's a actual intelligent person, as opposed to Andrew Schultz, who fancies himself an intelligent person.
Which I think Charlemagne secretly loves this and loves what Schultz is
he
going through
absolutely
because
does. Oh,
he's a
dude.
big Kamala Harris fan. You know, he interviewed and voted for her, and Schultz interviewed and voted for Trump.
Yeah, but he also admits that she, like, really fucked up.
And during a recent episode, Charlemagne kept questioning Schultz about having Trump on, and you could tell he really wanted Schultz to admit he fucked up and got conned by Trump.
Let me ask you a question. A lot of people will say, hey, Andrew, you know, you supported Trump. You scream.
I didn't support this at all. I've never supported his immigration
so
policies
let me ask
at
you a
all.
question.
Yeah.
You never did support his immigration policy. Let me ask you a question. Did you not believe Trump would do any of the things that he said he was going to do because you didn't know, or because you believed in the guardrails of America?
I believe in the guardrails of America.
Yeah, I get it. You know, like y'all had Trump on, whatever. You know, you voted for him, whatever. It's okay to say when somebody's wrong that you voted for. I used to hear people that grew up in New York City tell me how good of a con artist he was. I'm like, nobody's that good.
Crazy how people can get chirped at for changing their mind so damn tribal. See, and that's where, like, dude, I give people the freedom to change, because I know me. I've had so many different arcs in my lifetime where, as a teenager, I was a shithead. If I grew up in this era, there's a good chance I would have been a fucking groiper or any of that shit. I was deep into conspiracies and shit like that. And then I grew up and I started learning, and then I started apologizing for my behaviors and being such a piece of shit at that point. I was pretty, like, you know, and that's where, like, I did kind of start going along with, like, the whole the cancel culture's out of control, which you have to admit, like, the Me Too movement, great. I support the Me Too movement, like, 100%, but when they started going after people's tweets from, like, 10 years prior, that was a fucking problem. Because what you're doing there is you're admitting that you're holding people to their worst takes from fucking 10 years ago, which is insane.
And it's good, okay?
You're still a douchebag now? Thanks for that. Colorfully dangerous.
I don't know
I appreciate that.
why he's good as a con artist, but he's good as a con artist.
Keeping it real.
If you got cons, you got cons.
Right.
You
Yeah.
feel like you got cons.
I mean, yeah. Well, it depends. Like,
these guys are like 40 plus years old, though. No excuses. Like, when you're 18 to 25.
when he came on the pod,
I don't necessarily buy that, because, like, especially in politics and, like, the way that, like, dude, think about this. Most people who like loved Trump or like even they got into politics even in 2024, and like even if they were like Andrew Schultz here, I'm gonna be fair here. I'm gonna play devil's advocate. It's because they had heard so much bullshit from their friends that like Joe Biden was doing, poorly and blah, blah, blah. And they also are victim to algorithms. And in Schultz's case, this is why everybody does call him out for being a grifter, is because I think he just wanted to grief.
He's like, yeah, we're going to go after the criminals. Now they're not going after
falling in reverse
the criminal.
In reverse.
I was like, yeah, I definitely do.
Yeah, Ronnie Radke, great.
I feel maybe naive.
It sucks that he has to be such a piece of shit because you know what? I actually like that song.
To believe that. And I know that I'm sure there's other platforms where he's like, we're going to get them all out of here. So maybe he's saying whatever he's saying.
I think more important than the vote, though, is the fact that people look at your platform and how
Yeah.
large your platform is.
Yeah.
And they feel like you amplified it. But
They're not wrong. Listen, I don't think any criticism is wrong. That's why I said in the beginning, like, I'm not doing this like win anybody over. I just think it's like the right thing to speak out against, especially people in my situation. Because like I think there's a lot of people, that like sometimes they feel embarrassed or they feel shame or they don't want to get the public criticism, so they just kind of retreat to the base. And I think that's a lot of times what happens. It happens on the right, it happens on the left.
Yeah.
Because there's safety in the base, there's security in the base, there's support in the base, there's positivity in the base, right? Like as long as you just toe the company line, everybody's going to say you're a great guy. And that's just not who I am as a person, right? Like I try to be a nuanced thinker. If he fucks up, I'm on it. A nuanced thinker.
Oh, I was like, what the fuck?
No.
And Schultz started to backtrack pretty soon after Trump took office, but now he's totally jumped ship. So, of course, MAGA thinks he got worried his association with Trump could hurt his career. That's why he's going so hard against him now. He's trying to...
The thing is, he's seeing the returns, and he knows it is.
Pander to the Hollywood liberal crowd. Like, he realized the tide was turning on Trump, so he wanted to get ahead of it. And recently, PBD covered Schultz criticizing Trump, and you could tell this is kind of what he wanted to say about it. He definitely thinks Schultz goes whatever way the wind blows, but you could tell he didn't really want to offend him, so he tried to say it the most polite way possible.
Schultz...
Yo, I was about to say, if he pauses this and he just plays the audio, that means that PBD is going after people.
This has been, and I think this is a calculated decision, going a little bit further left because he wants to have a good relationship with his mayor. He's a Hollywood guy now, more than a political guy.
I think Schultz is, I don't know how to say this. I'm going to say it. I think Schultz, how likely is it that Schultz studies the market of comedy very closely?
Yes.
How closely do you think he follows
as much as
it?
you possibly can.
Andrew Schultz is a guy that's super capable. He started his career he was on Fox News a lot back in, I think he was on the 5. I don't know what show he was.
He was the first YouTube
regularly on one of these Fox shows.
He started doing sets not in front of people, which dude, I remember talking about him. Him and Bo Burnham were like breakouts in like the 2015, and like this is when I was doing comedy. So we talked about this shit a lot because everybody was like, you have to start recording your sets, and then you should probably do some shit like, off market is what they would say.
And then he recreated himself, probably because he wanted to be a mainstream comedian, and it kind of took off. And Schultz is not just a comedian. Schultz is very smart.
So I think eventually we'll start to see a war between the podcast.
Couldn't even fucking type your shit right up.
Podcasters that backtracked on Trump and MAGA. I mean, they already go after Tim Dillon like every week because every episode he goes off on Trump's administration. He also said he thinks Trump has had sex with underage girls, which is wild because last year around this time he was helping the Trump.
Which again, don't hold him to that. If he has actually evolved, then fuck it, dude.
Administration do PR with the Epstein Files fiasco. He met with
if he's doing the thing where he's just like, yeah, but you know what? You can't really hold me to my worst opinion. I mean, I haven't said I'm sorry, but he can't hold me to that.
JD Vance. And he also said he doesn't think Trump likes young girls, and he kept saying he just thinks Trump is scared the deep state will try to kill him if he releases the files.
He's just a
But
silly
now he's walked
Billy.
that back, and he's like,
I need the
I
hat
think
for
Trump's
that to work.
guilty, and I think
Otherwise,
he's probably
it's
had
just
sex with
Macho Man.
underage girls. So they're really losing the Rogan sphere with this. I think Tony Hinchcliffe and Rogan are the only ones left to defend Trump, and maybe Theo Vaughn. But Schultz and Tim Dillon, it looks like, are completely done. They're both starting to think Trump is heavily implicated in the files.
So how powerful are the people that Trump is protecting? Or does Epstein or the powers that be have incriminating evidence on him prior the 2005? Evidence of him doing any, I don't even want to mention horrible fucking things. where he's willing to go down with the ship instead of just exposing it. Because if he did stop being friends with him and he was sure that they didn't have anything, knowing Trump, wouldn't he just sell everyone else down the river?
That's what I'm saying.
See, I like Bill Clinton. I still like Bill.
What do you like about him?
I liked his behavior toward me. I thought he got me. He understood me.
He's guilty.
So I think
He's
soon Trump might need to make a post attacking the Rogan sphere, you know, to try to get these guys back in line. Because, I mean, the left is having a field day with this. Some of the videos about Schultz are like Trump supporter admits he got played, and Andrew Schultz says the left was
too lazy. Things like he's enlightened centrist.
Right about Trump.
Oh, actually, hold on, enlightened centrist. No, he's one of that mythological fucking middle.
And during the last flagrant episode, they had on Sagar from Breaking Points, who also voted for Trump and is now really disappointed about how things are going. So he has the same frustration as Schultz.
Most comedians want this because when you're trying to do comedy, like, dude, again, politics was a third rail, and if you were going to be known as a political comedian, it was like doing magic tricks. It's like, oh, are you a magic comedian? Like, you're doing the comedy magic shtick? Oh, okay, cool.
And that's probably why Schultz really likes having him on, so you can explain why Trump let them down.
Otherwise, you just get accused of trying to beat Bill Hicks.
Also, he feels betrayed by people he interviewed as well, who are now part of Trump's administration, like Tulsi Gabbard. He's like in shock about how quickly she abandoned her position on issues she claimed to have cared
because he loved her
about.
How do you feel about the current administration?
Well, how do you think I feel about the current administration? What's coming?
In comedy, you never punch down, though.
Is it
depends on what you classify as punching down. Unfortunately, that one got a little muddy.
Across yet.
Well, tell us how you feel. Yeah, how do you feel? Like, you are conservative like this.
Because we've gotten no shit for criticizing.
Like, now people would say that punching or like hitting MAGA is punching down.
Yeah, you had a very viral clip. I think what I'm the most disgusted by was the rhetorical use of a lot of principles, which I
bad comedians who never evolved can't do either.
Yep. I really cared about. So, like, let's say, for example, anti-war and Iran, right? And it's especially galling to have sat across the table from some of the people who are now currently in power, who are pushing or excusing this type of behavior. And not only that, who are either silent or actively working behind the scenes and not stopping the obvious, like, look, I could call it a takeover, but that's why I have to come back to Trump has agency. Trump has agency. He's the one who's decided to embrace this neoconservative agenda to do all of this insane nonsense with Venezuela.
And hold him accountable
or like,
for it.
And
don't chalk it up to the deep state. He's the guy in charge.
Exactly.
And then pin his ass.
He needs to be held. But it's also about the people around him because
of course,
I now know for a fact they're not. If you take your role seriously, then you actively work for that type of principle that you ran on and that you have literally sat across the table from me. And I'm not talking about one person. I'm talking about a lot of different people here. And like I said, I'm in a weird position because now I know some of these people. Like I knew, like
this is what
Tulsi.
I'm so curious about.
You know what I'm saying? Like with Tulsi, like we sat across the desk. I thought it was real. Like, I really thought, and listen, I've read a lot of books about politicians who lie to your face, but it's another thing.
Wow.
Like, to experience it.
Right-wing comedy is just being hateful and trolling marginalized communities. The fact that they have, like, okay, I'm going to speak for myself here. And this has nothing to do with, like, the current political culture or anything like that. Even when I was working clubs, if a comedian came out and started using the R word, I knew they were a shit comic, because if you fall back to that, I'm telling you, like, then you have nothing else.
It's at a visceral level.
Like,
RFK Jr., I mean, how many times did I interview RFK?
But then again, I told stories, so like...
4? How many?
I also
three.
try...
3, 4?
I'm a rarity where I didn't try to, like, dissect people's sets. So.
I spent hours with this guy.
What do you think RFK...
The second I did hear the R word, I would just be like, oh shit, he must be bombing.
His implications are.
Well, it's not about implications. I'm like, in the way that he's operating within HHS, and like they throw out this like bullshit for the masses on Twitter. But like, if you're hardcore Maha, like you should be furious about the way that this administration.
So Schultz and Tim Dillon have completely jumped ship, which makes things more difficult for Theo Von and Joe Rogan, who are still trying to be friendly with the administration. Like, I think Trump personally calls Rogan sometimes. So Rogan might get an earful of it soon because his comedy buddies are really making Trump look bad. But let me know what you guys think about it all. And if you want to hear about Alex Jones crashing out over the way Trump's handled the Epstein files,
I've been covering that over on Patreon. He just will not stop embarrassing himself for Trump. And it's so cringy, but it's also hilarious. So make sure you check that out. There are over 160 other exclusive.
Hey, I mean, I'm always happy to see somebody like doing stuff on Patreon and making it work, because Patreon's definitely one of those platforms that's a little bit harder to get like traction going. You know what I mean? All right, what do we got? What do we got?
I don't care about Iran at all. I care about America. And if blowing up Iran makes my country richer and safer, I'm for it. And if it doesn't, I'm totally opposed. It's that simple. I think most Americans feel that way, no?
How many boots on the ground?
The R word. Yeah, the thing is, I'm a millennial, and we did the same thing. But now that I see that it does like offend, the biggest one was I had a mother who said that she has a mentally challenged kid, that every time that I was saying it, it was and I was just like, you know what? That's the shit that I don't want to do. Like, if people are genuinely upset by something, it's not that much of a fucking pivot for me to just be like, I don't need to use it. Yes, does it portray, like, does it hit like fuck? Like, if I'm gonna do the bit where it's like fuck, and then you got the re and like it has the hard like vernacular, but I don't like, again, I don't want to hurt nobody. Just like, if it hurts somebody's like feelings, as long as they're not just being like cunty about it.
The U.S. placed on behalf of Israel.
However many went to Iraq. We did that for Israel.
No, I don't think we did.
But you said we did it because of 9/11?
I somehow actually kind of turned that into a bit.
That was the U.S. justification for it.
I wasn't even trying to.
Now that might.
Ooh, I could do it, Jake.
Be literally the only thing I've heard Mike Huckabee say that's correct. The American people were absolutely manipulated by our government in the aftermath of 9/11 to do a preemptive war on a country that had.
I mean, listen, you guys can definitely go back to some of my content and you can find me using it. Everybody here knows that, like, I've had moments in chat where I explained to them where I'm like, guys, I need to do it.
Nothing to do with 9/11. And Jane, currently we are barreling toward another war based on false pretenses on behalf of Israel. But I'm curious what you think.
Yeah. So in this story, there's a couple of shocking developments that we're going to tell you about. One is that the New York Times has done.
Oh, actually, you know what?
Good story about.
Yeah, we had somebody in chat earlier today that they were definitely
this. Oh my God, yes. Okay.
You know, they were part of that, and I gotta say, like, again, if it's just a respect issue, I'm gonna be respectful.
Asking this simple question: why? Why are we going to Iran? And then you're going to see Democrats, of course, betray us and support Israel and demand this war instead. So Anna, tell us all about it.
Well, look, we still don't have a clear picture in regard to the scope of this war with Iran, this seemingly impending war with Iran. It could be a limited strike on Iran's
colorectal cancer,
nuclear facilities, which I thought we had already completely obliterated, which is something that.
Which, by the way, guys, as I have been saying, if you are between the ages of 35 to 40, please consider getting screened, because we are seeing a massive influx in colorectal cancers in younger people. And even with James Vanderbeek, they said, had he been screened 2 years earlier, he would not have passed.
That Trump
repeatedly
said.
Please, don't listen to like what they're saying. Oh, well, we're not going to adjust it to mid-30s. No. I talked to an oncologist about this, and they said if they could, it would be 35. So I'm going to go with that.
And it's ballistic missiles. It could also be a sustained military campaign, and we don't know how long that would last, how long it would take. We don't know whether we'd have boots on the ground. There's a lot of confusion and a lack of clarity when it comes to something that's pretty serious and would cost the United States a lot in terms of blood and treasure. But nonetheless, Donald Trump seems to be totally fine with this uncertainty, and even conservative media figures like Rachel Campos.
Thank you for sharing in education.
Duffy
Thank you.
are kind of frustrated about this because a lot is on the line, including people's sons and daughters. So let's take a look at what she had to say.
The president made a case for Operation Midnight Hammer, saying we're going to do this operation and then we're not going to have to do anything else. Remember, there was a lot of bragging about that. And I think most people, even those who were skeptical about going in and doing that, at the end were like, okay, I can deal with this because I don't want a greater war. I think that the president needs to make a better case as to why this is in American interest to potentially go into a kinetic war. I don't think the case has been made sufficiently for me. If you read the New York Times, there's a lot of people who also feel that way. If you're going to get us potentially into a war, you have to explain why it matters to us, not to other countries, but to us.
Now, Rachel Campos Duffy is asking President Donald Trump to do the impossible, to explain.
Oh shit! Thanks GMA for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate
At GMA 67 Flatterson 22 $10.
Thank you.
In how going to war with Iran would benefit the United
I also give my dog a treat for any donation, so just give me one moment.
States. It wouldn't. There's no way in which it would benefit the United States. Iran's ballistic missiles are not capable of reaching the US. The only country that has a vested interest in regime change war in Iran, of course, is Israel. Trump knows that, which is why he keeps waffling on this issue, and we have no idea what he will ultimately decide. We do know that Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel, has met with him seven separate times in Trump's first year in office during his second term, obviously. But look, since the president has done a poor job expressing to the United States, to the American people, how this war would benefit us in any way, shape, or form, maybe we can turn to a Democratic senator. Let's hear from John Fetterman, who appears to now live at the Fox News studios. Take a look.
If they have 900 pounds of near weapons grade uranium, why wouldn't you strike that? Why wouldn't you hold them accountable that way? And now here we are again. And now we've demonstrated that's the only thing Iran ever responds to is strength and power and hit them. And if they want to hit them again, because I don't think you can't really trust and negotiate with them. You can't negotiate with cancer. You have to attack it and go right at it with superior force.
So John Fetterman just says, hey, you know what? Just go to war. Who cares? You should just hit them. You can't negotiate with cancer. We have all sorts of allies across the globe who are unsavory, to say the least. Saudi Arabia being one of them, by the way.
Oh, no, GMA. Thank you for that.
Man.
Man.
Israel is conducting a genocide and is engaging in a land grab in multiple countries. Okay, in Lebanon and
every bit goes a long way, guys.
In Syria,
even the as I know this sounds lame, but even the likes, subscribes, it helps promote the channel, helps get me out there.
They have broken every ceasefire deal. In fact, they have carried out more than 100 airstrikes against Lebanon since they agreed to a ceasefire. So you want to talk about who cannot be trusted? Israel is the country that lied to us about Iraq's so-called weapons of mass destruction, which of course they didn't have. That's what convinced the American people that we needed to go to war with Iraq in
there you go.
2003.
I was about to say typists. Yeah, we just have a thing like just if you're gonna use the P word, just put P3 DO.
It's just amazing.
It's easier for the channel, okay?
Amazing to me, Cenk, that we find ourselves in the same place we were in 2002, 2003. And luckily, this time around, a lot of Americans aren't falling for it. The fact that Rachel Campos Duffy was able to say what she said on the Fox News channel is kind of a big deal when you think about it. But I'm curious what you think.
Yeah. So let's also remember, by the way, her husband is Sean Duffy, Secretary of Transportation in this Trump administration. Look, she's been a talk show host for a long time, so she speaks for herself and not necessarily for her husband. But it's still an interesting thing to note here how close the rebellion is to the Trump administration, because I think that she's reacting mainly to what she's seeing from the audience, and right-wing audience is completely turned around on Israel, and Iran. So yeah, there's some portions of MAGA for sure that still say, oh, as long as we just bomb them and we never get hurt, there's never a scratch on us, then it's going to be fine. First of all, that's not how wars go. Second of all, this is not just a bombing campaign, as we described to you guys earlier, and Axios is reporting weeks-long campaign, maybe months-long campaign. And trying, some believe trying for regime change, so much longer, more protracted. Transport planes are on their way, etc. And people are asking the same question that everybody's asking. Tucker asked, which is, what does this have to do with us? And Huckabee's answer was revealing because he's like, well, our justification was 9/11. When asked, did we do the war, Iraq war, for Israel? Well, our justification was 9/11. So yeah, we did it for, I mean, Huckabee loves Israel and serves Israel loyally. We're gonna get back into that later in the program. And even he can't muster up an excuse. And we've lost $8 trillion in the global war on terror, otherwise known as the global war on Israel's enemies. And yes, they definitely wanted us to go into Iraq. Anyone saying otherwise is 100% lying. We have all the quotes of the neocons, including Benjamin Netanyahu.
I have a link in the description of the stream here.
That demanded that we go into Iraq, which then brings us to Fetterman. So Fetterman says the same nonsense we heard before the Iraq war. Oh, weapons of mass destruction, 900 pounds of uranium, and they're evil and they're a cancer, and we can't talk to evil. That's literally what Dick Cheney said. And the only thing they understand is violence. That's why we have to do massive violence on them before they even touched us. They haven't done anything to us, but we should do massive, massive violence because all they understand is violence. Whenever I hear them talking, Anna, I like the Israelis, Israel first, and that definitely includes Fetterman and Huckabee. I feel like it's just one giant confession. All you have to do is flip it, and instead of Iran, put in Israel. All they want is to dominate the Middle East, and they're a cancer there, constantly endangering the security of everyone else. Like, you're describing.
I'm sorry, I don't have Cash App.
Israel, right? Iran has not attacked any of its neighbors. Israel has attacked almost all their neighbors. And finally, Trump, for this round, Trump says, oh, I'm anti-war in America first. He gets in and says, I'm just kidding. I'm totally pro-war in Israel first. So you vote for him, you get Israel first. We vote for Fetterman thinking, my God, the guy's totally anti-war, progressive, populist, etc. American voters first. Nope, he comes in, nope, Israel first, totally pro-war. So no matter who you vote for, you get Israel. So mainstream media can lie till the cows come home, and they will, but the rest of us are all noticing who our politicians actually work for, and it isn't us.
You're exactly right about that. And in fact, right now there is an effort, I think that it's probably going to be a fruitless one, to kind of rein in the Trump administration because, prior to 9/11, Congress had a lot more say in regard to whether or not the United States.
Oh, you don't see the link? It's the Streamlabs. It says Streamlabs Pep Talks.
Goes to war.
As I said, it's in my description. Sorry if that didn't show up.
Now, after 9/11, unfortunately, Congress ceded much of its war powers to the executive branch. And now that Trump is considering a sustained military campaign against Iran, which would be absolutely brutal and disastrous for the United States, you have Representative Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie working together yet again. It's a bipartisan effort to put a war powers resolution on the House floor as early as next week. Now, it would prevent President Donald Trump from unilaterally declaring war against Iran, but there is a pretty big problem. There's an obstacle here.
My bad, I just posted to the wrong chat.
Republicans, of course, are willing to just.
I am so sorry about that.
Go along with
it to win it. My bad.
Whatever Trump wants to do on any issue, and unfortunately, this happens to be one of them. There's still plenty of neocons in the Republican Party. Let's not forget about that either. And 2 Democrats have already stated that they will oppose the resolution. Okay, so they are Representatives Josh Gottheimer and Jared Moskowitz. So let's hear from Moskowitz, who says they should just rename it the Ayatollah Protection Act because that's what it does. okay, we should just name you, okay, the representative from Israel. Because explain to me, Moskowitz, exactly why the United States should attack Iran when Iran does not pose a threat to the US. Its ballistic missiles can't reach us. So what are we going to get out of it? Because we're going to pay for that war. Money we don't have, by the way. So we're going to increase our national debt, which is already disastrous enough. And if it is a sustained military campaign in an effort to overthrow the regime in Iran, then you have no choice. You need to have boots on the ground. And obviously that risks the lives of our soldiers. But even if you don't get to that point, obviously we have soldiers based in that region who will be a target should this war pop off. So there's that. Now let's take a look at how much money these individuals have taken from AIPAC. AIPAC Tracker does great work. And when it comes to Jared Moskowitz, that number is $741,058. When it comes to Josh Gottheimer, it's over $2 million. Cenk, back to you.
Yeah.
That makes sense with Moskowitz.
They're sellouts. They have betrayed America.
No, that makes sense.
Work for Israel. It's crystal clear. They're supposed to be Democrats who are anti-war. The minute Israel wants war with Iran, they say absolutely. And if you are not in favor of it, you're in favor of the Ayatollah. Sounds like Dick Cheney. Okay, so I don't want anybody to get confused. Okay, there's wonderful.
Dude, why don't you make it easy? I thought I did.
Jewish American.
I'm sorry in it to win it.
Legislators who've been opposed to this throughout. Bernie Sanders doesn't take any AIPAC money, is opposed to sending more money to Israel for offensive weapons. Jan Schakowsky, we're going to talk about later in the show about.
That's my rep.
Wonderful progressive Democrat who's Jewish American saying withdrew her endorsement from another candidate because she took money from AIPAC. She's like, no more money from AIPAC.
Oh my God, I have
okay,
so much.
and so that's beautiful. So I don't want you guys to see Moskowitz and Gottheimer, who are core evil, and make any wrong assumptions. They just have chosen to serve Israel instead of America. That's their personal choice. They partly out because of the legalized bribery. You see the millions of dollars they've taken. And for whatever other reason. But those two, I've tracked their career. They are loyal to Israel in every way. They always vote for Israel. Not only do they do that, they're the kind of thugs who come around, and if you don't support Israel, they
24.
They say you're an anti-Semite, you should never be allowed to speak, your career should be ruined, etc. They try to bully Americans into serving their beloved Israel. They're disgusting, and we should not go to war for Moskowitz and for Gottheimer and for all of Israel first, including Fetterman and Mike Huckabee. It isn't about religion, guys. There's a cancerous group in this country. Yes, there's Christian Zionists, there's other religions, etc. But that's not the uniting thing. The uniting thing is they have decided, for either because of largely for money, but there might be other reasons, including, yes, potentially blackmail, that they are 100% going to serve Israel. This war with Iran has no benefits for America at all. We already wiped out their nuclear facilities. Their ballistic missiles can't reach us. They're saying that Israel and American politicians are so concerned about Muslim lives in Iran. That's why their heart is broken and they want to serve the Iranian people. Literally no one in the country is that dumb to believe that. Literally no one. I mean, as they say it out loud, they probably have to be humiliated that Israel forced them to say such a stupid talking point that no one would believe. So what's our interest? They say, well, I mean, they also help Hamas and Hezbollah. Yeah, that's Israel's issue. Those organizations haven't attacked us. They barely even exist now. Israel already obliterated them. No, Israel wants the entire Middle East totally defenseless. And as you're gonna see later in the show with the Mike Huckabee interview, yes.
You don't have to make a Streamlabs account. It should be just PayPal.
Greater.
Is it trying to make you make a Streamlabs account? I think that you could just opt out.
Israel means they want
God damn it.
Almost the entire Middle East. And the way you
the reason that I even continued this link is because they fixed that, I thought.
Do that is by getting us to destroy all of those countries and their
Thank you for letting me know that, by the way.
Militaries, so Israel can continue to expand, which they have expanded and expanded since 1948. And all of our politicians are almost all of them are liars, almost all of our media is liars, and they keep telling you that Israel's the victim as this
you cannot it says you can opt out.
Imperial
here, I'm gonna try
empire grows and grows and grows. And what is so frustrating, Anna, is that it grows with our money and our troops. Thousands of Americans died in Iraq for Israel. They never had any weapons of mass destruction, and they never did and Iraq didn't do 9/11. Iraq hated Al Qaeda. So I'm done with all of the liars. They're the conspiracy theorists. They're the sellouts working for a different country. And when they get us into this war, which is nearly inevitable, remember to blame Jared Moskowitz, Fetterman, Mike Huckabee, Gottheimer, Trump, Biden, all the sellouts who don't work for America and work for Israel. We're up to here with it. The American people can't take it anymore. So how much are these people going to continue to betray us the minute Iran sinks any of our ships? This country should be on fire against Israel, They're 100% the reason we're going to this war. Literally, no one can give us a single other reason that we have to fight that war other than Israel has ordered us to. And they bought our politicians, sellout sons of bitches.
He always thinks he does, though. I mean,
I'm joined by California Governor Gavin Newsom. Governor Newsom, great to see you.
Of course, he's with Ben Meiselas.
See you. Got to get your reaction.
I'm not going to watch this whole thing. I just want to see what he has to say.
To Trump's reaction to the Supreme Court ruling against his tariffs against the world. Donald Trump having a meltdown, a temper tantrum, and his entire regime right now, they're just whining. What do you make of it all, Governor?
Yeah, I mean, there's never been a ditch that's been dug this deep, isn't it? I mean, as you describe it, a tantrum on top of a tantrum, attacking his own handpicked Supreme Court that's been completely supine. Has been doing his bidding, particularly with the shadow docket for months and months and months. But look, months ago.
Oh, okay. So it is. All right. You can log in, verify your identity, streamlines, payment. So yeah, you can verify your identity through PayPal. Streamlabs, apparently it's to fight fraudulent chargebacks. Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god, this is so annoying.
Oh, I was on your show the day we announced we were the first state with our attorney general to announce our lawsuit against the Trump.
Yeah, yes to GMAA. Why did I make this so difficult?
Administration saying
I didn't do it.
And they were illegally moving forward, exercising emergency authority under the International Economic Emergency Powers Act. They could not unilaterally do that. And boy, I think about that complaint we filed that day. It sounded a lot like, or read a lot like Robert's opinion, or at least Robert's words as it relates to this illegal action by this administration. I want to remind you, by the way, we did it in a ranch in the Central Valley in California because it was ranchers.
I'm already bored. Fuck you. All right, let's see. I might go for about 15 more minutes, and then I will be wrapping up stream here. But I do appreciate y'all hanging out. If you haven't already, hit the like button, please do. And yeah, sub to the channel if you haven't done that. Also, as I said, GMAA, I really appreciate you wanting to donate to the stream or to the cancer fund. Here, you know what? Just link to this. No, it's still not working. God damn it. Well, whatever. Ooh, I know what I want to watch. I saved this for you guys.
Other people.
Here we go.
If you don't follow orders.
What if President Trump orders a squad of army guys to walk down the street killing anyone they see? They should do it?
Yes.
Mom?
Yes. What?
So they're talking about folks in America. They're not talking overseas when they're saying this stuff. So this family is one of the most fascinating families for me because they have this podcast, okay? It's two of their kids live in California, and the two other ones are in Oklahoma, and they're like very big mega parents. And it is the most fascinating, insane podcast possible.
Should
Thanks, GMA.
Members of military follow unlawful orders?
Yes.
What?
They should follow any order that the president gives.
Even if it breaks laws?
Actually, the soldiers are not supposed to under the president. They're not supposed to just serve. It's not the president. So if the president's doing some crazy, they're not. That's not who they plead allegiance to.
But there's also just an aspect, soldiers are not supposed to follow unlawful orders. They have that responsibility. Now, anyone who's been in the military knows that that's a bit of a blurred line.
Yes.
In that they do demand obedience to such a high level where a lot of the training is like, if I say jump, you say how high. But then there's also that little caveat, which is like, but if the order is unlawful. In the psyche of a soldier, for a vast majority of them, is a hard one to discern. And that's why you've seen a lot of combat situations or a lot of different situations overseas or even locally. There's a conflict there, but they'll generally veer towards following the order.
I don't even understand. Like, how can you come to that conclusion?
Sounds to me like you lefties are now beginning to fear the fact that the military is going to get involved and your asses are grass.
But wait a minute, you're okay with what if Donald Trump says, I want you to carpet bomb Oklahoma City, kill everyone.
Seriously.
You think the Air Force should carry that out?
Yes.
Oh God, I hope he gets hit by a coronary.
There might be a reason. We don't know.
This is
cannot
insane.
be this stupid. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, and you see there, guys, you are witnessing a little girl. Bear with me, because she's a woman. I know you're witnessing a little girl becoming an adult. Because an adult is realizing that your parents sometimes are stupid.
Yes.
They're not the big thing that you thought they were.
Yes.
They're not, oh, my dad is the strongest. Sometimes you see, oh, yeah, no, sometimes my dad pussy.
Sometimes my dad
you
a
think
pussy.
that
Yes.
your parents are doing great work, and you're like, nah, they failed at some point. You know what I mean? And sometimes you have to parent your parents. You're going to look at your parents, you're going to be like, what was that? This cannot be the same two people that raised me. You cannot be this stupid. The way she said that, you cannot. It's everything leaving her body. She's like, oh my God, they are this stupid. Those realizations are tough, man.
My. This podcast was going well until that.
Are you kidding?
Until you guys said it's fine for...
You just said it's cool if he fucking levels Oklahoma. You're like, yeah, fuck it. There must be a reason. Like, you literally can't be that dumb.
You know what the problem is?
They are.
What's the problem?
Mom and I don't believe he'll ever blow up Oklahoma because we're on his side and so's the whole state.
And that line for me fascinates me because I think that underpins the vast majority of the people who cheer on the cruelty that they witness is that they're convinced it's only going to be against other people. And so when they see government overreach or when they see violence or extreme cruelty against
GMA, are you still in chat?
Kids or people of a different shade, different ethnicity, different nationality, they're going to celebrate because it's never going to be me. So it's not the behavior that they're necessarily in love with, it's who it's against. But when it's their turn, all of a sudden the behavior's a problem, right? And this man is weaponizing this even against his kids because they're a different political affiliation. That's how. So his label for political affiliation to him is more important than his relationship with his idea as a father. It's not racial inherently. That's why no, in general. Like a lot of it, they don't care if it happens to Renee Good. They don't care if it happens to whoever.
You're against us.
Yes, it is very much. There is a racial element to it. I'm not saying there's not that, but it's not the defining factor or the sole determining one.
No,
yeah.
we agree.
Yeah, okay.
You guys are worried and afraid because you live in a state where it might happen.
Okay, let's theoretically say that does happen. Let's say Trump sends in the Marines to Los Angeles, California, and let's say I'm out.
Yo, what's up, Sylvie? Makes no sense.
Out going to see a movie on a weekend, and he says, go into that shopping mall. Shut up, quiet piggy. He says, go into that shopping mall and kill everyone you see. And let's say I get gunned down.
What's up, Sylvie?
By the Marines for just being at a mall.
Number one, let's just take it one
Dad,
step
wait a minute,
further.
Mom, wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Dad hang on, Mom.
Hang on.
Dad, you just said you are for Donald Trump murdering me for no reason, and you would support that.
If he walks into a mall to kill people with military,
there has to be a reason.
There's a reason, and I'm all for it. And
What if the reason is
Los
crushing
Angeles,
dissent?
California are as deserving of execution as the fucking assholes in New York City. You're
Including
all
me.
fucking communists.
That's a cult. That's a cult.
Damn, he said, Dad, you would support a man who would kill me? And he went,
I could care less.
That's crazy.
When
you get Stevie Knighted by your own dad.
You know how I know it's a cult? Remember when the Christians went and said, you know what, in the name of Jesus, we're going to kill these people. Don't that sound familiar? In the name of Jesus, we're gonna enslave those people. Oh, any religion did that. I just took Christianity, but everybody did that in the name of their religion. They did that. They're doing that right now.
Yo, preach will never miss a chance.
I'll never miss a chance
to shit on Christians.
I will never miss a chance.
And you making me defend them because you overdo it so much. You like always, they're a cult. Jesus, man. I'm like, holy shit. Every video of the second chance.
Yes.
Okay, get it off your chest.
Yeah. Well, I just did. But that's every religion, so I'm going to be fair to everybody else. It's not just one. It's everybody.
It's always
the same cult. It's the same MO that you guys are using. The same cult. And if there must be there must be a reason. It's like this. The guy to you, this guy is Jesus Christ. To you, is like, yeah, whatever he says goes. If I bring my son and try to sacrifice this, well, that's what God says, right? You're telling me this because I have the trauma of my childhood. Where me going to church and you're telling me these stories and everybody's nodding like, yeah, this makes sense. Abraham brought his son and he's trying to murder, and then he saw a fiery bush and he said, that's cool. I was just testing you. Oopsie, joke. Okay, don't worry about it. Your son is traumatized, but that's cool. Yeah, I do have PTSD from that because everybody in my church nodding. And I'm like, niggas, I'm a son. God damn, bro. Damn.
Yeah, I think that when you ever see families get to the point of this divided where you would even endorse the killing, you have to admit that some of it is cultish. And like, to me, to see a parent talk about their child that way, that they created themselves, and talk about you support this man that you've never met, that you don't know, that you've never lived with, that you just worship so much that you would endorse him and his execution of your kids because you believe everything he does is just. It's a cult. You don't even know the reason. You just assume it's going to be like the man is always ethical, which as the most ardent Trump, I don't even know how you could believe most of the things he does is necessarily for your good. You might say some, but you think that everything he does is for your all good? No, you're in a cult. You have a cult mentality. You might not be no hoods, but there's definitely a cult aspect to it. I've never believed in anybody in my life the way you believe about a man you never met. If my own mom killed somebody that way or ordered it, I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing?
There was a time that we didn't even talk politics, like even within your family. It's kind of taboo. Now it's really open about it, and people know who their people are voting for. It's very out there. My parents were hiding it from me. They were like, hey, it's we don't talk about that. They didn't talk about work. They didn't talk about. There's some policies at some places of work where
that's how I grew up. Actually, like I didn't know who my parents voted for the longest time.
I feel like today, if you go vote, don't put the things, because you're supposed to have a little cubicle when you're just put a table. Everybody knows. You put it on social media. You just air it out. It doesn't matter. You don't. It's not as close as it was before. It's kind of a weird thing to see that, but that's a shift. Even my parents that back then they were not talking to me about politics. Now we do have conversation about that. Is it good? Is it bad? I think it's good that people are open and able to talk about it, but and what your people are willing to kill people and commies and all people in California. They need to be gone. That's a white ruckus right there.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
That's a white ruckus.
I hear what you're saying about talking about. I don't even like the fact that
white uncle ruckus.
Talk about it more, to be honest.
You don't?
No way.
I don't. And the main reason I don't like it is not like it was never like a thing that I invested myself out to the utmost degree, because generally election cycles would pass and a lot of the same old would be unfolding. And you could coexist in a world where you had people with like starkly different political opinions, but it didn't mean that you guys were so far apart that like humanity was completely lost. And now it's like we're in such a different age where you can't afford not to think about it, because literally it could affect everything. It could affect your travel plans, your work plans, your business plans, everything. Politics is optional as long as things are safe, as long as the status quo remains. And so when things are optional, you can choose not to talk. And that was the choice I made a lot of the times. But now things are very, very different.
Social media was a mistake.
And you're seeing things bleed into every aspect of life. Like I saw a couple people in my own social circle start to talk politics. And when I found out why, I couldn't stop laughing. because these people worked in the arts industry, and they're like, oh, politics is just divisive. I just don't want to. And then all their fucking funding got slashed because apparently museums and funding fucking dance programs is no longer important. After school programs are not important. And because a lot of that federal funding gets cut, now they want to talk about it. It's like, well, you waited till after the motherfucker, everyone warned you about getting power to now. So now you understand. If you're one of the many people who's getting targeted by ICE or whatever it is, like you don't have an option to not care because you might have to move involuntarily. If you're one of the many people who has a business, who does international trade, which is most business nowadays, you don't have an option not to care. So I'm not sitting here telling people what they have to focus their time on.
No.
But I don't think you can be mad at people for changing. And watching this conversation is a perfect example of how ubiquitous it's become. Imagine being those kids who didn't care and your parents are advocating for you to be like dying because, you know, they're cult leaders. Like, you can't not care when your parents change that much.
That's
if my mom,
that's insane.
Look, I'm picturing myself in that situation, right? My mom has said something like that to me. I'm not going to lie to y'all. She dead to me.
Yeah, she dead to me.
Well, because you're dead to her too.
Yeah.
You're potentially dead to her too.
No,
that is crazy.
because
yeah, that's why I'll be honest, I unsubbed from that specific episode where I was just like, you guys are going to continue doing this and act like your parents are just, you know what? Yeah, this is just for funsies.
She stopped being a mother.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you're sitting here saying you'll...
No, Bob sucks. Like, at least their mom is just too dumb to know better, but Bob, fuck that guy.
Advocate for strangers' policy.
As I said, I hope a coronary gets him.
Even it means
like, that guy fucking sucks.
Kid's death, and you're doing it callously with no regard. There's not even... I could imagine a world where I could maybe understand. This is not it. He didn't get zero empathy. Oh, if he killed you, like he had a reason.
But she also stopped being a human on top of that.
Yeah.
That's inhumane. If she stopped being a mother, she stopped being a human. Yeah, I get it.
So
we had this conversation. Was talking to your mom, and I said the same thing to my mom, and that shocked her because you said if you was not a good person, I would not chill with you.
Yes.
And I said the same thing with my mom because that's true. It's like, hey, we cool and everything and stuff, but that's a good person. I don't care if you're my mom. If you're not cool, you're out.
Yeah. I don't mean like we have an argument and we disagree.
No, that's not what we.
You know, but I mean like you try to steal from me. I wouldn't keep anyone in my life who tries to rob me. I'm not going to keep you because you blood. Because that's a character issue. Like you better have some circumstances that are crazy for me to understand. You better have a drug addiction that I'm trying to save you from or something. But you just stealing with, even though you know I would give you so much. Oh no, we got a big problem. I feel like I can close my eyes and not have to worry about shit. Like when I invite you into my house, it's not because you're my mom. I invite you in my house and let you stay here because I know you'll make my house safe. You know, you'll still nag the shit out of me because you are what you are. But I feel comfortable talking about this way about mom because I say this to her in person. And for her, it's very foreign because she's very immigrant, like family. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about that. I'll drop any of these motherfuckers if they do some weird shit. And I'll never think twice. Because my peace of mind, you know, trying to...
Yeah, that created some toxic fucking mentalities, dude. This is why there was a culture of silence with SA.
Keep people in my life who hurt me. I ain't got time for that. I've done it before.
Shit.
It was a waste of time, a waste of my energy. Them bitches didn't learn. And so that's why they dead to me to this day. Well, our relationship is like the most Western thing she's ever experienced. But she still has like a lot of that fucking African where she's just like, family, I can't let go of this dead weight that is going to kill me.
Yeah. Family.
Like, you stupid.
I can't let go of this dead weight.
Hey, yo, fucking.
No, I'm not.
Get some air, bitch. Why are you holding on to that dead weight? This person's going to drag you down and blame you for the shit they doing to you, and you holding on. But that's her relationship with family, so I just shut up.
No, it's really that. I'm like Ricky Blaze,
Excuse
man.
me.
Take away yourself. Cut them off. You know what I mean? My mom's more like popcorn. Family. You know what I mean?
That's it.
Like, at some point, I was looking at my girl's father's relationship with his family, with his brothers. And I was like, I thought it was crazy at first because they're 18 kids. 18 kids.
The best.
But he don't speak to half of them. And I was like, yo, that is crazy. But if you think about it, first, 18 kids, that means that you're from the young one to the oldest one, there's at least 18 years. So by the time that you're born, there's a lot of motherfuckers that's out their house. On 18 people, there's a chance that some of them are going to be jackasses. There's a chance. And they're going to gang up together if like they're grouped, you know. Oh, we don't fuck around with this group over there. They're your brothers. No, we don't fuck around with
Santo Random. Thank you for the sub.
this group over there. Where we have gatherings and they sit over there, we don't. It's normal. I get it. So at first I was like, yo, that's weird. You don't speak to your brothers? Now I really get it.
At that point, why have family gatherings at that point? Like, why invite them?
Because the parents wants that. So you're not doing it because you.
No, it's not because you. No. And it's this old ass generation bullshit where it's like, that's family. You just have to deal with it. It's like, no, I don't.
You want that. You're doing it because your parent want that. I cut my grandfather off a long ass time ago. This motherfucker dead to me before he was dead. My mama asked me, oh yeah, why don't you go to his funeral? I was like, why would I go to the funeral of someone that's already dead? She didn't like that, but I mean, she understood. I went for my mom. I went to support her into what she was going through. I'm doing that because I love my mom and she likes the idea of us together, even though she doesn't get that we don't get along. I'm gonna be cordial until this motherfucker say some fuck shit. Then tables are flying.
Then all bets are off.
I mean, so I think that in a lot of families,
Man, I feel this.
That's what happened.
100%.
I'm gonna go for my mom. They know
how it is with my cousins.
So that's pretty much it.
All right, folks. That's gonna wrap up the evening tonight. I really appreciate y'all hanging out. If you guys have not already, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. God, I feel like I've done that a lot tonight, but I gotta grow. So I appreciate y'all doing so. I appreciate all of you guys hanging out, having a good old time. Also, thank you to anybody who contributed tonight. I really appreciate that. Like I said, it goes a long way. Also, the pup here, really appreciated all of that. There's one final little look into his life, but like I was saying, guys, fuck, that was fun. God, I was not expecting to cover the Hassan thing for as long as I did tonight, but. All right, let's just do this. Let's load up the outro, and that should be pretty much it, right? Let's just take a look. No, there we go. We'll set it up this way. Not have a repeat of yesterday where it was just like, wow, this outro went horribly wrong. All right, folks. Like I said, appreciate y'all hanging out tonight, but. One little surprise tomorrow. I will be on. Been doing more and more. I've been doing a few more Saturdays. It may be a shorter show, but regardless, it's gonna be fun. Got some Piers Morgan stuff that I was not able to cover tonight, and a few other bits that we will get to. But with that being said, like I was elaborating, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.